Welcome to, wow, time flies, our September council meeting. It's a little rainy outside, but I first wanted to welcome our state representative, Tom Fabricio, who's here with us tonight. Welcome, state representative. I love this guy. We go to the same barber. I love the look. But besides sharing a barber, the representative and Senator Avila, who could not be here, as his staff is here if you want to join us as well. If you guys, yeah. Welcome. They worked very hard to deliver some hard-earned dollars to our town. Part of their role in Tallahassee is not only policy making, but making sure that we get a piece of the pie back in our community for infrastructure. And today, the representative is going to bring the official check that we got to go deposit tomorrow. And I'm going to allow him to talk about those projects, how much money they were able to bring back, which is in the 7 figures, by the way, which is a big deal. But we appreciate you, appreciate all your hard work, and if you can share a few words and let us know what you're bringing today.
Mayor, thank you so much. We have a check. It's a fairly large, literally a large check. It's in the amount of $1.17 million. This was work done with us as a team. Of course, Senator Avila is in the upper chamber and was instrumental and huge part of all this, as well as my colleague and my brother from Hialeah in the House, Alex Rizzo. We all worked very hard to bring dollars back here to the town of Miami Lakes. This $1.17 million will be for 2 projects. They're both drainage, water restoration projects. $920,000, I believe, is for Loch Lomond drainage. We had been running that project I think about 3 years before we finally got it passed this last year. And the remainder of the money is for Westlake Gardens water restoration. So it's important. This is money that's going to be used to help with drainage issues. It's going to help during storm times. It's going to help protect your homes. And that's why we do it. That's exactly it. These are your tax dollars coming back to protect your homes in your communities and to keep your property values where they should be. And that's what our job is. Our job, Senator Avila and myself, we work to make sure that the community stays beautiful. We love the town of Miami Lakes. I live in the town of Miami Lakes. I grew up here. This is home for me and my family. And we want to make sure that Miami Lakes remains beautiful and our home and our town. So thank you all for the work you do. The work you do is harder than the work we do because you're here all year round. You make sure that the city actually operates. Mr. Peterman is over there. He does a little bit of this as well. And I appreciate all of you for every single thing that you do to make sure that our community operates. And we want to make sure that your state government is operating and supporting you as well. So thank you all. And thank you to the members of the community who are here in our support. And anything you need, my office, and I don't want to. I mean, I'm sure of this. Senator Avila's office, we're all here to support you. So please call us. If anybody wants to come and see me, my aide Nikita is here, and my district aide, who's also my godmother, Felicia Salazar, is here, and she is a lifelong Miami Laker. She was part of the group of folks who helped found Miami Lakes. So we truly love this community, and we're here to support the community. So thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. The senator unfortunately couldn't be here, but as Representative Fabricio mentioned, anything that you guys need, our office is always open, and we are more than happy to be able to bring this money back to the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to get a picture with the whole team?
Yeah, Nikita and Felicia, come on up. Can Joseph take a picture?
Yeah, Joseph. Oh, no, we got a professional.
Oh,
even better.
Nikita, do you want to give me your phone if you would be waiting? Oh, perfect.
I'll just send it back. Wait. Or I can bring it down. One of the two. No, let me stand in the. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and then bring that. There you go.
You doing a report today también or no?
No, wait.
Good, 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 good. Joseph, Joseph.
Between me and Ray? Yeah. Yeah, you need an offset with him. That is true.
So if right now we do have several other recognitions. One of them we're going to be recognizing a longtime member of our community who's going to be retiring from a post here locally, who's been part of the fabric of success here in the town of Miami Lakes. If you can all welcome Mr. Steve Bremo and his wife to join us. So Steve is not only a great friend, but somebody who's always been willing to give back to our community. From, I mean, I remember early on you did one of the cows, right? Was that one?
Got introduced to the community back in 2004. Sorry. So I was able to open the Miami Lakes branch next to Chicken Kitchen. Every time we give Chicken Kitchen a plug, but that we're right next to it. So we're the only bank still that has a cow. The cow's name is Big Money. It was actually named by a student, I think a 4th grader at Our Lady of Lakes. We had an actual contest, and that was part of We Love Cows, our first introduction to the community, and we just ran with it from there. And we've been, thank God, very active. The Miami Lakes has been excellent for us. We've really enjoyed it. I've been with the bank 20 years, majority of the time in Miami Lakes. And as you mentioned, September 24th, I will be retiring. And my wife has a list like this of stuff to do. So anyway, you know.
No, and I know one of the other projects you worked with us very closely was the kindergarten to college savings account. I think there's about 50 kids in our community that are signed up for that.
Actually, I looked at the report recently. We actually opened over 120.
Oh, wow. So those are 100.
That was directly working with your office to actually put together that particular product, and it's actually in our inventory, still in our inventory.
So a lot of people don't know this program is available to any student in the town of Miami Lakes, a free savings account. And Steve and Bank United put in their $50, or they match up to $50, which is a big deal. And they never have to pay any fees for the rest of their life. So we appreciate you. That was a great, great program. So we wanted to take a moment to recognize you, Steve, and your work. Mr. Bremo started his banking career in 1978 as a teller at a local savings and loan in Miami, and developed himself to the position of manager at various commercial bank branches. In 1992, he left banking and for 12 years was involved at the executive level in the export of consumer electronics, as well as the manufacturing mechanical sugarcane harvesters. Steve has been married to Victoria Bremo for 45 years, has 2 children and 2 grandchildren. And a banker at heart, Steve Bremo joined Bank United in April 2004 and opened its first branch location in Miami Lakes, completing a 12-year career at the bank this year. He has held several positions within Bank United, including regional manager and Dade County retail sales manager. Currently the market leader at Bank United, Steve Bremo has served the Miami Lakes community and has been engaged in various vocations as a relationship banker to numerous local businesses and personal client relationships. As a past president of the Rotary Club of Miami Lakes, Mr. Brimo has demonstrated his commitment to the local community by providing support for various local community initiatives and local event sponsorships, and has represented Bank United as a good neighbor in Miami Lakes over the years. He has been active and engaged member of the Town of Miami Lakes Economic Development Committee for several years. He was the catalyst for the committee's recent successful Small Business Boot Camp and various educational webinars focused on solutions for the Miami Lakes business community during the COVID pandemic era. Mr. Brimo participated in the bank's initiative in providing economic relief to Miami Lakes businesses via the SBA's PPP loan program. Steve Brimo, as Bank United's market leader, worked closely with the Town of Miami Lakes leadership in developing a new bank product named Kindergarten to College Savings Account. This product allowed parents to open accounts for their minor children to educate them on the benefits of starting a bank account for their education. Miles of Barrier Construct. I think there's a piece here that talks about what you're going to be doing in the future as well. So I'll let you talk about that. Now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as a mayor of the Town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the Town Council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, as Steve Brimo Day here in the Town of Miami Lakes.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, council members, guests, very honored and humbled. Thank you very, very much. It's been my pleasure and honor to be a part of this community, not only from a professional standpoint, but from a civic and a supporting role with whatever we can do here. I've enjoyed it. It's been 20 years. I've seen the town grow. I remember the cows where the shopping center is in front of my branch. But thank you very much. I wish the community a lot of luck and best wishes in the future. And again, thank you very much for this.
Do you want to share a little bit of what you're going to be doing? Some of your plans to give back to the community? Because I think that's always awesome, right? Retiring, but also have a passion.
Yes. First of all, my wife of 45 years, my blushing bride, she has like an accordion folder of stuff that needs to be done in the first X number of months. But look, I have a passion for marine ecology. I would like to really spend some time and finish a feasibility plan. I'm working with some other people about really trying to help us regrow our coral. We are getting blasted with the heat, acid rain, and our coral reefs are dying. So personally, I am going to focus some time to see if I can bring that to that project to fruition, not only for locally, but for, in fact, from the Caribbean also. So that's going to be it. But besides that, keeping busy, right? So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No? Let's get a picture. Take a picture. If you want to. We have a great friend of Miami Lakes here in the house with us. If he can help me welcoming J.J. Matthews, who's here with Jackie Matthews, his mom. How you doing, J.J.? So today is a very important day in our community, as we're going to be presenting, we're going to be recognizing Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. That is so important here in our community, and JJ is going to share his story and say a few words of the importance of awareness.
So first off, I want to thank the mayor, and I want to thank the town council for giving me this honor, giving me this acknowledgement. It's a big deal. And last year, I might have mentioned it when I was here last year, that my best friend in March of 2023, he passed away from childhood cancer. It was a real long battle. And so, as sad as it is, it's also infuriating that has to happen to him, because he was only 7 or 8 years old. And so I dedicate everything I do to him. I think about him every day. And, September, as y'all know, is childhood cancer, pediatric cancer awareness month. And so we gonna keep pushing. We got a lot of proclamations in different cities, different towns and cities, but that's not all we doing. We're gonna have, more fundraisers, and we ain't never letting up. We're gonna make these kids great again.
Thank you, JJ. You're an immense inspiration to us all the work that you do here in the town of Miami Lakes and throughout the country. You're the reason why we do Childhood Cancer Awareness Month here in the town of Miami Lakes, because you inspire us. I mean, just hearing your story and how you're so resilient and you keep fighting and you keep advocating for others is so special. So I just wanted to take a moment to say a few words about the proclamation today. September has been designated National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been lost and those irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the nation's resolve to search for a cure. Cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and 15 years of age. 1 in every 260 children in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. Childhood cancers cross all racial, ethnic, geographic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. And each year, tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and inspiring hope. While progress against some childhood cancers has been made, cure rates for many forms of childhood cancer remains less than 50%, with the incidence of childhood cancers increasing at a more rapid rate than any other age group. And this disease not only affects the child diagnosed with cancer, but also their entire support network of devoted parents, grandparents, loved ones, and friends. This city recognizes the devastating impact that this disease has on members of our community and the importance of increased research on childhood cancer. This month, we recognize that these burdens are shared by countless dedicated healthcare professionals, organizations, charities, and parent advocacy groups, which support patients and families by offering advice, encouragement, hope, financial assistance, and work tirelessly to lift the spirits of children suffering from cancer. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month here in the town of Miami Lakes. The proclamation's right here. Let's give it up for JJ one more time. Thank you for being here with us, JJ. We love you. We appreciate you. Is Gabriela Rojas here with us, the executive director for the Miami Diaper Bank. How are you? Nice to meet you too. So we have a gift, a present for you, and then it's pretty long. You guys wrote I'll read it as fast as possible, and I'll. Diaper need, the condition of not being able to afford a sufficient supply of clean diapers to keep babies and toddlers clean, dry, and healthy, can adversely affect the health and well-being of children and their families. National surveys and research studies report that nearly 1 in 2 families struggle with diaper need, and 48% of families delay changing a diaper to extend the available supply. A daily or weekly supply of diapers is generally an eligibility requirement for babies and toddlers to participate in child care programs and quality early education programs that enable children to thrive and parents to work. Many parents struggle with diaper need, report missing an average of 5 days of work each month due to an insufficient supply of diapers. Without enough diapers, babies and toddlers risk infections and health problems that may require medical attention, resulting in medical costs, and parents may be prevented from accessing childcare needed to go to work or school, thereby destabilizing the family's economic prospects and well-being. The people of Miami Lakes recognize that diaper need is a public health issue, and addressing diaper need can lead to economic opportunity for the state's families and communities and improved health for children, thus ensuring that all children and families have access to the necessities required to thrive and reach their full potential. Miami Lakes is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including the Miami Diaper Bank, that recognize the importance of diapers in ensuring health and providing economic stability for families, and thus distribute diapers to families throughout various channels. Through their important work of addressing diaper need, the Miami Diaper Bank plays a critical role in supporting families, improving infant health and well-being, and advancing our local and state economic growth. Now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Thursday, September 12, 2024 as National Diaper Need Awareness Week.
First, thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners, for recognizing Diaper Need Awareness Week. This is actually our 10th year anniversary, but this is our very first Miami Lakes proclamations. So thank you so much for acknowledging this need. Also, thank you to everyone that support us, either hosting a diaper drive, volunteering with us, or making donations to the Miami Diaper Bank. Because of you guys, we have been able to serve more than 170,000 babies and distributed almost 10 million diapers. So thank you guys so much for your support.
Let's get a quick picture. It's a lot of folks that you got. Is Nancy Rogers here? Have you all seen Nancy Rogers? I'm sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. Obviously, I'm not Nancy Rogers, but I am Carlos Andres. I am with the Public Safety Committee. Good evening, residents, those here in person and online. I'm here to recognize with the great honor of individuals from the police department that have been recognized by their superiors here today. And you know, these people, I got to tell you, they really deserve it. And I say that because I take my kids to Bob Graham. I see what these guys go through. They're being honked at. I mean, I don't know if they get, you know, anything thrown at them, you know, maybe bottles or something, but these guys go through a lot. And this is the General Investigation Unit, and I'm going to read out their names, and if they can come up, that would be great. Sergeant Dustin James, Detective Miriam Nieves, Detective Luis Garcia, Detective Angenaldo Morales, Officer Alain DePeller, Officer Osman Machado, Officer Renando Angulo, Officer Yamil de la Cruz de la Nuez Garcia. Now, I mentioned some of the guys that are working that, but these other guys are detectives too. Thank you so much. Lieutenant, you've been summoned.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lieutenant Dior, for those of you who don't know me. I've had the privilege of being here already for a year and working along these guys, and I have to say I'm truly, truly proud of the great work that they have put in together. Just some little minor little things that they do in reference to the great work that they've been doing here in the town. Which obviously I'll go over later, but obviously our statistical analysis obviously is down. And with that being said, also, I know that we've been instituting a lot of traffic-related items and stuff like that. And as year-to-date, our traffic guys have, been able to provide over 1,900 citations for year-to-date. And that's just 4 guys. With that also being said, my detectives also have been, closing a lot of some of the high-profile cases that we have, stemming from the most recent one from this weekend, which is another topic. But they've done a lot of great work, the expeditious time and effort that they pour into it, and I'm very, very proud to be their lieutenant, so that's, I'm very grateful for you guys, and thank you for the hard work.
All right, where's my buddy at for a photo? All right. Here we go. I guess you're around the middle here. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Darwin Villavicencio. I'm one of the members with the Town of Miami Lakes Public Safety Committee. By way of background, I'm a lieutenant with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and today we're going to present Lieutenant Angelica Drodes, firefighter, in appreciation of your extraordinary service and dedication to her profession for 2024. Unfortunately, she could not make it out here today. She had a family emergency, but I do work with her. So I'll take this on her behalf, and rest assured she'll be getting this. So thank you again, Mayor, council members. I did text her already. So thank you again. All right. So. Okay, perfect. Yes, please. He's not Angelica.
That concludes our presentations, and we'll be starting in 8 minutes. 8 minutos. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Morera.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Sofia Mora from Miami Lakes Educational Center.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts for the opportunity to serve our community in Miami Lakes. We thank you for the beauty, diversity, and spirit of our town, and we ask for your guidance and wisdom as we gather here to make decisions that will impact our residents. Grant us clarity of mind, strength of conviction, and compassion for those who we serve. Help us to listen to one another with open hearts and speak with respect and kindness. May our discussions be productive, our decisions be fair, and our actions be just and for the greater good of all. In your name we pray, amen.
Let's remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Brian Morera. You may be seated. Council, start looking through the order of business, and I know we have the Better You Minute by Commissioner Fernandez. While you all look through the order of business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. I recently came upon a phrase that caught my attention. It was printed on a friend's social media account. It said, "Be unique." Such a powerful phrase. We often find ourselves trying to imitate others, speak like them, or even try to look like them. But we are just as special as anyone we are trying to imitate. Our opinion is just as important. Our looks are just as good, and our personality just as charming. We don't have to be like anyone else. We just have to be ourselves. We are unique, and we are special. No one can ever take that away from us. Be proud of who you are. Next time you pass a mirror, look at yourself and say, "I am unique."
Thank you, Commissioner. We always appreciate you starting off our meetings in that way, setting us in the proper posture. Deferrals, additions, deletions, deferrals, additions, deletions.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to have 14A moved up to after consent calendar.
14A after consent.
Mayor,
Yes.
the item number 13E, the applicant has asked us to defer the item to some date still to be determined.
Okay.
Mayor, I have some items that I'd like to suggest for the order of business.
Yep.
Being that we have two quasi-judicial items and we have many items under new business items, the likelihood that we'll terminate the meeting by 12, the odds are not in our favor. So I would like to make the following consideration. I'd like to move items in the new order of business A, B, C, G, H, and I first, and then followed by items D, E, F, J, K, L, and M. And my reasoning is the D, E, F, J, K, L, and M were late filed items. They all require a waiver. And for those people who did file the items timely, I want to make sure that they're not cut out of being heard. So in the order that they were submitted, the items D, E, F, J, K, L, and M were submitted late and require a waiver. I'd like to see if we can move those in. And I'd also like to make a recommendation. If we do not get through the order of business by midnight tonight, I'd like any items that were remaining to be moved over to after the budget hearing.
Got it. That's fine. Real quick on my new business items, they were submitted on time in terms of you all got it at the same time. The challenge I had, I was traveling and it got stuck in my outbox. So when the clerk told me in the morning, I sent it, just press send. But just wanted to put that for the record. You all received it at the same time as all the other ones. But
Got
I
it.
do understand.
But for some reason, these items are identified on our agenda as needing a waiver that they weren't received on time. So I was just wasn't calling you out in particular. I'm just saying these are the items that are on the agenda as requiring a waiver of the.
Got it, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item 10A, one of the minutes for the August 26th workshop on the NSDs. I'd like to pull it from the consent.
10A. So far, we have 14A after the consent calendar. We're going to defer 13E. We're going to take the new business items in order that Councilman Collazo recommended, and we're going to waive, if it's okay, we're going to waive the rules for the other ones, so they're submitted as well. And then I'm pulling, and then 10A for Councilwoman Ruano. I'm pulling 10D, and that's about it. Anyone else have any deferrals, additions, deletions?
I'll move the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, public comments.
Good evening. Yes. Public comments, as always, they're heard at the beginning, and once all of them are heard, public comments will be closed. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to speak. All comments and questions from the attending public shall always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. And should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave. If you are attending via Zoom, good evening and welcome to our regular council meeting. If you wish to speak, you must always raise your hand by clicking the reactions icon and selecting raise hands, and IT will let you in one at a time. And if you're calling to speak live during the meeting as well, welcome to the meeting. Please raise your hand and press *9. IT will allow you to speak. And now, if you wish to participate in public comments here in the Town of Miami Lakes Council Chambers, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good evening, council members. It's Bonnie Centrone, 14770 Lewis Road. I just have a couple of things that I have to get clarified in my mind, but first let me say, this has nothing to do with our agenda, but if there's anyone who hears my voice who is of the same opinion as I, please vote no on Amendment 3 for the legalization of marijuana. I just wanted to throw that out there. And now I will speak briefly about the new business, 14A. I think Councilman Morera has come up with some proposals for ordinances which will correct a terrible wrong that has been going on for the special tax districts for years. And I'm hoping that you will all support his ordinances tonight when the vote comes, because that will give the people a chance to finally have things done correctly in their neighborhoods, where they are not going to get taxed without being able to first vote upon whether or not they want the service that's going to be increasing their taxes. So please vote in support of Brian Morera's ordinances. Now, the last thing I want to do is get some information. I know you don't usually answer people, but I just don't understand something. I need clarification. Is that proposal for the 220-unit apartment complex, I know that's judicial, semi-judicial, but I'm not asking you to discuss it. I'm just saying, is that part of the Live Local agenda, number one? Is it? And if not, okay, it's not. We are not, as a town, obligated by law to comply with Live Local initiatives, are we?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are, by law. So what happens to the town if we don't comply? Exactly. Will somebody?
We don't know yet.
What?
The item's been deferred anyway.
Absence of what?
The item has been deferred.
Oh, so you're going to tell later what happens? It's been deferred, but I mean, you will let us know what happens to the town if we decide not to follow the Live Local agenda item?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Bonnie, there was a workshop that we had on the Live Local Act, and I believe it's available on our website.
Okay,
And so
because I
if you-
wasn't here.
Right.
Yeah.
If you log into our website, you can see the entire workshop. It's very informative, and it speaks to all of the aspects of the Live
But
Local
it tells what happens if we don't. I mean, it's not a choice. We have to do it.
We have to comply, yes.
Bonnie, really quick, again, since we don't normally go back and forth because that'll just extend the meeting time a lot longer, I will send you an email that kind of breaks down what Live Local is, because that way you can better understand how the law works with respect to the town's obligations. Got it? Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Maida Blanco, and I've been a resident of Royal Oaks for 25 years. The reason why I'm here today is because of the traffic at the school at Bob Graham Educational Center. When we moved here in 1999, there was no school there. There was a cow pasture, and the most that we had was sometimes the cows crossing the street. Now, 25 years later, the traffic is unbearable. At dismissal time, it's a mess. The street is blocked. The parents line up for an hour before dismissal time. And the traffic coming out of Royal Oaks East towards the school is blocked by the parents. So if you're a resident of Royal Oaks East and you're trying to exit the community, you can't, because it completely blocked the exit and you have to go all the way around through 82nd Avenue. I don't feel that this is fair for the residents of Royal Oaks East, because it's our community. We only have two ways out of the community, and basically they're just taking up, the space. There's no way around it. I tried exiting my community this week, and I couldn't. I had to go around through 82nd Avenue. If I would have had an emergency, I would have had to take half an hour, like I did, to get to the Palmetto. If there's fire truck, rescue, anybody has an emergency, or there's an emergency at the school, there's no way you can get through 79th Avenue on either way. So the reason why I'm here is because I'm asking you if you can find some other way of directing traffic so that the parents can pick up the children, for it to be safe for them, but also safe for us as the community, so that we can get through 79th Avenue without having to go in the opposite direction in order to get to our homes or to Miami Lakes Drive. I love Miami Lakes. I've been living here for 25 years, and I hope to retire here. But I feel like we can do better as a community, and this is one of the issues, along with traffic on 154th Street, which that's for another day. But I trust we could find a solution to the problem. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to find a solution. And I don't think it's one that's going to cost any money. I think it's going to be one that just needs to be a pattern, a traffic pattern that can be diverted in a different way. We used to have it in years past, and it worked. But unfortunately, I guess that changed over the years. So I'm looking for your help. Have a good evening.
Hi, all. I'm Irene Gutierrez. I was here for the workshop on the NSDs, and I'm going to be brief about that because I want to elaborate on what she said. If you all saw the video, it's self-explanatory. I don't want to crush anybody. I'm thankful for the people that have volunteered in the past, but I think we can do better and vote as a community for any issues regarding the guardhouse. Regarding the school traffic, which I'm sure all of you know that I've mentioned this many times. Last Thursday, there was some kind of a gas leak in the morning as school drop-off was taking effect. As I was leaving, a fire truck was heading northbound on 79th because he couldn't go on southbound on 79th because between the cars on both sides of the swale, cars coming in and cars coming out, that fire truck had no space to try to maneuver anywhere near heading south. I was 2 cars behind a fire rescue truck. If there would have been somebody that had an emergency and needed to go to a hospital and life and minutes were of the essence, that was not, they couldn't get out. He and I were on 154, stuck without moving for a good maybe 15, 20 minutes. This is something to consider. If you don't want to consider the residents, consider the school children. Last year when I spoke to Mesa, there was about roughly 1,700 students in that school. That's crazy if you do the math, even with siblings, the cars going in. That's not counting faculty and staff. I don't know this year. I don't have that information. I know Mesa's not there anymore. He was helpful at dismissals because he would look at the line on the guardhouse, get out, tell the lady to open the gate. That's not happening because there's a new assistant principal. I don't know his name. I met with Torres from the county. They are not willing to do anything that's construction in the school, which honestly, the school, like I said before, is in the town. We have to coexist. We are a community in all sense of the word. We cannot build 2 more stories on our homes and expect people that, rent out the place and expect people to park in the middle of the street, and I've said that a million times. We need to hold the school responsible for finding a solution. Maybe widening the driveway. Those driveways are fenced in. There's no danger. Get the cars out of the street. Make it safe for everybody, for the school children and for us. Unless they helicopter, SWAT, or whoever it is, they can't get help. God forbid something like what happened in Atlanta, Georgia, this last week happened there, and I don't want, this to, by any chance, seem like if I want anything like that, God forbid, because I have 8 grandchildren. They can't get in there. Just focus on that, and if we have to, sorry, that's it. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Just before I start, I just want to, just look back on 9/11. Tomorrow is the anniversary on it, so, all the people that died on that day. I know there's going to be a ceremony tomorrow here at Town Hall. I can't come. I have school. But on that note, I want to point out 3 fun facts. I don't know if you guys know about them, but did you know that 9 out of 13 states that signed on to the U.S. Constitution, not only did you have to be a white man who owned property, but you had to be part of a church. Further, did you know that one of the first resolutions by the United States Congress, the very first Congress, was to print and distribute Bibles? And did you know that up to the Andrew Jackson presidency, as far into it, the Supreme Court held masses in the actual Supreme Court? My point in being, I've emailed all of you twice. You guys have seen the email probably. If you probably decided not to respond because I know there's certain aspects of it that you guys may not have a way to help me out on. But essentially, the decision in naming the Christmas event that has always been known as the Christmas event to the holiday event, in my opinion, I don't agree with that decision. And again, I come today speaking as a concerned student of the town. It seems only appropriate to refer to a event by what it is. And the Halloween event on the website of the YATF is called the Halloween event, and the Spring Fling event is considered the Spring Fling Easter egg hunt, with a direct connection to Easter, a religious holiday. So when I was told by my chair and my vice chair that we couldn't do things in relation to religion, I didn't understand that because the only religiously approved holiday in the United States is Christmas. That brings me to my second point. This renaming is not just part of, it's not part of, a fancy thing that we want to include everybody, but it's actually very disingenuous to people that actually go to these events, because for years, Mr. Vice Mayor would dress up as Santa Claus. So, sorry. There's not a lot of kids, I don't have a lot of time. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated event. Take, for example, the recent flag planting event was not sponsored by the committee that has been sponsoring it for years. It actually had to be taken on by the vice mayor, the chair of a committee, and a nonprofit organization in the town. So it feels like there's a shifting pattern in the town of tradition that is being, disregarded in the name of this, political correctness and wokeness. I urge you guys to change the name. I will be coming here till, I don't think you guys meet in December, but I will be coming every meeting to talk about this issue because I think that tradition in the town can't be disregarded. I know there's a lot of political issues that you guys talk about, but Christmas is a holiday. And I urge you guys to reconsider the name of the event. Thank you.
Akari Johnson, 19271 Sterling Drive. Good evening, councilors. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to make comment. When I did find out that I'd have the opportunity to make comment, I did think quite long and hard, what possibly could I propose to an intelligence body such as yourselves? And after thinking and pondering for a while, I thought, I've got it. And so I'm gonna tell you now what I've got. I grew up in a family of 4, and I have 2 younger siblings, and I have my mother, and generally the first response when this news would come about, people would generally think, oh no, it's a poor single mother, she's raising these children, she's on her own, it's so taxing for her, and ironically, quite to the contrary, it was quite different for me, and the reason it was quite different was because my mother had a quite creative idea of how she thought it best to curate things. And there were days that, I would be going to a ball, going to a dinner, and I would put on my clothing, my attire, but the outfit came with a tie, and I didn't know how to tie the tie. And she would go by the neighborhood man, and she would stop by the gas station and see a gentleman pumping gas, and she'd go, hey, can you please teach my son how to tie his tie? And the man would say, come here, son, and he would tie my tie for me, and he would show me how to do it. And to this day, I still know how to tie a tie. So what I'm trying to say here is that growing up, though there were times where, of course, I lived in the household alone with my mother and my siblings, in reality, I wasn't alone because of the family that I had created and curated out of my community. And so what I'm proposing is, and I'm not sure if it's being done or if we can create it, recreate it, somehow integrate it, community family initiatives that pride the town on perhaps locating someone with an amazing skill set or talent and giving them the opportunity to show that to other children inside of the town, other members that are looking for an opportunity to advance and create development, really getting back to the context that it truly does take a village to raise a child. We all know this very well, and I'm looking forward to what the town has prepared, and I'm excited for those future developments. Thank you so much.
Through the mayor, if I can just make a very quick comment. I just want to briefly comment that I don't think I've seen anyone of your age speak as eloquently as you just have since Moritz, and that's very high praise. He's a very highly regarded young individual in our community. So I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you, but we would love to see you getting involved in our town. Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. My name is William Barimo. I reside at 8570 Northwest 166 Terrace, which is located in Royal Oaks on the west side of 82nd Avenue. I am a member of the Royal Oaks NSD Advisory Board. I am also an architect and on the Architectural Review Board of Royal Oaks HOA. In addition, for reference, some of you may recognize me as a director in facilities design and sustainability at Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I cannot speak in reference to other NSD advisory boards. I am here, however, to convey to you the value of our NSD Advisory Board in Royal Oaks. As a member of the Royal Oaks Architectural Review Board, I am in direct contact with dozens of Royal Oaks residents monthly. Every month, when meeting with residents, I query them for feedback relative to the guard gates. Whatever concerns they have, I bring to our advisory board meetings. That is my job as a representative of residents. Quite Frankly, despite our pleas, most residents do not have time to attend our advisory board meetings. Nonetheless, a workshop. So they rely on their representatives that you appointed. John has done a stupendous job since taking over the NSDs, but I am sure that John, if asked, will tell you how much he appreciates the expertise available to him from the members of the advisory board. I personally am in contact with John several times a week. John cannot be everywhere, so I and others are his eyes and ears, reporting to him operational issues, individual guard performance, maintenance issues, etc. We recently were able to partially renovate the guard gates, the 4 guard gates, focusing on health, safety, and repairs to the damaged areas. We were able to accomplish this within the existing budget. Go back 10 years, and the levied tax for the West Side Guardhouse District was $749 a year. In 2017, the levy tax was $802. The advisory board scrutinized the budget, and despite inflation, renovations, increased salaries, we were able to present a budget to you for 2023 of $746. 7 years later, and a 7% reduction to our residents. I urge you to vote to maintain the NSD for Royal Oaks, and if you want to supplement the advisory board meetings with a semi-annual workshop, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Giancarlo Rodriguez. I represent Mayor Sid's office as his liaison for special needs. For the past 2 months, I've been attending the advisory board, the advisory committee for the special needs, which officer, I forget his name, I apologize. It was brought up in our committee meeting on Tuesday that you guys met on last month's board meeting, the council meeting, about changing the gala's name from the Mayor's Gala to the Special Needs Advisory Board Gala. Councilman and Mayor, this is pretty much the season that I am more busy. I attend a lot of fundraisers with top celebrities, football players, etc. As I have mentioned to the committee, I think keeping the name as the Mayor's Gala should stay as intact. I know it does sound cruel, but athletes, celebrities, I understand them. It's kind of cruel the way they think. It's kind of weird. But if you guys want to continue, receiving of what the gala is, raising funds for the committee, keep the Mayor's Gala name intact. I pretty much suggest you to do that. That's pretty much what I'm here for saying. And I know it's not in the agenda for this month, but I hope you guys bring it up for next month. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Robert Sosa. I'm a resident of Royal Oaks, 7925 Northwest 162nd Street. I'm also a business owner in Miami Lakes on Palmetto Frontage Road. My company sells airplanes, engines, and aircraft parts to airlines. I am a disabled veteran of the United States Air Force, which I served with a code of truth and honor. In addition, I'm a sitting member for the NSD Section 1 East, which was called the Special Taxing District before. Today, you are here to vote on the abolishment of the NSD Section 1 East. I asked the town, what are the reasons for that abolishment? A service that has been in place for 20 years. What I heard the other day were not the right reasons to call for an abolishment. My understanding is that there is a handful stating that we are unfair and disrespectful, which that, I believe, is a lie. JP sits in our meeting, and I'm sure that he can attest to how we do business. Our responsibility is the oversights of the guard gates, not the school or their policies. As in all, committee motions are placed. As in all committees, motions are placed second and then voted on. If a member do not like the outcome of the vote, it doesn't give them the right to call it unfair or unjust. That is being disrespectful to our time as sworn-in volunteers by this panel. Volunteering is a service that we do for our community. It's not a power trip or any other creative word that has been used. This panel should investigate and hear both sides of the accusations before you run with a handful of hearsay to abolish a 20-year service. Section 1 East Committee is here doing good for the community and with no harm to anyone. We are all professional adults serving our community. I propose that this vote be tabled to after November election, allowing the opportunity to investigate and discover the truth. There are 690 residents, which only a handful is asking for a new council member to have it abolished. That's less than 1% of the residents. All NSD meetings are recorded with minutes and video. Therefore, rather than making decisions based on hearsay, I recommend that you watch the videos on what you've been told that we're doing wrong instead of taking the word of the screaming handful. I invite this committee to come and visit our meetings. Look at the minutes and watch the recorded videos. Then a truthful outcome would be warranted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Good evening, everyone. Homero Cruz, 8515 Northwest 169 Terrace. Been a resident in Miami Lakes for 37 years. I was one of the pioneers when Royal Oaks started. And I'm planning on staying there till I go to Mercy, if you get it. I heard that the committees were doing a horrendous job. Well, I'm sorry, council, but I guess that you guys got an F, because we don't make the final decision. We're only an avenue for you guys to make the final decision on whatever horrendous decisions have been made here, which I'm not aware of it. So I totally disagree with that statement. I believe that a lot of the residents still don't understand how the committee works. Committee is only an avenue between the residents and the council to come up with an opinion. That opinion is given to you guys, and at the end, you guys make the final decision. A while back, last year, we had an issue where we were able to determine up to 15% of the capital improvements. We were able to do the 4 remodelings on the guard gates within budget, in time. That was taken away from the committee. Because right now, if you want to do anything that has to do with capital improvement, even if it's $5, you got to go to a vote. In Royal Oaks, it's not only Royal Oaks Section 1 East, it's also East and West. We have 1,560-something houses within the special taxing district. Does that mean every time we want to do something? Like right now, there is a huge need to have 4 canopies installed in those guard gates, so these people can have a decent place where to stand if it's raining or the heat that they went through the summer. Summer is already gone. We couldn't do anything because we couldn't even advise you guys to go ahead and approve it, because now the idea is that it's got to go back out there and let each resident vote. The idea of the committee was to be that avenue between the residents and yourselves to come and give you the suggestion, and then you guys will make the final move. Councilman Bryan, I ask you to please table this item tonight. Don't rush on this decision. A lot of us have invested a lot of time. We care about this town. Let's wait perhaps till maybe January of next year after the November elections, where the new council and mayor comes in. And again, the idea of a workshop is great, but I didn't hear anything about the sunshine law on that workshop. I didn't hear anything about how the committee works, because all I heard was the same thing that I hear every time a lot of the residents come in front of you guys, is complaining, but no solutions. Guys, when we come here in front of you guys, we cannot constantly start pointing fingers at every one of you, because there are 3 fingers pointing back at me. So let's be part of the solution, and let's not be part of the problem. We're all residents. We're here to stick together. Like Alex said earlier today, we're all unique. In that uniqueness, let's try it and come together as a community, once and for all. Let's stop fighting.
Thank you, Homero. I gave you extra time because we gave Diane his some
Sorry.
time to finish.
Thank
no,
you.
No worries.
Take care.
To finish his thoughts as well. So.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lisette Perez. I'm at 8365 Menteith Terrace. Sorry, I got wet on the way over here. Well, I'm here to talk about the approved plan for the 220-unit apartment complex by the Graham Companies.
It got removed from the agenda.
Oh, it got removed?
Yep. It got deferred to.
It got deferred to when?
Nobody knows yet. I don't know.
Well, can I still speak?
Of course. No, I just want to give you a heads up because you weren't here when we had changes.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I got here late. I came from downtown. Well, why I'm here is to, I don't have to inform any of you of the bad traffic that we have in our area. And I was going to say enough is enough, because the zoning from the Grahams went from the council to change the zoning and back and forth, and now we have an additional 220 units, four-story buildings that are going to be converted in a development in already a very traffic-saturated area. And what a perfect timing, I was going to say, because the South Point development has yet to impact our community. An additional 178 units, which translates to about 356 more cars on a road of additional traffic. In addition, now you want to approve another 220 units with a potential of 404 more cars on the road. With the opening of the 170th Street Hialeah Gardens, in which the traffic is already felt in our community, with a new development of Palm del Lago developers, 37 more luxury homes coming in, with a potential of 148 more cars on the road. And again, with another new development, which is opening on 2025, Miami Lakes Golf Course of 278 more units. That's an additional cars of 556 more on the road. I don't have to say how much traffic this translates to, about 1,500 more cars and traffic in our roads. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the congestion that will be caused in our small town, because we are not Pembroke Pines equipped with wide roads to accommodate large communities with proper traffic feasibility analysis. Where are the traffic analysis for this development that is coming? Is there really one done? And who is closing their eyes to these issues? And who is buying our town? The additional approval will be disastrous from a security and safety standpoint. Our fire department and new ER will need to have access to our roads to properly serve our community and the council. Transportation and zoning department are creating the worst traffic gridlock in South Florida. The small access roads that we have to the Palmetto will be backed up for miles. That's it. I only ask you to have a conscience where you are and where are your morals in only letting the money that buys this town. Our community is watching how each of you vote. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lisette.
Mayor and Council, we have like 6 or 7 participants online. I'm going to start calling in the order. Oh, okay. AIT, can you stop 1 minute? We still have another person in audience that wants to speak.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. My name is Helen Costa. I live at 14341 Glencairn Road, which is within Lake Elizabeth Homeowners Association. First of all, I want to thank every single one of you up there for your time. You guys make the tough decisions. I can't even imagine. Regardless, I hesitated in, number one, in even coming. And the reason why I hesitated is what can I do in 3 minutes? So I'm hoping that something that I say will hit every single one of you and realize that, yes, I'm speaking for me, but I'm actually speaking for more. And let me explain. I'm here because of the Special Taxing District and the NSD committee and what Councilman Morera has before the council. I heard other people say, hey, defer it. I'm going to say, hey, vote against it. And let me tell you why. When that committee, the Special Taxing District, I didn't live there, but it was voted on. People have been taxed for many years. The county was in control of it. I don't recall hearing anything where the county called people in to find out what was going on. The town took over. The town created these committees, the advisory committees. We are advisory committees. We don't make decisions. We hold our meetings and we're supposed to follow the Robert's rules. So everybody has public comments, so the residents come in. People that don't even live in our section sometimes come in. We've had some of you council visit. We've had the mayor of the town come in, police department. We have, right now, we have the representative for the security services comes in every single meeting. We've never had that before. There's a communication. People come in, and I'm just going to say a few things. I've heard people say, oh, it's disrespectful. No one is heard. Nobody's listening. In our meetings, I'll tell you, everybody's had their 3 minutes and then some. We often get into a dialogue, which we're not supposed to do, but we get to. What I find disturbing is that if someone is heard, but then there's a majority who takes a vote. We do motions, second the motion, discussion, and it has to pass by majority vote. Just because somebody of the community expressed something and then the advisory committee votes against it, doesn't mean they weren't heard. It's just we didn't agree that way. But it doesn't stop there. Then it comes before you guys. You guys have the discussion, and you guys actually make the final vote. I say that because I've heard about eliminating the committee. I've heard about eliminating the whole tax guard gate. And I will tell you, I heard about LPRs, as if the committee, which then translates to you guys as council members, somehow somebody feels that somebody pulled the rug from underneath our feet, like, oh, what? We could have put that elsewhere? We know that. We made a conscious effort. We knew. I'll tell you, I was one of the people that was fighting for that really big time. Why? Because I know that the ordinance says we're supposed to have 24/7 security. Is that my ring?
No, you can finish your thought like everybody else.
Okay. So, now I forgot my thought. Oh, we're supposed to have 24/7 hour security. We don't. They have breaks. The guard gate is up. So we try to come up with, how do we do this? The only way to provide 24-hour service was increase our taxes. So we came up with a way within our budget to be able to provide the LPR cameras. LPR cameras, we purposely made sure they covered all the lanes going in and all the lanes going out. We know for a fact the whole town has a benefit of it, but the most benefit is for everybody behind that guard gate. So I would say that, please, Mr. Morera, I agree with a few people that said there's a handful that speak a lot, but because there's silence from the other, is not because they're not, in other words, it's not they don't care, it's that they're happy with what's going on. Just because I cast a vote for every single one of you, I trust that you guys are going to make the decisions. Some decisions you make, I may not like, but I still trust to do that. So I hope that you take that into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
KIT, if you may, allow the individuals that have the hand raised and give them the 3 minutes so that they can start their public comments. Good evening, Mr. Fernandez. We see you in the screen.
Thank you, and good evening to the Town Council, Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager, and the Town Attorney. My name is Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119 on my property. I'd like to talk about an item. I'm not going to be out of town, but you're going to be considering for the budget on Thursday, some impacts that I would like for you to consider this. The town employees last year only got a 2.5% increase. We know that because of inflation and other expenses, that did not keep up with their cost of living. We pride ourselves in the service that's delivered by this town, by its employees. They deserve the money. They deserve an increase. A 2.5% last year was less than a third that was needed to stay with the cost of living. So I did some research and I asked for a public records request, and I found that the mayor and the council got a 7.8% increase. So I'm a little bit at a loss for words how, if we were concerned with expenses, those positions got a 7.8% COLA, and our town employees, which actually do the work, only got a 2.5%. Recently, I've had to interact with Public Works and with the building department, and their staff is beyond professional. I can say the same for your town clerk, and obviously all under the leadership of the town manager, who's a consummate professional and delivering services as the leader of this town. And raise me the $30, $40 and give them a raise. I think they believe that. Now, in support or against some of these items, I'd like to talk about item 14A that Councilmember Moreira is bringing up. I spoke at your budget workshop on this item, and I said that we should have access on Zoom as we do here. It gets hard to try to participate in a council meeting or an NSD meeting, and putting it on Zoom would add tremendously. In respect to the LPR cameras, I will say that they do their job more than enough, but we should have had a decision, because this group that recommended them did not poll us if we wanted them or not to, that would increase our budget. The rest of the cameras are paid through the general budget of the town or through the police impact fees. But meanwhile, we're having to pay $13,000 per camera. And I believe that's unfair. As to whether you dissolve it or not, that's your decision. But you cannot continue with folks not asking for input or providing the input in a way that affects us all when it comes to taxes. On the quasi-judicial, and I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds, I am opposed to item 13D, changing the setback. I'm opposed to 13E, even though it was pulled, and that's just going to increase traffic. And I'm want to read one part, and I'll wrap it up in 5 seconds, Mr. Mayor. Section 13-304, your site plan approval. And specifically, it says that whereas proposed amendments will not be in conflict with public interest and are consistent and in harmony with the purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan. Adding all these projects, 1,000 cars to a roadway, is not in harmony or the intent of our comprehensive plan. I'll thank you for extending me. Appreciate it.
IT, if you can allow, please, John Roger. So I see him with the hand raised, and I see him in my screen as the next one. Okay, perfect. And please make sure to put the timer. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time tonight. I'm sorry I couldn't be in person, but as many of you know, being a single father, sometimes you're stuck at home with the kids, and that's what's happening tonight at a sick house. Nonetheless, I wanted to first thank you all for taking the time to bring up the opportunity to let everyone know that we're going to continue hosting a gala for the Special Needs Advisory Board. I know that that was a very important thing that I had discussed with many of you, with Josh and with Tony, and with whoever wins as the next mayor, that this continues to be a gala that is hosted by our town, because it is the 100% source of our funds and allows us to do what it is that we do, like our special needs dojo, our animation projects, our Arts for Autism program, and so much more that we do, all the donations that we make to local and area organizations that help people with autism, with Down syndrome, like Gigi's Playhouse. This is an important event, and it's one that spotlights our town very importantly, and so much so that the mayor of Hialeah made his own Mayor's Gala, and mayors across the entire region have started creating their own Mayor's Gala to benefit special needs. You can Google search it, and you can see it's actually taking off across the country. But, you know, I want to believe that we're one of the ones who were on the forefront because of what Manny had decided to do back in the day, which was put together this opportunity for the mayor to spotlight his town and invite some of the big dignitaries who have the kind of money we need in a donation to make this kind of an event succeed. And that's the reason why we've been able to produce these types of programs in a small community like ours. So I greatly appreciate that you guys have put this on the discussion, and we're hoping to keep the gala going. But one thing that does concern me was the discussion of removing the name of the Mayor's Gala from the Mayor's Gala and making it just a Special Needs Advisory Board's Gala, which is a long word to say and also does not bring in the needed dignitaries that we need. And when I say, I think you all recognize that the name the mayor as, whoever the mayor is, the mayor himself holds a great ground over bringing people in for a benefit. So I appreciate it. I would really like you to consider keeping it the Mayor's Gala, because I believe we need that kind of push from our town to not only set ourselves apart, but to be that position where people can say, yeah, I want to be at the Mayor's Gala, which benefits the special needs advisory boards and our special needs people in our community. So again, thank you for what you do, and I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you, John.
Good evening. We see a telephone number ending in 58, 9558. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vivian Levy, and I reside at 8421 Northwest 140th Street, Unit 3507. And first, I want to thank Giancarlo for being there, and I apologize for not being able to join you in person today. Something came up at the last minute, and I had to stay home with my son. I want to address the issue of the Mayor's Gala. I am extremely grateful to Mayor Sid for bringing awareness and funding to our committee, the Special Needs Advisory Board, through the Mayor's Gala all these years. It's my understanding that at the last meeting it was discussed separating the mayor from the gala, and I believe that this would be a mistake. We have a history with vendors that repeatedly come back and support us every year as the Mayor's Gala. There's a certain prestige that we don't want to risk losing. If any future mayor decides not to award the proceeds of the gala to the Special Needs Advisory Board, then we would request a budget from the council the same way every other committee does in order to keep our programs running. Currently, we have 3 programs running: the dance program, the karate, and the animation. So, you know, I urge you guys not to separate that and lose, the name of the mayor in the title. So that's all, and ditto on everything John said. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivian. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We have another speaker. I'm waiting to see it in the screen. I believe Mr. J.C. Fernandez is waiting online. Help desk to speak. he is waiting in the screen, I think. Let me see. He's trying to speak. I don't know if he's able to raise the hand, but he would like to speak. In the meantime, while we try to, oh, okay, Mr. Fernandez, J.C. Fernandez, are you listening? You need a microphone. IT is telling me that they don't see the connection of the microphone. We see your name in the screen, but is there another speaker while he tries to connect? He's telling me that he's trying to speak. He's trying to connect. Help desk, if there's another person waiting online to speak, please let them through.
Or perhaps if he's
Give me-
having
yeah.
difficulties using his computer, he can use a call-in number
Yeah.
and connect that way.
He's texting, he's trying. I just got another text and he's trying to connect. In the meantime, what I can do is just state for the record that I have received written public comments, and I shared the majority that I received earlier today. I have been informed that there are 2 additional written public comments that were sent to Ms. Susana Alonso. So for purpose of the record, we received objections to the 220 unit residential project, and although I know that has been pulled for a future meeting, I just want to state for the record that 4 of them were shared with the council. And in addition to that, with the item of Council Member Morera about the NSDs, I did receive a written public comment from Ms. Helen Costa and a written public comment from Mr. Reynaldo and Maria Costa as well. I was just informed via text that Ms. Maribel Balbin also sent a NSD written public comments. I just received it. And another one from Ms. Karina Jensen. And Ms. Karina Jensen's email is in regards to the 220 unit residential project that has been postponed. Again, IT, I see the name Juan Carlos Fernandez, and is
Hello.
he able?
Good
Are you
evening.
there?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Fernandez. We hear you.
Good evening, council, mayor, our Madam Clerk, and the rest of the town staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to briefly state a couple of things. I think I was there during the Sunshine meeting. I think I made it clear that I do think that moving forward for any changes that were made to the NSDs in regards to budget and anything that was outside of the scope of what it was originally intended should go out to vote. So and I'll add that the agenda item that is going to be similar to that of the city of Coral Gables that I would be in favor of. What I'm not in favor of is abolishing the committees. I don't think there's any reason to get rid of them. In fact, I think that all of us, everybody that's on the council would probably appreciate more feedback from the residents. And I think it's an avenue that right now, it's not perfect, but I think it's the best thing that we have. So I'll ask that, and especially that there'll be 2 added council members after November that live in the NSDs, and that we'll be able to make an informed decision on what's best for us. If you can table the item till after then, or vote no to remove those committees. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I know you get sworn in November, but thank you.
IT, is there anyone else participating remotely? please allow them and unmute them so that we can listen to their public comments. Mayor, I don't see anyone else. So,
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That is it.
Public comments is closed. We're moving on to, we have appointments. We have Monique Martinez to the Veterans Committee by Councilmember Brian Morera. Frank Pellegrino to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee by Councilmember Josh Diegues. Liani Antello to the Education Advisory Board by Mayor Manny Sid. Dottie Wicks to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Vice Mayor Tony Fernandez. Those are the ones that we have appointed so far. There are 2 other appointments. So, Council, I had met Mr. Akari Johnson, who spoke recently. He moved to the area from the Bahamas recently. His experience, his breadth of experience in terms of what he's done in the Bahamian Parliament was eye-opening, and he's willing to give back to our Youth Activities Task Force. He actually worked on national mental health initiatives in the entire island of the Bahamas at his young age. So I know at the last meeting, very similar when I saw Alejandro Sanchez in terms of what he was going to bring to the Planning and Zoning Board, I was okay with waiving those rules. So seeing the breadth of knowledge and what Mr. Johnson will bring to the committee, he's extremely committed. He showed me everything, what he's done in the Bahamas. I just wanted to make a motion to appoint him and waive Section 11 and Section 12 of the committee rules.
Second.
Discussion, council, discussion, see none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We
Mayor.
have one more. We have Suzanne
no, it's okay.
Crossland.
Finish with the,
Suzanne Crossland to the Cultural Affairs Committee as well by Councilmember Luis Collazo, who will be attending. Any of those folks, Monique, Frank, Liani, Dottie, Akari, Suzanne, any of those folks here tonight? If they are, if they could please stand up. At least thank you. Give them a round of applause. Thank you for serving. We appreciate you all. Thank you very much for serving our community. We're moving on to
Mayor,
Yes.
before we move on, I have been informed that there's a person with a 211, and I think it's Miss Susana Herrera that was waiting to speak for public comments.
Yes, proceed.
IT, please allow her to be able to participate in
Need a
public
motion to
comments.
reopen public comments, or?
I mean, there's general consent, but yeah, if you guys want to go that path, I'm okay. I mean,
Yeah, motion to reopen public comments.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? See none.
Aye.
Motion passes. Ms. Herrera.
Good evening, Ms. Herrera. Can you hear us? Please unmute yourself. Good evening. I see a telephone number with 211. I'm not sure if that is if that person wants to speak, please do so now. I just want to make sure that we're not missing anyone with a right to speak. I see the number starting with 211. And I was also informed that Ms. Herrera is trying to speak.
Whenever she comes in, we'll recognize her to
Okay,
speak, so
very
we'll do
well.
that.
So 211.
When Ms. Herrera
speak
comes
now.
on, we'll allow her to speak. That's fine. If nobody has any objections, we'll do that. Public
Thank you,
comments
Mayor.
is closed. We're moving on to committee reports. Then we have some items that got pulled from consent. Then we have the consent. Then we have the item that Councilman Morera brought up. Right now, we have the Public Safety Committee, then the Mental Health Task Force. So, item, we'll get there.
Good evening again, Mayor, Town Council. Carlos Andres with the Public Safety Committee. I'm here joined with our Chairwoman, Nancy Rogers, and Dorwin. I was also on the committee. Here to report what we've done through this fiscal year. We have done, we're actually hosting the 9/11 event tomorrow, which thanks to the Veterans Committee, the Colonel has passed the baton to us. We're looking forward to that. Also, we presented the plaques this evening to the police and fire individuals that were recognized. We have different initiatives that we've done with educational initiatives. And, you know, there's a lot of plans for the upcoming future. Actually, in this fiscal year, we're in the process of working with, hopefully it'll get approved next meeting to have a public service announcement that we're going to put for kids to, I can't believe I'm saying this, but don't walk and text, because, you know, people nowadays don't even look when they're walking. So hopefully that'll be an effective initiative. We're, you know, moving to social media to really reach our audience. And that's for this fiscal year, and what we plan for the future is again, public service announcements, you know, via fire, via police, you know, some of the things we've been talking about with Officer Amador, which has been tremendous for our committee, is, you know, get people to call the non-emergency number. You know, unfortunately, we wake up to too many Ring notifications where you have a neighbor that saw something but didn't report it or call it. We need to get in front of, you know, neighbors and making sure they're using that number. We want to push the Coffee with Cops. That's something that has not been, you know, as pushed as much, but we want to get in front of that and work with local businesses. We already have the support of some already, and, you know, work with, obviously, the 9/11 event and other events that hopefully will be, you know, to bring the community to closer to police and fire. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. See you over there as well. And whenever she's ready, she can hop on.
Hi, good evening, Town Council.
Task force, then take her up right after.
Hi, good evening. Lindsay Wallach, Chair of the Mental Health Task Force. Before I start off, I do want to take a minute to acknowledge that today is World Suicide Prevention Day. And we would like to just take a minute to honor those that have lost their lives to suicide, anybody struggling with suicide, and a reminder that we do have the 988 crisis line. So I think it's super important that we too acknowledge that today. With that said, I want to give you a brief report. We finally got one event going. We were at the farmers market, just providing resources to the community. And then I'm here today in the hopes that I leave with a approval from all of you to move forward with a mental health awareness like fall festival. We started the discussion with having a walk, realized it was a little bit too complex for us because we are starting off. So we want to kind of gear to a festival, fall festival, in the hopes of bringing like a small pumpkin patch, giving one free for the children to kind of bring in the, you know, the families, and having mental health providers there just with their tables. I've already gotten the written confirmation that NAMI will support this, which they are huge. For those of you that do not know who NAMI is, they are the National Alliance of Mental Illness. And through my partnerships with my other, you know, roles in the community, I have also the support of Baptist, Nicholas, and other mental health providers. So I really want to emphasize that there are resources in the community, and if this does get approved, I can't wait to let everybody else, all other providers that are in the town of Miami-Lakes, so that they can come out and provide the resources. I believe I read today that every 40 seconds we lose a person to suicide. So I know the town feels very strongly with mental health, and I basically am asking for your support. I give you my word that it will be something that will be very nice for the community, and to show that the town does want to promote mental health and remove that stigma, so we can start having that conversation. That's one of the reasons why I do not want to align this with another event, because again, then we're gonna be taking the sidelines to mental health. I don't expect it to be a huge turnout, because it is our first event, but if you guys give me the okay, I promise that it will grow, and our task force will be out there to make sure that it becomes a good event moving forward. With that said, we want to use the funds. We already have some sponsorships that have been sent in, and I want the approval that the 50% of the funds that we do bring in can be given to a local nonprofit organization. And so I have the Girl Scouts here that are gonna speak a little bit, if you guys have some time, on their mission. And hold on, it has the coolest name, but I don't wanna get it wrong. Mission is Positive Impact. And so the Girl Scouts. I'm going to let them just speak, Rebecca, or just quickly on what it is. And just so you guys understand where it ties in with mental health is that there's so much research out there that animal-assisted therapy really works in reducing anxiety and depression. And so adopting a pet, like this would be amazing if we can kind of correlate, right? And this is a local organization we're going to be putting back. It's going to do good for our community. So I'll let them speak on that. So that's where I would want the funds for this event, the 50% that once I get your approval to give to them. And do you want to speak a little bit?
Good evening, Council. My name is Rebecca. I'm a co-leader for Troop 902. We are Girl Scouts with a home here in Miami Lakes out of the Mary Collins. So thank you very much for all of your support because you guys do donate that facility for our purposes. And I am here with the girls, Victoria and Alexa, who are promoting this event as part of their Silver Award. It's one of the highest awards in Girl Scouts. And so their goal is to connect veterans and other people who might, with mental health diseases that may need either companion pets or service animal, and connect them with the shelter pets, which, as you may know, are overcrowded. We are working very tightly with the American Legion Post here in Miami Lakes and the Veterans Committee, and most recently with the Mental Health Task Force. So it is our goal to connect, to keep it local within the community and to provide that service to all of the members of the community, not just necessarily the veterans, but to the community in general, while our focus is veterans.
Good evening, Council, Madam Clerk, Town Manager. William Perez, I am the Chair of the Veterans Committee, and I'm just a snuffy on the Mental Health Task Force. I want to say that this is one of the things that we're trying to do that I know the Town Manager talked about, synchronization of committee activities. And so this organization is trying to match pets with veterans, and we're also working with other organizations, with the American Legion and at least West Palm Beach. And we're trying to find another agency down here that will provide free service dog training for veterans. It's part of the PAWS Act, PAWS, that was passed, and it's covered if they have certain disabilities and stuff. So what the Mental Health Task Force is putting together is a pumpkin patch, a petting zoo, and all those things that will bring the kids, and it brings the kids, it brings the parents, and it brings the parents become more involved and more informed about mental health issues. And it will support a great cause, and I would ask that, you please support this. We'll probably not be so big, but who knows? I know we already have 2 sponsors on it. Now we have 4 sponsors, there you go. So there is a desire to support this. And, if you're a person of my era, you probably remember the Great Pumpkin from Peanuts. And I think we need to honor that Great Pumpkin. Thank you very much.
Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move to support the mental health event by the Mental Health Task Force. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving back. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
And for the record, I also dressed up as the Great Pumpkin once. It's
another secret, man. What are you doing?
Keep us shh.
Councilwoman Hirano, you said Susanna is ready. Yeah, if staff can turn it on for Susana Herrera to jump on Zoom.
Help desk, I have been informed that Ms. Susana Herrera is ready. Please unmute her. Good evening, Ms. Herrera.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor, Assistant Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you. I was intending to be there in person, but work holds me back always until the end. I wanted to go in on 2 comments. I want to thank Chairman, Councilmember Moreira for taking the initiative on establishing guidelines and an ordinance that brings back the intent of the special taxing district. And I support what he has presented, and I appreciate all the efforts into bringing some clarity to what can and cannot be done without the consent of the residents. So for that, I appreciate. Most importantly, I want to speak on the 220 residents that are being proposed for that original site. Now, if I'm thinking the original site was this assisted living facility, nursing home, that we were all gonna approve, that we did the zoning change from commercial to residential, because this was supposed to be the last piece of the puzzle to the age-in place for Miami Lakes. And what I recall through that process was going before the council meeting where even Senator Graham came out and spoke before everybody and say, please let this be the last piece of the puzzle of the mission of the town, of the vision of the town, right? And it was a very emotional process. And and I think we made it a tight contingent that it had to be, we only approved the zoning for that contingency to meet that piece of the puzzle, that vision of the town. And I am beside myself to think that we're gonna betray that vision at this time. So I oppose any approval for any housing other than the intended vision of age in place. And we either meet that vision or we resort back to what the original purpose of commercial was. Enough needs to be enough. And we need to stop making our residents, intentional or unintentionally, feel like we are being betrayed over and over again. There was another incident when Tony Lama, Councilmember Tony Lama at one point said, oh my God, we didn't know the Grahams are gonna do that, and it felt like they presented a Trojan horse. So we need to stop this. We need to stand for residents, because residents feel like they're being abused. I won't take any more of your time, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, and have a good evening as well. We're moving on to the items pulled from consent. The first one is item 10A, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just pulled this item from the consent calendar to request that the clerk's office revisit the video and perhaps verify some of the statements that are on the minutes. During the workshop for the neighborhood service districts, many of us, the council members, as well as the residents, we kind of commingled the phrase neighborhood service district with neighborhood service district committee. And so I think that maybe some of these, upon reading them, from my recollection, I think that some of these that say neighborhood service districts were actually referring to neighborhood service district committees. So I just wanted to give the clerk's office an opportunity to revisit the video. And it is rather confusing because we did go back and forth and some of us used the wrong wording here or there, but to the best of their ability, if they could revisit that and maybe try to, I guess, write down the spirit of what was actually transpiring.
All right, so that's been pulled, and the clerk will bring it back in next month.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine. I pulled item 10D. I just want to vote no on it, so just wanted to make sure it was on consent. I just want to make sure that I had a chance to vote no. So if anybody wants to make a motion to move it, I just want to record my vote on that.
Sorry, Mayor, did you say 10B or
10D? 10D.
Delta, okay.
So the motion is to pass the consent agenda?
No, wait.
Oh.
It's each item. I have to vote no on this item, and then the consent gets, yes.
Okay.
So if there's any motions to approve it, just so I can vote no. Anybody wants to?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I'm a no. There's one no, Madam Clerk. Motion passes. We're on to the consent calendar. Any motions on the consent calendar?
I'll move consent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are on to Councilman Morera's item, 14A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as we've heard throughout the night from public comment, this is not an issue that is black and white or on which there is unanimous support. But what it is ultimately everyone wants to be for small government until it's time to do small government things. This is an example of that. This is an example of an opportunity to reduce the bureaucracy of our government, because what we have in the moment is these advisory boards, which in my opinion were created with a proper purpose, with every good intention. And by the way, I do think that the members who serve on it serve admirably and honorably to the best of their intention, and I am grateful for the time that they have volunteered to those committees. That being said, the very nature of these boards makes them inefficient. As one member of the public came and commented, I believe it was Ms. Costa, she directly stated that sometimes residents come with certain opinions that they want to raise, and then that is brought to a vote, and then it's a no vote, or the majority votes against that opinion, and then it never reaches this council's ears. Well, that person, who decided that that person did not have a right to have their opinion heard by this council, who is the ultimate governing body of these NSDs, as we've been calling them? At its core, I think that the NSD advisory boards are frankly a way in which members of this dais in the past, frankly, have discarded their responsibility to govern these NSDs. I think that they have hid behind the NSDs to a certain degree. It was funny because you came and you watched as numerous people gave public comment in support of the advisory boards, saying, well, we don't make the decisions, but then the members of the dais say, well, we're just listening to the advisory board. So ultimately, who's responsible? Who's the one that the resident, the one who has to pay their tax bill, gets to go to and hold accountable? And at the end of the day, it's this dais. And I want to create a system in which these people can be heard directly by the decision makers, and at the same time provide the same level of service. You're going to hear me make several motions on this issue because it is a large and convoluted subject. But I will preface my main motion by stating that we did have a very lengthy sunshine workshop on this issue. We had a lot of comments on this issue. As Councilwoman Ruano noted, there is some confusion too regarding the use of the term NSD versus NSD Advisory Board. I want to be very clear. There is no suggestion that the NSDs should be dissolved. There is only a suggestion that the advisory boards should be dissolved. All I'm doing is suggesting that the middleman be cut out. Based on that, I'm gonna now, that way we can have a more open discussion here, I'm gonna make the motion that we dissolve the NSD advisory boards for Miami Lakes Section 1, for Royal Oaks Section 1, and for Royal Oaks East.
I will second that motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano.
Discussion, just on this motion, discussion, Vice Mayor.
If I can just briefly add to that, I forgot to state the reasoning behind the inclusion of these specific NSDs is that these are the ones that have raised issues, these are the ones that have raised complaints, but also their structure, the way that they are made up, is different to the ones that have been left out. The ones that have been left out are the two lake maintenance NSDs, which they're structured completely different. They are more scientific oriented. It is good to have that advisory board there, which has specialized knowledge as to what is needed for lake maintenance, fish stocking schedules, etc. And then the other one is Loch Lomond, where the jurisdictional boundaries of the Loch Lomond HOA and the Loch Lomond NSD are identical. So the HOA members, being NSD advisory board members, I feel comfortable allowing that to happen, given that they are elected on an annual basis, or however often the HOA holds elections. But the same cannot be said for Section 1, which I believe has like seven different HOAs inside of it. And then the Royal Oaks ones, which has, I guess, one HOA that overlaps between two NSDs, and then not everyone in there. I'm always confused as to who's within the Royal Oaks HOA and who's not. But given those differences, I felt it prudent to move to dissolve these two. And to be clear, you will see throughout some of the other items that I am creating replacements to ensure that the voices of the people within these districts continues to be heard, but directly by this council, as opposed to through an advisory board, which at times, rather than amplifying their voices, diminishes it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilman Morera, I definitely want to applaud you for the amount of time and effort that you've put into this. I think I'm probably going to be the biggest and/or loudest opponent of most of your motions tonight, or at least I anticipate that will be the case. I see value in the NSD board, right? Where I think we can both find common ground is I also see value in having quarterly or semi-annually NSD meetings of this body, right? When we look at these NSD boards, and you strike the contrast of how the boards are composed and how those members get on there, right? Section 1 has 7 HOAs. Each one of those HOAs has one person from that board, typically, unless it's a resident that's not on the board, that is appointed by that HOA to serve as their voice on the committee, right? It's no different than one HOA, 7 board members, 7 HOAs, 1 board member each, right? Each of those HOAs elect their board members or appoint someone who's not a board member to represent them. So I think the composition of the board there isn't vastly different than the other boards, at least in the respect that they are elected by their respective HOAs. The Royal Oaks NSD goes further than that. Those members are appointed by us, right? So we're the ones that appoint those members. And that, like every other committee that we appoint people to, is the discretion of the council member. We have a slightly complicated system as to who gets, the seats that are within the HOA or outside of the HOA and things like that. But we make it work. But ultimately, it's people that we appoint, as has been stressed numerous times, and I know it's not lost on you. Those major decisions always come to us as well. And when they come to us as well, during a regular council meeting such as tonight, the member of the public has a second bite of the apple. If they feel that they were not heard, or if they feel that their comments were not given the due weight that they deserve, they have an opportunity to come to us and voice those same concerns. And God knows that happens often. Okay? So I am 150% in favor of anything that makes it easier for the opinion of the resident to get to us. I think the NSD board is an effective funnel for that to happen. Could we add quarterly or semi-annual meetings to that? Absolutely. If that's one of your motions coming up, I will be supporting that. But I wholeheartedly believe that the NSD boards provide more value to us than whatever harm you may think they do.
Got it. Any further comments?
Through the chair.
You have Councilman Dieguez, then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've been going back and forth on this issue. regarding whether or not to dissolve the NSD boards and whatnot. And I can tell you that when I initially voted for them, they always say hindsight is 20/20, but if I were given the same choice today, I would not create those, because I do think there are other more effective ways of soliciting the public input. And it's not a put down on the service of those members who are there now, Olmedo, Robert, Helen, et cetera, but rather just that, as Councilwoman Verano stated at the workshop, it does in essence create a third party, a middleman that's filtering information to us. 100% the buck stops with us. So I just think that there are more effective ways of soliciting that input. One of those ways is the quarterly or semi-annual meetings that you are referencing. The right track, wrong track, if we can ever get that effectively going, would be another way of soliciting that feedback. And also, more importantly, I just didn't see what would be the difference between a member of the HOA coming directly to us, right, versus having these separate boards. And if anything, would make it more flexible for them because they're not bound by sunshine. With that said, the issue that I have with the item as presented is I don't like the idea of picking and choosing whose boards are kept and not. For me, it's an all or nothing proposition. I do think that if we're looking at it now, the only group, or rather the only NSD that has really presented a constant issue for us has been Section 1. And like you said, I do think like some of the other NSDs have done a great job. At least with Royal Oaks as well, I don't think that we've had as many issues. In fact, the only issue that I can recall having with them really stems from the fact of the LPR approval, right? And part of that I think was also not necessarily on them, but rather on staff maybe not communicating, more clearly with them. So for me, I just can't support eliminating a couple, but not the others. I'd much rather take an all or nothing approach. So that's where I stand.
Any Councilman Garcia, then anybody else after
Through the
that before
chair.
we take a second round?
I want to thank Councilman Morera for his hard work on this, because in the end, what you want is for the residents to have a voice and to make it as transparent as possible. The only thing I'm going to reject is the premise that the advisory boards do more harm than good, or not a good way for us to make a decision. In the end, we take advice from committees, we take advice from staff, we talk to residents on a daily basis, but in the end, we make the final decision. And that's why we were elected, to make that final decision. So an additional layer, I believe, of more information is something that I think should remain with the boards. As far as having the quarterly reports, I'm all for that. As far as adding Zoom, being able to participate through Zoom in the meetings that the boards have, I'm all for that as well, because a lot of people cannot make it. For example, today is horrible weather. Thank you for being here. I'm sure there's people that didn't make it because of the weather. So anything we can do to make it more accessible, I'm 100% for. However, I am, and what Councilmember Diego said about all or nothing, in a sense, makes sense to me too. So I will be voting against dissolving the committees, the boards, sorry.
Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for those of you that were not here during the workshop, I'm going to walk you through my thought process. I agree with dissolving the NSD boards, and I also agree with dissolving all of them, not some of them. And I'll explain why. When we took on the management of these neighborhood service districts or special taxing districts from the county, there were a lot of things that were being done inappropriately. There was a lot of issues with communication with the residents and the county. And the promise of the town of Miami Lakes was to bring that service closer to town hall so that the residents can have access to their council members and staff in this building to air their grievances. That we thought, and I was on this council at that moment, and we thought that the neighborhood service district committees would be the proper vehicle by which that communication would come to us. It has not been that way, and that is not the fault of this council. It is not the fault of the members that are serving on those committees. There is no fault to be laid anywhere. It simply just doesn't work. So I see this very clearly. The neighborhood service districts have one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to pay the vendor that services the guard gate and receive the monies from your tax dollars. That is the only service that that neighborhood service district is in charge of. There should be nothing else. There should be no flowers. There should be no conversations of additional services. There should have never been any LPRs. There should have never been anything added on to these neighborhood service districts. They were created. There is an ordinance that walks us through the specific duty that that tax serves. In us creating this added layer of government, and in fact it was an added layer, we created this vehicle by which both this council and the members of the community could be more creative as to things that we may want or things that we may view as improvements or enhancements. There is no room for that in this taxing district. The tax that we collect from you is for one specific purpose, and that purpose is just to pay the guards and service that little house and the arm. The only way to get back to that, which is where we should have stayed originally, is to dissolve these committees. And it is not by any means a bad action on our part with regards to our committee members. I think that our committee members have gone above and beyond. They have put in countless hours of service to these districts, but they should have never been appointed, and this council should have never created those districts. And that's why I'm in favor of dissolving all of them, even the one in Loch Lomond and even the one for the lakes, because at this point, the transition has happened, the growing pains have already been suffered, our staff has learned what to do, what not to do, how to communicate with residents. There is no need for these committees at this point. They served their purpose. They had both wonderful things to add and both negative things that they brought to the table, but there is no reason to leave them in existence at this point. So at least in this particular motion that Councilmember Morera has made, I'd like to amend it to include all of the service districts, and I will be voting in favor of dissolving all of the committees for the neighborhood service district.
I'll second the amendment.
Any further discussion, Councilman Collazo? Then I'll say
No, all the points have been covered. I mean, the only thing that I want to add, or at least point an emphasis, and I do want to share the same, Omero Cruz, Bill, Helen, Maribel Balbin, all these people who, graciously serve these committees. This by no means is a slight on them or a shot at them. Actually, we want to solicit more input, right? Because the one thing that we've heard is when these committees were acting as a buffer or maybe taking votes and people felt that they weren't being heard. And it is the democratic process, right? And we wanted to move this forward and have a representative body, but we also hid behind that, right? I also saw how this body was used and leveraged to push political agendas. I was at a meeting when things were being lobbied in front of a group trying to persuade them to vote one way or another. We can do that on our own here, right? And I remember when a former mayor used to go and petition committees, right, to persuade them to come before us and put pressure on us politically. We can do that to each other here. So what I didn't like about the committees is when they were being used as political pawns, right? Or at least how I believe that they were being used as political pawns sometimes. So that's really what created for me an inkling to move forward. I'm completely in support of, if we're gonna do it for one, I think Councilman Dieguez, you brought, that's the just thing to do, right? Stop using these political pawns, stop using these individuals from the community who have good intent, right? And put the onus back on this dais. Put it back on us, right? And don't let them carry the weight. And I know we've said this 1,000 times. Well, they're just making a recommendation. But then we've hid behind that recommendation to absolve us from that responsibility. So I'm completely in agreement with that. And you bring up the fairness point of it. If we're going to do it for one, do it for all. So that was the one thing that always stuck with me. I've always valued their input, and I think Councilman Dieguez encapsulated very justly, Hindsight is 20/20, and if we would have had that, but I think we did it with a very clear notion that we wanted community input. And I want to echo some of the points that our staff member, our lead staff member, has continuously told us. With the NSDs, I struggle to get community input. So we've had these boards that are representative of their community, and he still struggles to get community input. So we need to change gears. I think we need to go in a different direction. And it's no knock on them, but we need to do a better job of soliciting public input. Whether it's the quarterly meetings, whether it's an opportunity, a different opportunity to hear the people out. I'd like to try that out. If we mess this one up, right, I guess we can go back, hindsight, and say, hey, look, let's do it again differently. But I think it deserves a shot, and I'll be supporting the motion to revisit all of them.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. I just want to say a few remarks, and one of the reasons why the town brought in the NSDs was because Miami-Dade County lost over $1 million, and to this day, they still haven't been able to find it, NSD monies, and there was zero accountability. When we started it, part of that requirement was community feedback, so we went through this process. I saw tremendous value because there are people on these boards who we wouldn't be able to afford to bring them in-house. I mean, people like Bill Barimo and Robert Sosa and Homero, these are folks that their experience is unbelievable, and we would not, as a government, be ever able to afford folks like that and what they do. Homero himself, and the reason why I'll be voting no, Homero himself was one of the folks who brought the guard gates to Royal Oaks, was one of the folks that fought for the guard gates. There were areas of Royal Oaks that didn't want guard gates back then, and then when they saw crime decrease, they were begging to add those guard gates, which they did on the east side of town. And very similar to Section 1. I mean, somebody like Helen Costa and Maribel, the value they've added throughout this process. And regardless of how folks feel about interpretations of ordinances, our attorneys always gave the green light to the board and to the council to beautify them, to improve security. Royal Oaks alone, because of that board and their leadership, I mean, they've caught violent criminals who otherwise would have gone in there and harmed our residents. I mean, you literally had a mother and son couple that was a gang robbing folks at gunpoint in Hialeah. They rolled into Royal Oaks, and the only reason we were able to catch them was because that board had the courage to say we needed the added security. And if you ask our police officers, the amount of folks that we've caught going through those NSDs in Royal Oaks, I think in Section 1, we've caught 2 major criminals. One of them was being looked for sexual crimes, rolling around in our neighborhoods, and there was another gentleman, I think this week or last night, thanks to the LPRs, was identified, who was roaming around the community in there. Again, that was due to the courage of Helen Costa and Maribel Balbin. But I'm voting no because I really see the value in these folks serving in these roles, just because we would not be able to afford them. Secondly, my no vote is due to, you have 2 council members that are coming on board in November. They're both elected, they haven't been sworn in, but they actually live in the NSD. They deserve a voice in this process. You already heard from one of them who's going to be sworn in, who already said, do not dissolve them. I will be voting differently. So I would ask, out of respect to Stephen Herzberg, to J.C. Fernandez, give them an opportunity. They actually live there, they pay the NSD fee, which the reality is out of 7 of us, there's only 2 that actually pay NSD fees. But give them that opportunity to chime in on this, because those folks actually live there. But again, I really appreciate the folks that have served on there, who've lowered the cost in Royal Oaks, who've added value, who've took on the criminals. I mean, and literally stopped folks from hurting our residents. Crime is low today because those NSDs listened not to the council, not to town staff, but to our police department. Our police department were the ones who were advocating for an LPR net that included an outer net and an internet within some of these HOAs, and that's why the Royal Oaks Board and Section 1 did it, not because they felt like, oh, just do it. No, our police department advocated for it, and it actually worked. So I just want to bring that. The other thing, too, if we are going to be making changes, the reality is there is no value, there's no knowledge to the point of these folks have on this dais now, nor in the future, nor in our staff. I actually believe if we're going to make a change, these boards should be treated like CDDs and remove the politics completely. Give them their enterprises, their own funds, similar to what exists in Satori. Actually, CDDs in Bontero get voted on ballots, but it should be independent of the entire politics, should be independent of the bureaucracy, and have them make those own decisions on their own, which already exists throughout Miami-Dade County. There are dozens. If you guys looked at the August ballot, there were dozens of CDDs on there, some for different purposes. Some even have the guard gates that in there as well. But again, I hope for the sake of the folks that serve not only there, on our Lake District. Rudy Lloredo fought so hard to convert Lake Patricia and worked with the other lakes to convert it into an NSD board. He made those promises. Today, Lake Patricia is better, not because of town staff, not because of the vendor, because of Rudy Lloredo single-handedly went to every single door and convinced people to vote for an NSD, to remove their homeowners association fee, put it on a tax line item, and he promised them that there was going to be a board of residents who were going to represent them, and we're going to increase their level of service. And today, Lake Patricia is cleaner than ever because of it. And similar to Loch Lomond, I mean, those folks have done a great job beautifying the entrance of Loch Lomond. It looks beautiful. But I'm voting no tonight, and I would implore my colleagues. You already heard from J.C. Fernandez. Stephen Herzberg hasn't spoken, but both of them actually pay the $746 NSD fee, which nobody else up here besides maybe two of us pay this. And they deserve a vote to that effect as well. Most of us are leaving within the next 45, 50 days. Those guys are coming in, and should give them some time to acclimate, because they're actual, not only elected officials, but they're residents of these NSDs as well. And again, I appreciate all the board members for being here tonight and all the work that you guys have done. So that's my comments, and I'll be voting no on this motion.
Mr. Mayor, I made my comments before the amendment, so I just wanted to speak directly on the amendment. I think the other thing that we should consider, for as much as we can talk the talk about being transparent and giving residents input, we're completely blindsiding the other NSDs by taking this vote. This wasn't the spirit of this item. It's not what's in here. It goes above and beyond what was discussed by the motion that you stated that you were going to make at the NSD workshop. And so I don't want the residents of those other NSDs to feel that they didn't have to come tonight. They didn't have to state their opinion because their NSD wasn't being affected. I want to make sure that they also have an opportunity to speak and give their input. Thank you.
On this motion, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add additional comments to my prior ones, right? I always hear, well, I live in this NSD, or, this person lives in that NSD. But, I just want, before people start thinking that I, for example, don't have any skin on the game, my sister lives in the Section 1 NSD. So I may not pay it myself, but a family member of mine does. So, and obviously it goes without saying that Hope and Alex and Enid and the rest of them that live in Section 1, and obviously have been very consistent in the views that they made, they also live in and pay those NSDs. So their opinions have weight too. So that's number one. Number two, I wanted to point out that, again, Homero obviously really cares for Royal Oaks in general, and has for many years. He's put his time and effort into making it a better place consistently. Tony Lama was the one that spearheaded the Lake Hilda NSD, and Rudy, obviously, yes, with Lake Patricia. But again, there's nothing that stops them from opining and giving us feedback moving forward. There's nothing that stops Helen and everybody else from coming and speaking to us, to participating in these quarterly NSD meetings and providing that expertise at that point, or calling us directly, right? So I just don't, I disagree that by doing away with the boards that we're making it harder to get input. The opposite, I think we're making it easier, because now they're also not bound by sunshine. So that's just my 2 cents. So, and again, I will be voting for the amendment, being that it I think is more fair, right? I understand the vice mayor's point about not enough notice perhaps to the others, but I guess the question comes down to, is this an issue about principle, about that we feel that this is just creating a middleman that actually in some ways confuses the average resident as to who they have to go to with their concerns about their area. And so, or whether, we do want to give them the opportunity to tell us something that we know we're just going to say no on anyway. So, making it, in essence, a futile act. So that would be the additional thoughts I want to put on the record, but, you know, at least as it stands now, I'm prepared to move forward.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion by Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Councilmember Morera to dissolve all the NSD's advisory boards of our town. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other motions, Councilman Moore?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So continuing along, to now create a structure by which we can ensure that the people are being heard, I'd like to move that for this council to begin holding quarterly workshops with the NSDs, open to all of the NSDs, to discuss any ongoing issues, whether there be issues with the gates, issues with the lakes, as it may be. They have a set place and time where they can all go and share their grievances, their feedback, etc.
Second.
Any feedback? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
All right, and Mr. Mayor, attached to my agenda item, I included a proposed ordinance, or the beginnings of one. On the dais, you should have received a slightly updated version that has some changes in redline. Most of those changes in redline aren't really substantive. It's just actually noting the fact that we had forgotten to include the mention of these additional sections, 38-2 and 38-3, but the rest is identical or very similar to what you have attached to the agenda. The main changes are reducing from 20 down to 10% in terms of the number of homeowners that you need on a letter of intent in order to initiate a request for an amendment. As well as just a clarification on section 38-2A 4C Roman numeral 2, where there's a notwithstanding clause. I just wanted to really make sure that it was crystal clear that this discretion of holding an election is applicable in the instance where the petition receives more than 66.66% of the vote, as opposed to if it's less than that, it is mandatory. Whereas if it gets more than this 2/3 number, it's not required, but if the council wants to get the input of the community, it can farm it out for election. Other than that, everything else remains identical. I'll move the proposed ordinance as amended on your on the version on the dais.
I'll second.
Exactly. Thank you.
The only reason I can't support this is because where it says the election will be conducted by mailed ballot by either the Miami-Dade Elections Department or by the town clerk, as to be determined. I 100% do not want to give the town clerk any, although I trust her, I don't want to give her any deference in terms of putting it on her. Oh no, don't use the Miami, and I know she's not going to do that, but don't use the Miami-Dade Election Department. That's the only elections process that I would ever support in a transparent fashion. There's nothing else I would support.
To be clear, the discretion is not with the town clerk, it's with the town. I can clarify that it's the town council which determines whether the town clerk or the county runs the election. I can make that clarification on a future draft. But we'll put the onus on us to have that discretion, not the town clerk.
Okay. Any discussion on this, council?
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor, then Councilman Garcia.
I have just a quick question. Could you go through your thought process on lowering it from 20% to 10%?
Sorry, one more time?
Your thought process on lowering the 20% threshold to 10%?
Yeah, the 20% was a number that was actually a heightened number. The original number from the Miami-Dade County ordinance at the time that these NSDs was created was the 10%. Frankly, when I originally created or drafted this proposal, we actually just accidentally used the word 20, and then it was actually pointed out to me by many of the people who want to make it harder to make changes that the number was actually too high. So so to their credit, they actually suggested a change that would make it easier to make changes. But yeah, that was the thought process. It was a mistake, and the 10% mirrors the county language.
Thank you. All right. Let me start at the beginning. So I actually wholeheartedly agree with what is being brought forward in 3.38-2A. I can live with all of that. B, for me, is an absolute non-starter, not even close, nowhere. Okay, so let me walk you through my thought process, right? So 38, and for the benefit of those that might be sitting in the audience or watching at home that don't have it in front of them, 38-2A creates a process to create an amendment brought forward by the HOA or the homeowner, right? That's completely in line with everything that I believe in. It's a fantastic way for the residents to solicit a change to their NSD. I have zero problems with whatever changes the residents of that NSD that self-impose that tax on them want to change. If they want to go through this process and change whatever it is that they want to change, I have absolutely no problem with that. The problem that I have is also simultaneously then tying the hands of this council, right? And that's the part of this item that I can't support, and I'm going to go through several reasons why I can't support it, right? So the first reason, the biggest frustration that most people have with government is that it doesn't move fast enough, that changes don't happen quickly enough, right? And so to create self-imposed bureaucracy, self-imposed mechanisms to stop us from addressing an issue that we see for the sake of, and it's very clear that the intent is to purposefully slow down any change. To me, for a creature that is the responsibility of this council, and as we've stated, the responsibility rests on this council to govern these NSDs, to then simultaneously tie our hands behind our back with red tape that we're going to self-impose is not in line with anything that this body should be doing. So let's talk about some of those specific examples, right? And the LPRs have been thrown about many times. If it wasn't for this council, I'm gonna take the NSD board out of it so that nobody accuses me of using them as a political shield, right? This council voted to add those LPRs to the NSD. Those LPRs have been extremely effective. Not 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago. No. This week, there is an individual that is currently in police custody due to the LPR being used as an investigative tool. That LPR has made my community, our community, safer. That LPR would not be there if this council did not have the flexibility to put it there. If this council did not have the flexibility to put it there, that community would have the same amount of LPRs that our other communities have. 0. Because we have the discretion to add them in other places. We have 0. We have the boundaries. The only LPRs that we have are those in those NSDs, right? So we've had the choice. We could have added them For the last 4 or 5 years, we could have made the choice. We could have decided not to fund, any extraneous task, and we could have, but we didn't do that. If that was your prerogative, sir, you could have done that. But I have the floor, so I'm gonna continue my comments, and then you can rebut accordingly. So, tying this council's hands and stopping it from making an adjustment, an improvement to that NSD that makes our residents more safe, that can reduce an expense, that can react to a changing reality, purposefully adding bureaucracy to slow the process down is something I wholeheartedly disagree with. Those are my comments, and council member, if you want to rebut, please go ahead.
I like calling a spade a spade. You're absolutely right. We could have done that at any point in time. It just would have jeopardized a very convenient political truth, which is we wanted to hang our hat on not raising taxes, right? So we could have put an LPR net throughout the entire community, right? We could put 3 officers on the street, but that narrative would not keep taxes low, right? Nobody's disagreeing that LPRs are a bad thing. This is not about that. This is not about not listening to the residents. I think everybody here agrees that LPRs are good. I think everybody here has voted on that. What we haven't wanted to do was pick pockets, right? We haven't wanted to go to an NSD board and say, hey, we're going to subject you to the tax. I'm actually looking forward to the other part of this problem, which is correcting the wrong that we did, which is tax them for a net that actually benefits the entirety of the community, not just their part of the community. I agree with what you said. The entire community of Miami Lakes is safer because of this LPR network, and they should not be taxed differently because of it. So I don't think anything that you're saying is wrong. I agree with everything. LPRs are good. Let's just not put it on the backs of the NSDs. Let's put it on the backs of all of the residents, and let's build out that safety net. But it takes a lot more taxes, right? And I don't think anybody here wanted to vote for more taxes at that time. So I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. But I also want to call a spade a spade.
Mr. Mayor?
You mind if, can I say a few words on that?
Absolutely.
So since we're calling spade a spade, so there was the last 4 years, because now there was more than enough money to add 3 more officers. There was more than enough money there's money now to finish the LPR net, but the reality is priorities were different, and hence why I voted no on the budget back then. So I do want to make that very clear as well. There was money to hire 3 officers almost 4 years in a row, but there wasn't the votes on the dais, which I respect my colleagues. That's your prerogative to vote the way you vote. I voted no on the budget several times already because of it, but I do want to make that very clear. LPRs were brought up as an option, and by the way, back then, I'm not saying really the dais, but a lot of the folks advocated against it. Now everybody loves it because they see the product and because they see their communities become safer. But it wasn't an easy push for our police department in terms of that conversation. But I'm sure we'll talk about the LPRs in a little bit. Councilwoman Huron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to comment on this Section B of this ordinance. To me, Section B of the ordinance puts a lock on the pockets of these people that are sitting in this room. It does not allow this council to use their money for political agendas. And that's what happened with the LPRs. The LPR should have been a conversation that we had up here. It should have been a budget conversation. And we should have chosen on this day is out of our general fund to fund the LPRs or not, the way that we did on the exterior net of LPRs. Instead, there were members of this council that went to NSD boards where I was present, and they lobbied for LPRs, and they lobbied and they pushed very hard, and there were statements made that members of this council knew what the community wanted, regardless of what the community was voicing in those meetings. And so Section B of this ordinance is the most important section. It is the one that puts a lock, a firm lock, on those tax dollars. Because this council has plenty of tax dollars to play with and a millage rate that is infinite. It can be raised to any number that we want it to be raised to for any purpose. There is no such thing as a budget that is too small, because we can tax everyone in this room as much as we want. It's not convenient for political mailers, but it can be done. So if officers are important and LPRs are important, that is the mechanism by which we do it, not putting it into special taxing districts that were created for a very special purpose, because these individuals decided years ago to tax themselves. This was not something that the town or that the county did to them. They initiated this for a very specific purpose. So this section, I understand everyone's feelings on here, but section B to me is the most important part of this ordinance. I will support it wholeheartedly.
So, Councilwoman, I just want to correct the record on one thing. The program for the LPR, the reason why police advocated with the districts, there was a special program for neighborhoods that they were able to secure. That's why that process went that way in those public meetings.
That was never said in those public meetings.
100%.
I was at those public meetings,
there.
and that was never
100%.
said.
When they secured,
That was never said at
that
those.
program for HOAs, that was one of the ways.
For HOAs.
100%.
For HOAs. But
and
when this was pushed, and there are other members on this dais that sat here with me, I was at those meetings. You were at a meeting where you said, I am the mayor of this town, and I know what the residents want. I was there.
Oh, I know. I
So-
will tell you this, Councilwoman, and
Yeah, I know.
specifically in two of those places.
You know more than anyone else.
I don't know
I'm-
more than anybody else,
I'm
but I
aware.
do know a lot of, the vast majority of residents there. I've had an opportunity to meet them throughout the years. I've been not only for elections.
have
I
all
don't
of
know,
us.
But what I'm saying is, I know a vast majority of residents who are happy with this council, who are happy
Agreed.
who are happy with the LPRs, who were very happy with that
I
process.
agree, and that same vast majority of residents does
but-
not understand what transpired on this
But
dais.
to blame that committee.
I'm
who
not
was
blaming the
told-
committee.
Who was told that there was a public meeting, the process went through.
Just to be
went through,
clear,
it
I'm blaming you,
passed.
I'm not blaming the committee. I
The
just want to be
process
clear on
passed.
that to the committee members. I'm not blaming any committee members. We are trying to rectify something that we
Councilwoman,
did
through the
wrong.
chair, all I want to say is, if you want to blame me for installing the LPRs, I'll take
Through-
the blame,
through
and
the
I'll
chair.
stand that all day.
Through the chair, through the chair.
Go ahead, Councilman Garcia.
I would ask my colleagues not to question each other's motives when it comes to making decisions. I know we think long and hard, we listen to advice from the residents, from the staff, from committees, from our God, whoever it is that makes, allows us to make our decisions. I would ask if all of us on the dais could please refrain from questioning our motives, be it political or not. We're here to focus on the matter at hand, on the facts at hand, and whatever decision we make, let's not please accuse each other of bad intent. We've made those decisions for a reason, and if we say that is the reason, we should accept it at face value. So I would just ask for us to show a little decorum going forward in this meeting and not blame each other our motives. Thank you so much.
Got it. Any further discussion on
Yes.
this item, Councilman Diego?
Thank you. And I just also wanted to put my thoughts on the record. And while I appreciate where the Vice Mayor was coming from with his remarks about it, and I do generally agree about giving the council flexibility, there's nothing that would have stopped them from coming to us and asking us to put in the budget. And I do agree with Councilman Collazo that maybe it would have required a tax increase, maybe not, because I disagree with the mayor that we had all this money to hire the 3 officers, but okay, sure, but we would have also had to defer other parts of the budget that are important. Yes, again, I never asked you to elaborate, and I could, on all the times, for example, when you said at the last meeting, when I asked you to elaborate, how would you get the 3% reduction now, and you went on this whole tangent about firing all sorts of directors and whatnot, and moving to a strong mayor, even though the strong mayor position would require a 6-figure salary and probably a substantial one. And I'll elaborate, but let me take it one thing at a time, all right? So first and foremost, I am a proud supporter of the LPR net, of these LPRs. I've voted for them consistently. I don't remember a defund the LPR movement ever appearing up here. At least I don't remember a defund the LPR movement coming up here. I am committed to maintaining the LPRs. That's why I'm going to support Councilmember Morera's item. I think they have been, without question, a big boon to the entire community, right? And so again, I just wanted to make that clear. There's nobody that would have been stopped from coming to us and requesting this, whether on the NSD board or outside. If they felt that way, they could have, but that isn't, we still could have done it if we wanted to outside of the NSD process. What I think has happened is that the NSD budgets, much like at the county with the transit budget, right, has become a shell game, right? Some of these costs were pushed off our books and onto theirs. That's my concern with it as well. I think this is a more true to form way to do it. And then finally, with respect to your question about having the money, yeah, you're right. If we had banked the increases in the property tax roll all those years, yeah, we could have added the 3 officers, right? The year that we did the rollback rate, we had the money to do it, but when we decided at the mayor's request not to do it, we went ahead and and did the rollback rate, right? Now, again, you'll have your chance to respond. I'm just giving you my 2 cents. And like the Councilmember Garcia said, let's not get too crazy about the way that we address each other. Now, with that said, if we had done the 3 officers, it would have crowded out being able to spend that money on other things that residents want, from tree trimming to sidewalk repairs, you name it. It would have crowded out that money, especially to do it in one shot, right? Which is why, as I told you last year, or I stated up here rather, I didn't tell you, I stated it up here on the days, I'm more in favor of an incremental approach to get us there, rather than doing it all in one shot, because again, we have other things that we got to provide in this town. We're still in many ways recovering from COVID-19 and all the cuts that we had to do there as a result of the FPL franchise fee deficit from that time, and we still haven't restored all those services. So I just wanted to put those thoughts on the record.
Mr. Mayor, and through you to the staff, as a point of inquiry here, given that this is a new business item, even though I have this fully prepared ordinance, I believe the motion I made was a motion to adopt this ordinance, but correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot adopt this ordinance here today. It's got to go through its 2 readings and everything, so if possible, I'd like to amend my motion to allow this proposed ordinance to return to the council as an ordinance in first reading, so it can go through the process of getting adopted.
There's a motion on the table. Any
I'll
seconds?
second.
Thank you.
I second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other motions on the table?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I do think I'm almost done here. Last one, it's already been kind of touched upon during discussions up here, and it's the issue where the town has been sneaking these LPRs, the cost of these LPRs into the budgets of the 2 Royal Oaks NSDs and the Royal Oaks Section 1 NSD. For whatever reason, I don't really care. I just don't. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I have said it once, I'll say it again. I do not live in any NSD. I live in Satori. Living in Satori, benefit from every single LPR in this town, including the ones in front of Royal Oaks, including the ones in front of Section 1, because it is part of a overall safety infrastructure. As such, it properly belongs in the overall town budget, not tacked on to a specific group of people. I will also just briefly note, when I was on the board of Satori, we did explore the option of becoming part of this system, and it was told outright to us that it was going to be this additional cost. And when we said no, because it was too much of a cost for our HOA, guess what didn't happen? The town didn't install them anyway. Why do you think that is? Because they couldn't just shove it onto the Satori homeowners. They, as has been discussed here, we're not willing to increase taxes and increase the general fund to accommodate for these things. I actually think that it is a proper expenditure within the general fund, but to tack it on directly to a specific set of homeowners, that is not proper in my eyes. So for that reason, I'm moving to, to amend the most recently adopted or to be adopted budget for the Miami Lakes Section 1 NSD, the Royal Oaks Section 1 NSD, and the Royal Oaks East NSDs respectively, to add a revenue line item from the town's overall budget, source TBD. I'm willing to let staff come back to us on that. Yeah, we'll figure it out in 2 days. thereby reimbursing the NSDs for its expenses relating to the LPRs and simultaneously increasing the contingency reserve line items by a reciprocal amount.
I'll second.
So I'll just break the ice on it.
If I could just very briefly just finish stating the why on that last part of the contingency reserve. The reason for this is it maintains the assessment rate the same, and it ensures that these contingency reserves are properly funded. From my understanding, in past years, given the inflation, given increased expenses, one of the ways in which we have been managing to keep the rates more or less the same is by continuously reducing the amount that is put into contingency reserves. So this would allow us to restore the contingency reserves to where they need to be, while also ensuring that we don't have to go through the process of changing the assessment rate against these properties. I think that's everything.
So while I'll be voting no, I want to put on the record, one of the reasons I'll be voting no is because and I'm not going to say where, because there's a lot of violent criminals that continue rolling through our town, and the LPR net is evident of that. There's about 4 or 5 areas of the town right now that are completely open. And those residents deserve the same protection. Actually, there's one area of the west side of town that's completely open. There's the vast majority of the east. There's a huge chunk of the east that's completely open as well. I'm not going to say where exactly. If the motion were, hey, let's finish the LPR net, then with the extra impact fee dollars after that, we'll reimburse it. That's a different story. But to find money to reimburse it now while there's still a need and there's still residents who there are crimes that could be possibly stopped because of the LPR net, I think we'd be better served if the motion were, hey, let's reimburse the special taxing districts once the LPR net is done. Because what happens is the little bit of money we're getting right now in police impact fees and other revenues should go to close all those holes. And I think from what we saw last night, I think what we continue to see via emails is that there's more and more folks. Unfortunately, crime is on the uptick. We're seeing national trends, maybe not Miami Lakes per se, but throughout Dade County has been going up. And as long as there's gaps in the LPR net where our residents are not covered, I can't vote for this because of that, because those residents deserve the same amount of coverage that a lot of us enjoy today and are protected by it today.
So just to make sure we're clear here, I agree with you. I think that the LPR network should be expanded to as many places as possible. Those locations that you identified, obviously I understand not wanting to say it at a public meeting and kind of advertising vulnerable places, but I would love if through staff you can notify me of what those locations are. But I mean, I'm not trying to put, I'm really not trying to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like you're saying that the town should spend beyond its means, because you're saying that before we repay the things that should be repaid, that should properly be repaid, money that was taxed to people, frankly, not improperly, but in a way that it shouldn't have been done. No. Let's continue expanding our network, because it doesn't matter if we continue to hurt them. Let's instead help these other areas. Moreover, these other areas that you're mentioning, are they within an NSD or anything like that by any chance?
Council, let me be clear about something. That's your opinion, and you can, in terms of we're hurting people, using the words hurting people. The vast majority of residents in both of these, once it came online, once they saw the progress, vast majority of folks are happy with this. Nobody feels hurt by this.
No one's trying to take it away, though.
No, but what I'm saying is you're slowing down the progress from other areas. You're leaving other areas prone to these issues.
Has any item come before this council to continue to expand it?
100%.
And
100%.
Did it fail because we were paying the NSD, the NSDs back?
No, because we're waiting to get more impact fee dollars. Police impact fee dollars, which go into this net, every time a dollar comes into this net, immediately gets invested. We took care of 87th Ave. We've taken care of 77th. We've taken care of 67th Avenue.
And we'll
right
continue
now.
to
We've
do the
taken
same. As we continue to get impact fees, we'll continue to pay for new ones as they come online. But especially given, as has been explained by the staff before, the difference in the way that these cameras are funded, where when there are cameras, they're one-time payments as opposed to the NSD cameras, which are paid over time. So it's a lesser, it's a one-time fee based on the impact fees going forward, but we'll figure out what fund source on Thursday we'll use to repay these people for the money that they shouldn't have been taxed.
But you just hit something on the head, because it was a payment plan, because it was a special program for HOAs. Additionally, the same way you're using the word hurting folks, then I can say the same thing. You're hurting other folks in town, taking away their opportunity from having an LPR. We have impact fee dollars right now, which can get installed there. The only funds that could be found, if it's general revenue, it should be going to take care of those LPR. So if we're using the premise, hey, we're hurting folks from taxing them, then we're depriving people of a benefit as well, Vice Mayor.
Before I start my comments, I want to ask a question to staff through the mayor. The numbers that are in Councilmember Morera's memo in regards to the percentage of the NSD fees that are collected and how much of that is funding the LPRs, can we have somebody look at those? Can we get like independent fact checking of those numbers, because they don't seem accurate?
Which number are you talking to? Are you talking about? Is it the 32,500?
No, I think he's talking about the 19.6%.
The 19.6%, yeah.
And I can shed some light on that, because I was very specific in my parenthetical that is operating costs, excluding the staffing and administrative costs, because obviously the biggest expense in all these NSDs is the wage and labor of the security staff. I'm taking that out just because there's no point in considering it. But when you look at
that's the main thing. How can you take that out to consider?
Because again, this LPR system is not considered anywhere in that NSD's ordinance. Moreover, we're treating this as an additional expense, as a cost. We're treating, if you look at the budget, it is treated identical to paper clips. It is just another operating line item, as though it's actually software licenses is the way it is actually phrased. And I had to actually at one point ask, like, what is this? And then that's when they finally added the comment next to it, LPRs. For that reason, I looked at it, I'm like, wait a second, what do you mean that these people are paying for the NSDs? Go ahead.
Okay, so my question to staff is, can we, and I'm gonna have more remarks, and we're gonna be talking about this item for a while, so you have a few minutes. Can we get a dollar amount per parcel?
Yes, go
for
ahead and
the licensing costs of the LPRs.
Right.
Okay, so that's one. While we have that cake in the oven, let's continue talking on some of these other things. So the idea of moving the LPRs to the general fund is noble in principle, right? In practice, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. So first of all, what we're doing is we're going to move that expense, right, from the NSD budget. We're gonna reimburse it with general fund dollars, but then we're not gonna give the residents their money back. We're gonna hang on to it. We're gonna use it. We're gonna put it in reserves, right? We're gonna put it in the piggy bank for later, for some other purpose, so they're not getting their money back, right? And then we're going to fund this with general fund dollars at the expense, at the sacrifice of something else that our residents would benefit from. Essentially, we're taxing them twice. We're taxing them twice because now that dollar amount has to come from somewhere else. And these people are going to pay the same amount that they're paying for their NSD and are going to get something else cut to make up for the shortfall from the general fund, right? I don't see how that's fair. If you tell me we start in a paradigm where we built out this internal LPR network and all the other major communities within the town have LPRs, and you want to make sure that this NSD doesn't pay for that, yeah, I think that's a great idea. But right now, the only communities that have them are those two. The ones that are principally benefited from are those two. And the cost, while I wholeheartedly disagree with the 19.1 number, right? Because now we're as the expense as compared to paper clips is 19.1% of the budget, but as compared to what the NSD budget's principal purpose is not that. And if you're, they got the calculators out. Okay. I think we're going to find out that number is dollars a year per resident.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can comment on that. A percentage is a percentage regardless of how you look at it. And it might be inconvenient, the way that this is gonna play out may be inconvenient, but what's right is right, whether it's inconvenient or not. And I understand the premise of what you're saying, and it might cost you personally $2 a year, and it might make no sense to you to receive $2 in exchange for having to lose sidewalks at the park or lose a pothole on a street. And I understand that and agree with you wholeheartedly. What Councilmember Moreira is trying to do is to undo something that was done incorrectly. And right now, we are 5 years into the incorrect method. So it's not gonna be pretty to fix. It's messy, and it's not gonna be, if you look at it strictly from dollars and cents, it doesn't make financial sense in your brain, and I agree with you. But it's trying to correct something that should not have been done that way. I personally have been harping on this from day one. I voted no on these budgets, and I did not want to add to these neighborhood service districts, but I was outnumbered on this. Either way, I understand your point, and when staff comes back and says it's only $2 a year per parcel or $10 a year per parcel, and it doesn't make any sense mathematically, it's on principle. It is not right. It needs to stop, and it needs to be corrected. And there are many other areas in the town that don't have LPRs. My community doesn't have an LPR. I'm sure that there's many members in this audience that are sitting here that their communities don't have an LPR.
But now you're going to pay for Section 1's LPR, because if it comes out of the general fund.
Because this council should have never placed an LPR at Section 1, and it's already been done.
Okay, so
we have to undo it somehow.
Okay.
And we're gonna pay at a lower cost, because like the mayor said, there's a special program that it doesn't cost us $100,000, it costs us a membership fee, a licensing fee yearly. So either way, the town is benefiting from a lower cost, which was initially supposed to be the premise of this sales pitch. There is a special program for HOAs, so instead of an LPR costing us $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, it's gonna cost $7,000 a year, because it's in an HOA.
Okay,
so either
Vice
way,
Mayor,
we're benefiting.
Hold on before we take that, because I'm getting old, and it's gonna be evidence. I'm almost 40, and it's starting to hit. It's starting to hit. So exactly. So I do, and Councilwoman, I completely understand. I too was at that NSD board meeting, and I too remember all of the conversations that we had at the time of adoption, and you have been absolutely 100% consistent throughout the process that you didn't want them then. You didn't want them to be placed on the budget then. You don't want them placed on the budget now. Councilman Collazo, similarly, you expressed. Correct. Correct. But you were consistent in that you did not want it then.
Without them voting. I wanted the community to vote. The only thing that I did not agree with LPRs was that the people who voted to tax themselves did not have an opportunity to vote on the LPRs. I wanted them to have a vote. And that's the only thing that I wanted. I voted for the LPRs, here along with you, because I believe in them. But my objection was that they didn't have an opportunity to have a say on how they were being taxed. And that was my objection. So I'm in agreement with what he's trying to do. He's trying to correct that wrong and put that tax back on us.
Okay, hold on. I think I have a solution. If the wrong was that the residents didn't have the opportunity to vote on it, let's give them the opportunity to vote on it. No.
That was our position back then.
But that's the wrong. Let's not, to Councilman Dieguez's point, let's not start playing financial shell games and start moving money from the general fund into the NSD to make up for in principle, I don't like that. I remember being here before the county transferred the NSDs to us, and I remember hearing a whole entire presentation about not commingling funds and not putting money in from the general fund and not being very cautious about how NSD money comes out of the NSD. But so we need to be, number one, from a compliance perspective, we need to be very, very careful. But if you believe, if all of you believe that the original sin, if you will, was that that they didn't have an opportunity.
But we were outvoted back then.
You were?
The problem is you might be outvoted today, and you're having an issue with that. So what we're trying to do is fix what was initially done wrong, or what I believe was initially done wrong.
Right, by fixing something that doesn't fix the issue, right? You're trying to do something else. You're trying to do something else to
it fixes the
deflect
issue
from the issue.
No.
If the issue is that you wholeheartedly believe that the community should have the LPRs, if they so choose to have the LPRs, then let's correct that problem. But to start moving money around in attempts of appeasing
But in the interim,
somebody,
in the interim, do you perpetuate what I believe was done wrong?
in the interim, you're going to tax them the same amount for the next 14 months.
And
So
what we're gonna do
you have
ultimately
14
is
months to fix the problem.
attempt to fix it now, not wait 14 months.
But you're not fixing it.
You're the reason government takes long. Let's fix it now. We have the opportunity to correct it, and
Through the chair.
That's my position.
Through the chair.
That's fine.
The chair's not there.
Can we just?
Councilman?
I was going to make a comment earlier.
I just want to say real quick, can we refrain again from making accusations on our motives, please? I'm just asking for decorum's sake, for the public's sake. Again, right, wrong, at the time, the majority of the council voted, they felt that was correct. The other, at this time, it's the other way around. Right or wrong, that was back then, this is now. But our motives, again, we're making it personal, and this is not about that. This is about serving the residents right now. So let's refrain from, just our motives, why we do things. We do it because we were voted to do it, and that's the only reason we're up here. So I would ask my colleagues, please, enough with the right, wrong, and why you're doing it and why you're not doing it. We made decisions based on what we felt was right at the time. Whether I agree with you or not, Councilman, I'm not ever going to question your motives or why you did it. That's just not the way I think we should be doing it up here. And again, this is getting a little too far, and decorum is being lost up here, and we are examples. So let's try to say our piece, but with respect and decorum. Thank you again.
For the record, I agree with Councilman Garcia on this one, but I just wanted to say, because I saw Melissa come up to the town manager, so it looks like the numbers have come in. Mr. Manager, before you say the number, I do want to say one thing. If it is dollars, as you said, to the NSD parcel owners, then we're talking about fractions of a penny to the general population of the town. So if that's the analysis we're going to take, I think it makes complete sense. But I defer to hear what it is from the town manager.
Okay. They've got the analysis for Miami Lake Section 1, because that's the number that was thrown out, the 19.6%. So the LPRs for Miami Lake Section 1, the total cost for this upcoming budget is going to be $6,500. So if you divide it by the 841 units, it's $7.72 per unit in Miami Lake Section 1. If you look at it as a percentage of their total budget is 304,419, so it comes out to 2.13%. If you take out the contingency, it drops a little bit, or it goes up a little bit to 2.28, but it's in that between 2 and 2, just over 0.25%.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And that speaks to the point that I was going to make, and I stand by it.
Total budget. Total budget for
is
the-
2 point,
yeah.
2 point something percent. So,
Total
Councilwoman,
budget.
that's the real percent, right? Not. No, he excluded the cost of the guard, which is literally the biggest item in the budget. So when he excluded the cost of the guard.
I can speak for myself if you guys don't mind.
Right, excluding the guard.
So if you don't mind, I can actually tell you exactly the math that I did.
Hold on.
No, because I think I'm better at telling you why my math says what it says than you are.
Tell me in a second. Hold on.
No, I'll say it now, unless the chair says otherwise. The math is simple. It is everything.
Councilman, let him finish his thought, and I'll jump right to you because he
Okay,
has the floor.
we just keep skipping.
Okay. So the point that I was going to make, $7.25 per resident.
I think 772.
772.
Hold
Okay.
on, let me double check.
And I stand by the decision that I made then. I stand by my position now. $7? $7.77?
772 a year.
$7.72 a year to make our community safer. $7.72 that are the difference between somebody that was prowling our neighborhood a few days ago, being on the streets, or being in custody. That's not that's not a conversation for me to even consider. And if anybody else up here, if that gives you even the remotest amount of pause, I don't understand what we're doing up here. So my only political motivation up here is to do the job that I was elected to do, and the biggest responsibility is making sure that the public is safe. And if $7.72 made that community safer, that's a decision that I was going to make. If I had the option to do it at $7.72 for every other community in the town, I would. Unfortunately, that program isn't available to those other communities. If that were an option, I would have pushed for it, and it would have been done. Unfortunately, it's far more cost prohibitive in some of those other communities, and that's why it hasn't been done as fast as I would have liked. But I want to make sure that everybody understands my motivations for this. And if any resident of Section 1 feels that they are being unduly burdened by this $7.72, please let me know. We will find some way to help you. But I think we see it. We see it all the time. It's tangible. It's not an idea. It produced results today. Council.
I move to call a question.
Madam, he moved it. That takes precedent, Councilman Morera, correct?
Can you rescind your?
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I just want, on the Vice Mayor's comments, $7.72 matter when they're coming out of the wrong pocket. $7.72 matter if you're stealing something from a store. It matters. This money is coming out of the wrong coffers. That's why it matters. It's not the $7. If any resident needs $7, I would gladly donate $7. It matters because it's coming out of the wrong place. So I don't think that it's fair for you to say that you're doing it because it only costs $7. It's coming from the wrong place. And we're not arguing the $7. And none of the residents in this room are saying that they are poor because we're taxing them $7. We're just arguing the place that it's coming from. Now those $7 are gonna come from the general fund, which is the proper place, or from police impact fees. That is the proper place for those $7 to be paid. And like Councilmember Morera said, now it might be 2 cents, because now it's 33,000 residents and not 843 homes. So I don't want the community to feel that we are arguing over $7 or that the community is safer at the, economic cost of $7. That's not what we're discussing, and I don't think that it's fair because it makes the rest of us seem like we're being unreasonable. And that is not the point that we're arguing. It is where the money is being paid from.
Right. What's clear to me is that the $7.72 was the cost of having LPRs and not finding yourselves in a waiting list for maybe potentially getting LPRs in the future. That community has LPRs. That community has LPRs in part because of me standing here and pushing for it, right?
But that community should have voted for it. And I would have voted with you if that community would have voted and told me, I want LPRs.
So let them vote now. Let them vote now.
Let them vote now and they'll start paying now. But the past 5 years that they didn't vote for, they need to be reimbursed for because they didn't approve that.
Is that a motion?
I'm sorry. Defer to Councilman Morera, who just got back and had a motion on the table.
Well,
Yeah, no.
I just have one quick question through the mayor to the manager, which is,
I have a question for the manager.
will there be any disruption in service with respect to these LPRs? These LPRs, if approving Councilmember Morera's item right now, as far as how it gets funded and everything else, will it have any impact on the operation of the LPRs?
Number one is, and I'm verifying with staff, and I'm not sure if I can give you that answer tonight. The reason why the NSD qualified to get that financing model was because they were considered an association similar to, not the same, but similar to an HOA. We, the town, if we wanted to put this LPR on 82nd Avenue and 154th, we would not have been able to qualify for that funding model. In addition, the LPRs that were part of that program were of a different quality than the ones that we buy for the gateways, let's call it, the entrances to the town. So whether we can take this LPR and move it somewhere else, I don't know if we can do that because of the financing model that we use to acquire it. Now, no, okay.
My question was similar. Can we do this? Right? Because the company might think we're doing a bait and switch. Right? You came up to us, you misrepresented your intention, and now you're a municipal government kind of taking this over. So my question is, can we legally do this? Or are we in some type of breach?
Some of them may be eligible because I believe that the ones in Royal Oaks, which were the first ones to be installed, they are near the end of their payout. So once we complete the financing model and once we've paid them off, we may have more latitude to move them and redeploy them if that's what we choose to, right? If it's the best law enforcement strategy.
Right.
But the ones that are still being paid, I don't believe that we'll be able to do that unless we just pay them off.
And my second.
Are we looking to move them? I
Wait,
want to clarify that.
No.
Because we have
That
not
needs to get
mentioned moving
struck
them.
from the record. Nobody talked about moving.
Right,
them.
Okay,
no.
Yeah,
I'm a little
so
confused.
I'm sorry, then I missed.
My question was, because this was a program that was unique to neighborhood associations, and we have, I don't think that we're a neighborhood association, we're a municipal town government, right?
Correct.
And we used neighborhood service district and identified those as neighborhood associations because these were co-located in neighborhood associations, right? Could we now start reimbursing, right, this cost if it's going to be coming out of the general? I just want to find out if we're in some type of breach if we do that.
I believe the only way that we would be able to do it would be what you described, right? A reimbursement to, and I think that's what Councilmember Morera was alluding to, was a reimbursement to the NSD. The NSD would still need to be the vehicle, their budgets, they would have to pay them through there. So it would have to be what else we do with the NSD budgets, the company, I'm sure, is not worried about. We should be able to, we would have to probably reimburse the NSD instead of just paying it directly on behalf of the NSD.
So let me re-ask my question then. Will there be a service interruption then by approving his item? Will the cameras continue to run?
Yes.
Okay. So is the answer then that there will not be a service disruption, or?
There should not be, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Look, and if this is gonna pass, I think we should, the reimbursement should go directly to the residents via check. So I just wanna make a motion that once the, special taxing district gets reimbursed, that it goes, to a check to every resident, at Section 1 and in Royal Oaks.
Can I speak?
Councilmember 9.
That is something that we would have to look into to see if we could do, if you could sit there and pick a select group of residents. Policy-wise, I'm not getting into this, whether it's a good idea or not, that's what you do. I just have concerns about whether you can take one select group of residents and give them some sort of a tax rebate or something like that.
But
I'll look into it.
I don't think the proposal that Councilman Morera made was to send it directly to the NSD, back to the NSD, which is a select group of residents. My motion is to then send that money, which is, if the argument is that it's owed to all the residents there, then they should get a check in the mail from the town, from the reimbursement that will go to that NSD from the general revenue.
I don't know that you can do either one.
We've done it, yeah, you're right, we've done it with seniors, we've done it with our disabled community here in the town, we've done it.
Okay.
And it is, it's an enterprise fund, which the NSD is, and we're giving that money to that fund, so we should give it back in a check to all the residents there.
All right.
But
So that was my motion to
Mayor,
give it back.
Can I just clarify what?
Well, real quick,
Okay.
I made a and I'll go right back to you. I just made a motion, and there's no second on that motion. All right, seeing no second.
No, I'll second that motion.
Oh, there's a motion and a second. Discussion on sending the reimbursement, once it goes to the NSD, directly to the residents via check.
Well, I'd like to hear from the manager, like you said you would first.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Now my old timer's disease has sunk in. I forgot what I was gonna say to you. It'll come back to me.
A discussion on this, because if we're reimbursing the NSD, I thought, and it's obviously gonna pass, then just send it directly to the resident.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I remember. You see, I'm not that old yet. I just want to clarify from Councilmember Morera. What you have proposed is what we have approved preliminarily, and we've transmitted to the property appraiser, and now we are plugging into this upcoming 24-25 fiscal year budget. For that money would be taken out and reimbursed to the residents, right? Are you proposing not retroactively back since the inception of LPRs?
Correct.
Okay.
I am not suggesting retroactive. I am suggesting for the 24-25 budget to reimburse, for the town to simply cover that line item. How and where the NSD gets money is none of that LPR company's business. That's my 2 cents. We have legal counsel and all that stuff for that purpose. I'm not the town's counsel, but I will say this is a simple, I think Councilwoman Ruano said it perfectly earlier. This is a simple matter of righting a wrong. Is it the prettiest way? No. In terms of returning directly to, which is the motion that's on the table from the mayor, returning it directly to the homeowners, I just don't see how that either, number one, I do know from when I met with all the department heads right after getting elected, a lot of those checks to the seniors for the senior exemption never got cashed.
Yes.
Because they were sent out in the mail and either lost in the mail or just the seniors that received it just didn't know what to do with them. So we're gonna have the same situation here. And then number two, again, the contingency reserve for these NSDs, which that's their lifeblood because they have truly one purpose, and it's to maintain a guardhouse. Those contingencies are there for when there's damage, when there's something that needs to get replaced in those guardhouses, yet those contingencies are not being properly funded due to the efforts to keep their assessment rates low, and as a result, we're eating up these contingency reserves or improperly funding them. This is stopgap measure for now, for 24-25, to refund these contingency reserves. Going forward, when we consider the budget for 25-26, I'm not going to make promises because I went to law school, so I wouldn't have to do math. But I'm pretty sure you're going to see a reduction in your assessment rate for the next year, for 25-26, because your contingency reserve is going to have been properly funded, and you're going to have the town reimbursing the NSD expense. Again, no promises because I'm bad at math, as the vice mayor pointed out.
Got it. So the motion currently on the table is when the reimbursement comes to the NSD, that we send out the reimbursement checks directly to each unit owner.
I have a question with regards to the process, and in theory, I agree with everything that you've advocated for, Mayor. This should be something that should go back to the pocket of the mayor. I mean, of the town residents, and that wasn't intentional. But if it cost us 10% of that to go put it back in staff time, in mailing cost, how much are we actually eroding of that small payment? So I like what I'm trying to get to is, Melissa, how much time, to give everybody a $7 refund, and it costs us $2 to mail that check back.
And the point that Councilmember Morera made is important, because we did have a significant number of outstanding checks for the couple years that we did the senior rebates. And so for $7, it probably makes more sense to put it, but I don't want to be a policymaker.
Hold on a second.
No, but when we pass out, we've done it before. We pass out the transponders. We can go give it to them. We could do something very similar to that. There's different processes that the HOA that John has rolled out when it comes to that in the past. So we can give each one of them a check similar how when they come in and get their transponder.
Yeah, that would require them to come in and then.
Yeah, my thing is just that we're not to give back $7, we're spending $2 or $3, right, on every rebate, and it just doesn't make sense for a cost that little. My other question was, and I don't know if this can be prepared by budget time. I think the mayor makes up a great point, and I know he's had new business items in support of this in the past. How much would it take, right, to complete the LPR net? And how much would we have to advance of those police impact fees, right? And maybe floating the money to do that ahead of time prior to receiving those police impact fees, and then going through a similar process where we refund the residents, right? So close the loop sooner rather than later, using the anticipated receipts of police impact fees. And I believe, Mayor, I'm not going to speak for you, and I don't want to lose decorum either, but I believe you had a new business item saying that all future impact fees should be going to this process. If we're using this methodology to kind of correct the wrong, let's all be for public safety and move in that direction as well, right? And then assume those receivables at a later time. So it was just food for thought for the next budget meeting, and I know Melissa has all of 2 days, and she already looks like she's tired of hearing about this. So it's just something that I'd like for us to contemplate, and if you could have that information available, I think it'd be interesting and timely considering some of the dialogue that we've had on the council. But I'm kind of reluctant to spend $2 or $3, right, to give back a $7 check.
Can we maybe hear from our budget department and see what that would look like, issuing checks like that?
So first, my understanding is that we are not going to pay back. There's nothing going to happen retroactively. That's what I understood sitting in the audience. Now, if we're not doing anything retroactively, we haven't approved the 24-25 budget. So we cannot reimburse something we have not collected or that we have not paid.
It would be months before we had collected the cash and be able to reimburse.
There is still time to reduce that assessment rate?
So in order to reduce the assessment rate, you need 2 readings. This would be one, and then the budget hearing could be a second reading, only to reduce the assessment rate.
No, this is not one, because it would need an ordinance.
So it would be, yes. So it would be then the first budget hearing and then, I guess, the second budget hearing. If you wouldn't even have the opportunity. You'd have to do a special call.
We would have to have a special call.
You have deadlines, right, to
report?
report?
September 15th is my deadline.
September 15th is your deadline.
To submit to the county, yes.
And the 2 readings have to be a certain, like 10 days apart from each other.
But
that I do not know.
So if it was retroactive, it'd be about $32,000. So that check will obviously be closer to
go back
$35
to go back
that
to
we
the
can
check.
send back to
And
those
Mayor,
residents.
just
So I'd be okay with the entire $32,000 and making those checks $35. So just for the record.
$35?
So if you do the math, if it's times 5, right? We've had the program 5 years, 6,500 times 5, and if right now it's based on 1 year,
Miami
it's
Lake
$7.
Section 1, this is their first year. Royal Oak for the LPRs.
Section 1's the first year for the full first year,
Yes, sir.
but Royal Oaks is?
Royal Oaks, I believe, is 4 years.
Okay, then Royal Oaks, we can do it a larger reimbursement.
The 32.5 is for all of the, the Royal Oaks and the Section 1s, for all three of those.
So for
before-
Royal
before-
Oaks, it's 13,000.
Right. So before Melissa loses sleep over this, can we vote on it just to see if it's gonna pass or not? and
Yeah,
maybe-
Madam Clerk, please
But-
call the roll.
If I may speak before you vote. You're talking about giving a reimbursement, but the budget hasn't been approved, and you're not talking about reimbursing for retroactively. So if you're not going to reimburse retroactively, you have nothing to reimburse right now. What you would be doing is simply removing the 6,500 from that line item and putting it into contingency reserve. And then now in our budget hearing, you can then decide from what general fund dollars you're going to use to pay for the 6,500 and for Royal Oaks as well.
Hence why you need direction one way or the other. So if we're gonna go in a reimbursement route, even if it's for Royal Oaks for a longer period of time, if it's the will of the council, it's the will of the council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Just to clarify, we're voting on your motion right now, right?
So the motion from Mayor Sid, which was seconded by Councilmember Garcia, motion for the residents from Miami Lake Section 1, Royal Oaks Section 1, and Royal Oaks East to receive the reimbursement checks. Councilmember Morera.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Got it. We're on the next motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this one as well.
So, and this is the motion for, oh, wait. Sorry. So the motion, I think the motion from Councilmember Morera?
Correct.
Well, I think technically you have to do it again, because like 20 minutes ago, I think you rescinded that motion so that Councilwoman Ruano could speak.
That was a motion,
Yeah.
that he was calling
have
the
it.
question. He was calling the question.
that
But
was-
his main motion is still on the table.
I
What
withdrew
is
my
his main
motion to call the question.
So the motion that I have from Councilmember Morera, seconded by Councilwoman Ruano, is the motion to amend the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the Miami Lakes Section 1, Royal Oaks Section 1, and Royal Oaks East NSDs to reimburse the NSDs for its expenses relating to the LPRs. That was the motion made like 20 minutes ago. Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That concludes my item.
Thank you.
Sorry it was so quick.
Do these come back? Correct? All these items come back at some point?
Yeah, between now and Thursday, we'll have devised a plan to where the 32,500 will be funded from and present that to you as part of our budget presentation on Thursday.
And we could, even at that point, can we still change our mind about sending the checks to people, reimbursing people, if we wanted to at that point? I'm just asking you that question. That's a question.
I'm not the parliamentarian, but I assume, but I'm not 100% sure that it's able to be done to just a finite amount of residents, but.
No, if it's able to be done, I already know the answer to that. I'm saying you're bringing it back, but, all right, that's fine. We're moving on to the next item, which is quasi-judicial.
Which item is this?
It's a public hearing, item 11A.
Okay.
Oh, give me 1 second. Rudy Uredo is here. He couldn't make it earlier. He had asked if he could say a few words during public comments. I know we afforded Susana Herrera the same
I'll reopen, motion to reopen public comments.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing the motion passes.
I don't know that I can say good evening to any one of you standing out there, especially the council, which I have the utmost respect for every single one of you that I know personally. Every single one of you has my number. And for me to just hear the 4 individuals in this council voted to remove completely all the special taxing district without any prior information, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first meeting that you officially have to even talk about special taxing district on the lakeside. Not nothing that has with Royal Oaks or anything that has with whatever the cameras are called.
Rudy,
or the
real quick, we didn't remove the special taxing districts. We still have the special taxing districts. I don't know who may have told you that. We've also included 4 opportunities for you and everybody in your lake to come and give us opportunity to weigh in for not just you, for everybody. So we have not removed them. We've actually enhanced the opportunities for you to give us feedback.
The committees got removed.
The neighborhood service district boards,
okay,
boards themselves have been created now in the form of a workshop. So the entire community is invited. It's not just one board. It's you and all of Lake Patricia. It's you, all of Lake Martha. It's everybody. We're not just taking direction from 6 or 7 people. And we're doing that on a quarterly basis on a workshop.
But that's always been the case.
No, yeah. And now what we're trying to do is promote even more communication.
But you're promoting communication to remove committees?
You know what? Go ahead. I just wanted to make sure you had all the information.
Thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah, no,
and
because
definitely
it sounded a little different than what you were coming with.
It definitely changes the tone
I know,
of
I
my
know,
talk. Thank
I
you
know.
for clearing
You're
that
welcome.
up.
You're welcome.
Because, you know, it was over 2 years, okay, of walking. And I guarantee you, Josh, Brian, Lewis, and Marilyn, all 4 of you live on lakes, correct? I think Marilyn, no, you don't live on lakes, right? And all 3 of your lakes are very well maintained, last I checked. So I was a little taken back that for 1 second, a 2-year process, okay, of getting doors shut on our, you know, on our face. I understand now, but I still, you know, I'm here. I just want to make sure, you know. Oh, no. You know, and let me tell you, I was sitting there and I was really marking my words because all of you know that I have no problem expressing myself. But of course, with respect as small. No, I'm good. But I just wanted to make sure that with Lake Patricia and Lake Hilda, there was no issue. We've never had an issue since special district went in place. The lakes are in great conditions. As a matter of fact, right now the town is doing something that I recommended, which being proactive and sent letters out there, let them know what we're doing. And my 3 minutes are over.
Motion to extend.
Thank you. And both committees have been working with no issues. So I just want to make sure that we're on that page, and I see what you're trying to do, and that's fine, because we don't have any issue with Lake Hilda and Lake Patricia, but I just wanted to make sure that the special taxing district were not dissolved or in the terms. That's all. Thank you much. Thank you very much. Go ahead for your services.
No, bro. I was just going to say that I'm having flashbacks to our days on neighborhood improvement. So just always remember to reach out ahead of time, and confirm the information. But yeah, just, you know, obviously, I know that you're never going to hold back.
No, and listen, I don't wait the moment to see you guys up here.
The issue that Rudy had is that it wasn't noticed that there was going to be a discussion about his lake. That's
nobody knew about this. Nobody, as a matter of fact, on the way here, I'm speaking to the chair of that committee, and they were not informed. So you guys are making decisions on removing these committees without the committees them knowing. So now you're going to let them know after the fact that, hey, by the way, we're doing something different, but we didn't tell you what we were going to do.
And that point was made during discussion as well.
Yeah.
Somebody here from this dais, I believe the mayor may have raised it, or the vice mayor may have raised it, and said, hey, listen, this is an issue moving forward.
Well, the vice mayor raised it as, why don't we let them know? But what I pointed out was, if we're going to have, if this is a matter of principle, right? If this is an issue that we just feel that the NSD boards are, in many ways, actually add another layer of government, creating a middleman as opposed to, the residents coming directly to us, or for you guys, right? Instead of putting you guys being under sunshine law, now you guys can communicate freely with one another and just communicate those concerns as a group to us, right? So, if the principle of the matter was going to be the same now and then, what was the difference, right? It would just, sure, I understand where maybe a heads up would have been nice, but would it have changed the outcome? That was the question I asked everybody. The majority agreed that it wasn't going to really change much of anything. So, it would have been just, giving you notice to come here and then tell us what exactly.
And my question is, if the special taxing districts for the lakes have no issues, have no problem, why touch them? You haven't had one complaint for the past, I don't know how many years. It's a functional system. And I understand you want to get to everybody in the same. But, the whole thing where if it's not broken, why fix it? Why change it?
Right.
Those were the ones that were excluded, but out of fairness, to say, well, look, we're going to get rid of 3 boards. Out of fairness, the argument was made, well, let's get rid of all of them. But what we did do to counter that was that we're giving you 4 opportunities, right? 4 opportunities to come back in public workshop, public forums, much how you've provided input in the past. I don't think that we're trying to get less input. As a matter of fact, what we need to do is get more input from some of the other ones. But it's not to get less information, it's actually to solicit more information. And I think everybody acknowledged the work that you've been doing, especially in those two particular boards, which I believe you initially said, we have no issues with these. Out of all of the boards, these are not the ones that we have an issue communicating with. It was really to correct the other ones that we have an issue communicating with.
I'm sorry, did you want to say something, Rado? I know you.
I did. I was going to say what the vice mayor was expressing to you, that it was for the sake of maintaining consistency throughout all of the NSDs. It was explicitly set up on this day as tonight that neither Loch Lomond nor any of the 2 lake NSDs had any issues or had presented any issues, but for the sake of consistency for town staff, we wanted it to be equal across the board.
So I can better understand. So now that responsibility that these committees were doing a great job, who does that responsibility lands on?
It was always town staff responsibility, and it will continue to be town staff responsibility, except that now the committee members, as well as any other resident, can come to those 4 workshops and give their input to town staff.
It was not the town staff. It was the committees. The committees would be the ones voting on the budget. The committees would be the one voting on the service. It was never town staff.
Right, so that will not change, except now you'll do it through a workshop because the vote happens on the dais. So the vote for the budget actually happens through the council. We are the ones that vote on the budget for every NSD.
So now you're not going to make people responsible to show up, hard enough to show up to one of these meetings, but now you told them you have no responsibility. You're going to put out them, correct me so I can better
But your
understand.
committee members will continue to show up. I don't see why they wouldn't come to a
Rado,
workshop.
if they don't, if their name is not in a committee, if they don't have a responsibility that they know they have to show up, it's hard enough to get them here when their name is on a roster of a committee. Now you're telling them that you don't have to show up. You show up if you want to, because it's just a workshop. So they're going to be like, you know what? At the end of the day, you guys are doing the job anyways, so why am I going to show up? And now really it's going to land on staff to make a final decision. As to right now, the majority of the people show up to their respective committees, they sit down, they make decisions, and then of course it gets back to you and you got to approve. Now it's just a workshop. How many people show up to your workshops every time compared to compared to the entire, all the taxpayers? How many?
Right, I disagree with you, but like you said, we know each other off these days. Just for the sake of the meeting to be able to continue, if we can have this conversation on the phone or outside, so that, because
sure
there was an item that was going to move forward and the gentleman is in the room, so I don't want to delay him.
We sure can. Thank you so much for the, Councilman Collazo. Thank you so much. I appreciate the extended time. And again, thank you for everything that you guys do. Have a great night.
Thank you, Rudy. We're moving on to item 11A, our quasi-judicial public hearing. Mr. Attorney.
All right, so what I'm about to read are instructions for items 11A and 11D. Yes. The Miami Lakes Auto Mall.
It's for 11A, and then for 13.
I'm sorry, 13D.
13D.
I meant 13D.
The Miami Lakes
Yes.
Auto Mall.
All right. Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. The first hearing that we will address is hearing number Zone 2024-0162. The applicant, Peter Filipou Panayi and Sufiani Naji. Folio number 32-202300100473 and 32-202300100474. Location, Northwest 74th Avenue and Northwest 144th Street. Present zoning district, RU1. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone a .9 plus or minus acre property divided into two tracts with folio numbers 32-202300100473 and 32-202300100474, located southeast of the intersection of Northwest 74th Avenue and proposed Northwest 144th Street from the GU General Use District to the RU1 Single Family Residential District, providing findings, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for direction of the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
This is a public hearing, and if the applicant and staff, everybody is going to speak on this, if you could stand up and get sworn in by our town clerk. Anybody is going to speak on this item, please stand up and raise your hand and get sworn in.
Help desk, I also need Mr. Peter Panayi, the applicant who I see in the screen, to be sworn in. No, I'm only swearing in for the item 11A, which was read into the record a few minutes ago by Mr. Attorney Gastesi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear? Okay. I think I see Mr. Panayi, please, and I think I see as well Mr. Peter Filippo, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last names. Just raise your right hand. Do you, anyone who's going to speak? No, it's okay. I'm not going to mention everyone's names, but I do need everyone to be sworn in. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Thank you.
Got it. Before we move on, are there any ex parte communications that were had? Councilman Collado.
Hi, Mayor. I have not had any ex parte communications with the client for the past, for the applicant for the past 7 days, or past 10 days, or any days actually, to that matter.
That's fine. Vice Mayor.
I too have had no contact or communication with the applicant.
Same here.
I have no contact with the applicants.
All right.
And I did receive I did receive the ex parte communications from Council Member Morera and from Councilwoman Ruano. No communications. I state that for the record.
We'll pass it on to staff, then the applicant, then if any members from the public wishing to speak, then we'll close that portion of it and we'll go to the council. Staff.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. This is a very similar item that you heard a few weeks ago in our last council hearing. As you remember, it was the gentlemen that are on the Zoom were trying to build their house in this area, and there were some questions as to whether the zoning had gone through. We're bringing the item again. in a very different format than what you saw before. Previously, we were trying to amend a prior ordinance of the council. Now we're just going from a clean slate and just rezoning the two properties from scratch. As you can see, the conditions in front of you, we're recommending in favor of approving. And in order to bring about the improvements of the streets that are required in order for this area to be developed, the applicants, we have met with the applicants, Mr. Cobiella and I have met with the applicants, both properties, and they have both agreed to enter into some sort of agreement with the town for a bond or some other solution that will be, and I'm gonna let Mr. Cobiella explain that part a little better so I don't mess it up, but so that we can bring about the improvements that the area needs to everybody's content.
What we've done is essentially we've taken a look at what the cost and the impact would have been for the entire area. We already have a cost estimate more or less of about $774,000 that it would be for the entire area to be able to build out the roads and the lighting, not including all drainage. What we're going to look at, and again, we're not there yet, we're still working on it, and we'd have something a little bit more definitive by second reading, is what that cost would be for these two applicants to build out their portion of the road. Now, instead of having them build out the portion of the road or put those funds in, essentially what they would do is get some type of a bond or letter of credit that would basically, once the entire area is built out and we have a plan to build out the entire area, they would be released from that bond. Or if not, then they would pay into their portion that is being corrected. This is part of a larger plan to be able to correct what is an area that is right now zone miscellaneous, let's call it that. It's really GU, but that's really what it is. It doesn't have a character. It's not industrial, it's not commercial, it's not agriculture, it's not residential. It's just area that was never platted. It was roads were never dedicated. It's just areas that even to some extent don't have sewer systems, paved roads, lighting, many of the signage, many of the things that our other zones, areas in the town have. So this is starting in the right direction. Both applicants and the current owner of the other parcel have been very cooperative and are very willing to work with the town in seeing this through.
Councilwoman Ruano and Councilman Morera, did you guys have any ex parte communications?
No, and I did submit it to Gina.
Yeah, I submitted to Gina.
Got it. Questions of staff, council, at this moment? Questions of staff, and then we'll go to the applicant. Any questions of staff?
Just the time. How much time have you guys calculated that the whole build out would? How much time did you factor into that area with regards to the roads, or have you discussed time, or have we left that open ended?
Are we talking about actually building out the entire neighborhood?
Yeah, you came up with a cost estimate of $774,000 in today's dollars, right? That might shift significantly over time, right? Are they on the clock, or is that kind of left open?
It was a standard OPC and opinion of cost as the building department usually, as the public works department usually makes them. They do include, I believe, and I'm gonna let.
That's
Omar
not
answer
including
that.
drainage or sewer.
It's missing a couple of things. It's still missing in streetlights. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It includes the streetlight. Okay, and trees. It doesn't include the trees.
So my only concern.
But when we do get that number, the number is a projection of what is anticipated. That no, it's not necessarily today's numbers. They're projections that was anticipated. And there's a little bit of a buffer built in for inflation that would be under a natural kind of inflation situation. Obviously, there's occasions where those things go out of whack, such as has happened recently with COVID, but generally there is a buffer in there.
I just wanted to make sure that it was something that was throughout your process, that it was something that you'd be sensitive to, because I don't think that we're asking the applicant that you got to do this within a time certain amount.
And just so you know, that 700,000 is for the entire area, not just for this particular street. It is for the entire neighborhood.
But as time goes on, that number may shift.
Correct.
Understood.
So real quick, and I'll go to Brian, Councilman Morera right now. Touch upon the sewer aspect of it.
Well, it doesn't include the sewer, but staff has been working, and the manager's been very diligent in looking at dollars that are available through the state for septic to sewer, and we may be able
There's
to.
still a cost to the private homeowners, even when you do septic to sewer.
Right, except for the project, if funded, and we're moving through the process with the Department of Environmental Protection to get the sewer, the septic to sewer line extended from Lakes Radiology all the way down the avenue and then the two roads. And obviously, if that project gets approved, then that will come with the restoration after the drain lines or the sewer lines are installed. So part of this 700 won't have to be used because we'll have it through the grant with the paving of the roads and so forth.
Yeah.
So why was it, so if right now a lot of these developments will move forward, it would have a septic tank, correct? Correct. So
Yes.
why was it that for a long time, and I don't know if it was because of our flood map issue, why we weren't accepting applications with septic tanks? For years, decades. I mean, really, the town. I mean, since the town started.
There's nothing in our code that prohibits specifically
Well, I think
septic tanks.
the question always came up because of our flood, the flood map. So on our side, because of our rating, or our rating and what we were committing to do on that side.
Correct.
But is that why we never were permitting? So, but tonight we are, and it's not in conflict.
That's not the issue. The issue is that it's impossible right now, based on the way that system is, that area is built out, to impose that. They're going to have to,
No,
there's no access to sewers.
I understand, but it's been our position for a long time. What changed?
Our position has not necessarily changed. This applicant has been told, and we've given them back, and they can testify to that we have given them severe pushback and to the idea of putting in, and we've been looking for solutions for them. Obviously, at some point, if we don't have anything on the books that says that we can't prevent them from putting in a septic tank, and also the county is Durham, who apparently in the past was more willing to back, our stance of no new septic tanks. If they're willing to approve them, then there's, our position becomes very weak.
I just want to make sure it's not going to affect our rating on, because that was always part of the concern, that it would affect the rating. Correct. That then would affect people's flood insurance rates.
It shouldn't, because that whole area, again, is.
That's the only area left in town that has septic.
Right. Guys, I understand. I've been here for 12 years. Part of what I'm saying is that there was a purpose why nobody has built there for forever.
Since the 80s.
Exactly.
Correct. You're correct about that, and there has been an effort to continue to tamp down any new septic tanks anywhere in town. That you are completely correct about that. However, there is apparently new requirements by the county that are a little more strict about how septic tanks are implemented, and they are making them go through a different approval process than they used to. So the county has changed, Durham and the county has changed their requirements a little bit since the last time I saw it, which was like about 5 years ago, and it seems like they're now having new septic tank systems that are less propense to have issues with floodplain management. So it seems like is that the county has changed their stance a little bit too, and which is why we're kind of finding ourselves in this situation now.
I just want to make sure it's not in conflict with that then it will impact globally the town.
In any case, we are definitely not approving any septic tanks today. Today, the only thing we're discussing is the rezoning of these two properties, and sort of trying to bring them into a place where we can eventually discuss the septic tank.
Got it. No, look, and I know a lot of people, and look, the federal government's put us on notice since the 70s in terms of septic tanks, right? But the county's still permitting them. So who are we, right, to tell people no, especially that we're so far out from the ocean that really aren't the ones that are having the impact on the bay and the aquifer that are closer out to the ocean. So but I was concerned about that aspect, about the flood, because that rating was important to a lot of our residents in terms of what they pay, so. But yeah, any other questions of staff, Councilman Morera?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Number one, I share the mayor's concerns, but number two, the part of this that I'm not comfortable with is I feel like we're kicking the can down the dirt road, literally. I don't feel like there's any sort of plan in place to actually get this road built. Yes, we're imposing this condition on this one property, but they're only gonna be responsible for their front end, and I know we're not gonna make them build one lane, however many feet long, by itself and not build out the rest. So what is the plan that's actually gonna be put in place to build this road out uniformly and then justly distribute the cost between the property owners?
That's a great question, Councilman. One of the ideas that we proposed to them, and it's also part of the agreement, is there is a section in Florida statutes, namely 170, that permits with the build-out of any infrastructure, lighting, streets, drainage, that the cost is financed and it's passed on in the form of a non-ad valorem assessment to the owners in a particular district, okay? So the idea is, going forward, that, and these two owners of these two folios have already proffered to be in favor of supporting that item. It requires 50 plus 1%. It's similar to the previous item that you've all discussed this evening. Very, very similar. But it's a similar process where you need to get the buy-in of all of them. So the idea is, as this continues to develop and as we move forward with a campaign of trying to get as many of these owners their buy-in so that we can move forward with this process. It's a Chapter 170 process. Now, part of it, too, is getting, let me make this point. Part of it is getting that cost estimate. So that's a starting point. We got to figure out, what is this going to cost? What is this nugget? And because once you figure that out, you know what it's going to cost for everyone. So part of what the manager is suggesting is, once we have that, and if we get those dollars from the state, from FDEP, that are the sewer, septic to sewer money, part of that is not only connecting the sewage, but it's also the pavement of the roads and construction. So some of those costs are going to be defrayed by those grant dollars. So that's kind of the process where we're trying to move forward. And this is something that we inherited, unfortunately, from the county. You know, it's one of those things where we have it, it's an issue, and we can't turn a blind eye. I completely agree with you, and we don't want to.
And just for context.
Real quick, I feel terrible that we have him standing up. I'll call you up when it's time to speak, so sorry. He's been standing there the whole time, so sorry about that.
Just for context, the same process that we're sort of about to go down the road on to get is the same process that developers take all the time. When you buy a brand new house in a brand new subdivision, you may be aware of this, there is an addition to your property taxes that you're paying that is more than other people, that are actually where you're paying back the developer for all the infrastructure improvements that they made in your property. So it is exactly the exact same thing, only now we're doing it
So
a
it's
little
CDD.
later.
But the problem is, when you do that site plan, you have a single developer who's willing to not
Right.
care because they're not gonna pay for it.
Correct.
In this situation, you have,
Yes.
what is it, 10 homes, 12 homes?
11.
11?
11 properties. Not
11
all of them have actual homes, but it's
11
11
parcels,
properties. Yeah.
each with, different owners, or maybe one or more with the same owner, who you now have to get together with, and they all have to agree.
Yes.
And I believe it is
It's
all
gonna
of
be
them. I
fun.
think it's a
50 plus 1.
50 plus 1, so you can actually impose this on them even though they had no agreement to it. Ouch.
That's kind of the statutory process. It takes, you 50 plus 1, then you take it out to a vote, and if it's a majority vote, then the assessment is passed.
Okay.
Any further questions?
And honestly, the alternative to that is to not continue to approve any permits in this area. So we don't really have an option to not go down this road, other than it's either that or basically freeze this area in time, which is what it's been since basically the 80s. Nobody's touched it because nobody can touch it because it's not developable and it's not, and yes, then we would be totally kicking the can continued down the road for the 2030s and the 2040s.
Well, I do want to, at least one comment to staff before we hear from the applicant. I remember getting sworn in, and I remember having my meetings with you and going over the map, and especially, when we're talking about all the development that was going on. And
many years ago.
Many years ago, right? And I see my chapters coming to an end, and I want to applaud you for actually doing something about it, right? Because I think that's kind of been nobody's ever wanted to go down this path. And I think Councilman Morera is kind of highlighting, you know, there's some nuances here, right? And I brought forward the issue of time. You know, are these numbers really going to be accurate? But at least we're trying to go in a direction to kind of bring that area back into the fray, so to speak. And it's not that, oh, that's the place on septic, and that's the place that has a dirt road to get to your house. No, we're actually trying to get a path to kind of move that forward. And I want to commend you and Mr. Corbier as well for kind of taking a stab, and really the applicant for having the courage to bring this forward, because the reality is nobody's really wanted to touch it, right? And nobody's really wanted to do anything about it, and I appreciate the work that you guys have been doing.
And the reality is that all these properties are now changing ownership. Many of them are being sold. Some of them are in foreclosure. There's a little bit of a renewal of ownership going on. And this is a good time to sort of start getting all these people that are obviously buying these properties for something. They're not buying them to go hunting for lizards. So they may want to.
Lizard hunting in the area has been good, but I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. But I want to thank you guys.
Really do give them a path to be able to, you know, take care of their properties in a good way and give them a path. Yeah.
My sentiment was more, thank you for taking this on. Nobody has for many, many years, and appreciate the work that you guys have brought in. I've seen the applicant in town hall probably here once or twice a week sometimes, you know, coming in, and I know you guys have been working very hard, so thank you so much for helping us with that.
Seeing no other questions of staff will retire. Yeah, there is. Councilwoman Ruano has a question of staff.
I just had one question with regards to the bond. How does that work? What is the cost of the bond? How does that? Walk me through that.
Definitely, we would come back with an answer. I don't have an answer for you today, so I'd come back with an answer between first and second. The idea of the bond, Councilwoman, is that we're trying to figure out what is the most economical way to make sure that we have their commitment to build out that section based on a cost estimate and not an estimate. So right now, we know what the estimate is for the entire area, right? But we're also talking about lots that are irregular. Some lots are larger than others. So we need to figure out what is, based on their percentage of the whole, you know, section, what that cost would actually be, and then figure out the best type of financing.
Okay, so then I'll reserve my questions for when it's clarified before second reading.
And just as a point of clarification, council member, this may allay your concerns. This is an ordinance, so this is only first reading, right? So a lot of these I's will be dotted and T's will be crossed by the time you get it back on second reading, and a lot of that will be ironed out and worked out.
Just as a matter of procedure, this will be going to the planning board next, where I'm sure it will get beat to shreds, and then it'll come back to you for second reading, where you'll get another bite at, you know, whatever your thought from here to then. So we'll have, and obviously this will eventually become additional items when the bond comes in, and all these other things will be further degrained down the road.
Thank you. Now we're on to the applicant, and then we'll open it up to the public if anyone.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say, you know, that I appreciate what they're doing with the area. It has been neglected for many years. But in addition to that, I want to caution you on, you know, your expenditure and how much it's going to cost to make this improvement. Because I was peacefully living my life the way it is with my dirt road. I was happy, and there was a couple of people there that I'm sure feel the same way. You know, I know you guys have to, you know, comply with certain regulations and whatever, but we're happy the way it is. Now, these gentlemen, they want to build a house. We're fine with that. That's going to bring.
Real quick, he's not the applicant?
But I'm one of the owners of one of the properties.
Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, the 473. And I'm fine with the change of zoning. That's not going to impact my house or my property in any way. What I'm concerned about is how much this whole improvement is going to cost and how much is going to impact all of us that we were not expecting this expense. So, you know, if this grants money and bonds, that's, you know, things that I don't know about. Hopefully some of that will mean that we won't have to pay for it. But I'm okay with the rezoning. That's not gonna have an impact, and hopefully this gentleman will be able to build our house. They've been very cooperative, and we are gonna welcome them to the neighborhood. My concern is the cost that we will be incurring by you improving the whole area. And you're talking about sewer, lighting, and all this other stuff. I personally don't need any of that. I'm fine the way I am. My property is fine, but, you know, I understand that you have to comply to certain things. We've discussed this in many ways to you know, facilitate their building their house. So all I want to say is be caution, you know, give you a little caution on the cost, because there are people there that may not be able to afford an assessment, which they're not even expecting, because none of them have shown up to these meetings. I have and will, but, you know, I'm interested in knowing how much that is going to cost me, you know, so.
No, that's definitely concerning, having that spread out too. One thing is, that's not, how many homes are there again? It's what?
There are 10 properties, but there are 8 houses right now. And that includes one that's an acre and a half right behind their property, my property, and another one that's at the end of 100.
But there's only 9 owners. One owner owns 2 lots there.
Correct. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I'm okay with the change of zoning.
So tonight, we're just voting on the zoning, not on.
Exactly.
Okay, because, yeah, if we're voting on the other one, I'd probably vote no on that, so.
Peter, and you got anything to say?
I want to say thank you all for taking the time this evening to help move this process forward, and I apologize wholeheartedly for opening Pandora's box on you all.
Well, I'll deal with you guys later. No,
but I promise we're great, good people. I serve in the military. I'm a mental health provider, and I promise this isn't something I'm just going to purposely wreak havoc on anyone.
Got it. Sounds good. Any questions of the
Thank you,
applicant,
guys.
council? Any questions? Seeing none. Any members from the public wishing to speak? Any members from the public wishing to speak? This is a public hearing. Seeing nobody, public hearing is closed. Council, we're on to our deliberation. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move to change the zoning in the area, but I also do want to have an honest conversation with staff that I think it should be noted that there is some heartburn while I'm not going to be up here with regards to the big cost, right? And it's the elephant in the room, and I think it has to be part of the complete plan. And while I know you guys have had public meetings and publicly noticed meetings, I think it speaks volumes that we're talking about 6 figures, right, per residence, without including drainage, right? And almost 6 figures, right, without including drainage. So I think it's something that I don't know who here would have the fortitude to vote for, right? To tax one homeowner almost $100,000 for their portion of that area. So I think it's, you know, frankly speaking, we're going to vote, we're going to approve the zoning, but I think we're going to have a harder hill to climb when you're talking about taxing the residents, what it's going to cost to.
Just so you know, this is definitely a road that we're saying we're going to have to start knocking on doors. There's going to have to be heavy involvement on their part. We're not going to do this to them without them being sort of, and we have had phone calls from some, I don't know if they're owners or residents that live in the area that have asked, you know, how come we don't have sidewalks? How come we don't have roads? How come there's no water? And some of the properties don't have water access. And we are at a loss as to how to answer that, because truly they're living in Miami Lakes, they're paying Miami Lakes cat taxes, they're living, and they're not having access to even basic needs in many ways, right? So this is a situation that, yes, some people have been happy to live with till now, and you know, it'll be something that has to be discussed. Again, Pandora's box, right? And here we are, and just watching that whole show that you guys have been discussing for the last couple hours. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
All right,
The other thing,
real quick, there was a motion. I just want to make sure that.
No, but I want to make sure that we understand the motion too. Rezoning has consequences. We can't treat RU1 in Lake Patricia any differently than we're going to treat it over here in the zone. And that's one of the reasons why you have to have this type of bond to make sure that how you're going to bring it up to the standards of all RU zones, one zones in the town of Miami Lakes. So that is going to be the crux of how we cross that bridge between first and second reading and what that plan is moving forward. Because we can't just say, yeah, we'll give you the zoning, and then what? I mean, that zone has a lot of characteristics to it. So just want to put that on the record.
That's what I'm saying. It's a high hill to climb between now and second reading. So because we approve it now, right, that number might come back so significant that it's going to change the dynamic of the
So
conversation.
I have a very silly question. Why can't they build without rezoning?
Because that's, residential's not allowed in that district unless it's 14,000 square feet. That's the way it's zoned right now. As a GU.
They could have asked for a variance. They
Right.
got it.
Is there another process that is not going to open Pandora's box?
The problem is that the process that was being followed was a county process. That was a waiver of plat process. We are a municipality, we can't plat. So if they wanted to go through a plat process, yeah, but then that
But
conveys.
that property's already platted, isn't it?
No, it's not. None of the properties are platted. They all have these waiver of plats.
They have.
And we can't inherit that waiver of plat? That, I mean, the parcel was sold, the parcel was divided. I mean, there's things that happened before this moment. Right, and I'm asking because, all right. I'm gonna need an interpreter, Susanna.
Ro, if you want to chime in on that.
Yeah, so, and the reason why I'm asking is because, and I understand that the applicant doesn't want to open Pandora's box. The residents that live in that area don't want to open Pandora's box. And this council doesn't want to open Pandora's box.
Councilwoman, let's look at the history again, and I'll be very brief. And the reason that we're not reworking that old ordinance, and it wasn't your fault, I understand, but required him to do a lot of things that he never did. It
Right.
required him to build the road, replat, actually put the lights, put the sewer. That was a huge mountain for him to climb.
Only that property?
Only that property, that was his responsibility, which also includes Mr. Penagi's property too.
Right.
So none of that happened.
And the properties that were there previously, they didn't have
No,
ordinances
because
like
he,
that?
in order to get the building permit that he wanted, the town council at the time, which was the right thing to do, required him to rezone. But to rezone, you need to do all these things to it. So we're trying to figure out what's the best
So
way.
his property was already rezoned?
I don't think so, because he didn't meet any of the conditions.
Right. And forgive me, I'm trying to find an easier process.
And then what happens is that it wasn't recorded, so a lot of stuff wasn't discovered till
Because if this whole process is gonna, at some point, like Susana said, it's gonna require knocking on doors and having the owners buy into a $100,000 assessment, that's not gonna happen.
If they want to rezone the whole area, not the whole area is gonna be rezoned. The area that's gonna be rezoned is gonna be this gentleman's property and Mr. Penagi's property. So that's figuring out, okay, how do we?
So is he then gonna be responsible for the same improvements that Mr. Panagi is gonna be responsible
Yes.
for?
That's why he told us to be very cautious.
Right,
And I understand, he was responsible from before.
he already was.
Right.
He's
Right.
in non-compliance with an
understand.
ordinance that this council passed. I mean, I'm not trying to be hard on him.
No, I
at all.
completely understand.
I'm
I
not, but it is what it is. I can't turn a blind eye.
Right.
And he was represented by council at the time, too.
We'll see between now and second reading what
So
transpires.
real quick, just so we're in the proper posture, what was the motion? Is there still a motion on the table?
The motion was to rezone the property.
Oh, because he's already rezoned, technically. He's not,
but he's not asking for a building
Okay, okay.
It's
Yeah,
not
the
the
only one
entire
that's under
area, it's just,
consideration is the
it's
one that they
just
wanna
the
build on.
property that, or those two, the applicant and the current property owner. Can I direct a question to the property owner?
Of course.
Sir, do you want the area rezoned?
I don't really care one way or the other. I'm living in the house. I bought the house as is. I separated the lots. The lots have changed hands 4 times. It's a matter of them doing their work in order to improve the area. But if the area improvement is gonna cost us $100,000 or more, then I don't know if that's what I want. I'm not sure what the impact is going to be by rezoning my property.
Well, I think you need to be very clear on what the impact is gonna be.
Exactly.
And I think.
Now I realize that.
Right.
Councilman,
And-
sorry, it is rezoning both. It is rezoning both.
It's not the entire area. It's his property,
And
It's
and,
two-
right.
Right. It's just these two properties, but the goal is to rezone everybody there, right? That's what I understood from,
Yes, the ultimate goal at the end of the road, at the end of a very long road, would be to get the entire area rezoned, replatted, with infrastructure so that it comes. Now, that could be, yes, a 10-year project. This is not going to be an overnight. We are trying to do this portion first so that we don't have to involve all the other properties, so that they can go on with their project and their permits. And obviously, because this two properties were together, and also because right now, as it stands, Mr. Nagy and Mr. Benagi's property do not have access to a right-of-way. So we cannot allow them to build without access to a right-of-way, which doesn't exist until there is a right-of-way that is paved.
Through the chair.
Do you-
and just additionally.
You're
I'm
following
happy-
me, right?
I'm happy with my septic tank. I don't need sewer, and I think most people there, existing homes are fine with it.
Councilman Garcia.
So if there was a way around the septic, because now when you're talking about septic, you're talking about a big expense to bring that to the area.
Yeah.
I mean, Lakes Radiology, which is in the corner of 145th,
Yeah.
you would have to bring it all the way back there
Yeah.
to feed us. So I don't know that that's,
Yeah.
gonna
So-
be a cheap,
Quick question to staff. We're just zoning these two, rezoning these two. What is the cost for this gentleman right now, if everything gets approved? As
We
far
don't have
as-
that number quite yet.
Do you have an
We're still,
estimate?
yeah, we're still working on that, and also as to how that would prorate, because it wouldn't be something that he would have to pay right away.
Yeah, and something that I don't know that he completely appreciates is that we're trying to give him a break. Reality, what he was required to do under that agreement, which he was represented up here, right? And it was passed on 2 readings, allowed him to rezone that property, and he had to give us a lot more. We're taking that back and trying to figure out something that's feasible for him and the other owner without us neglecting what I think is our responsibility to make sure that if that area is gonna be
Sure.
zoned, it's zoned properly.
Sure, but is the new owner, right, as opposed to a gentleman who's been there for how long?
22 years?
22 years. Is the new owner responsible for the same amount, or?
Yes, it'll be equal. Because I
It'll
believe
be
the
an
lots
equal
are
amount.
pretty much equal in size, so.
And we don't have a estimate? Can
We
you?
have an
None
estimate
of
of the
this-
entire area, we're gonna try to
Not the
figure out.
entire, no, I'm talking about what he's
Right,
responsible for.
We don't know what his area is in comparison to the entire area, because the
Okay,
lots
is
are
it-
not all the
is-
same
is it-
size.
Is it 10% of the entire area? Because we can just, because you said it was
We
a.
can't say.
Yeah.
We'll know that
Councilmember,
between first
remember,
and second.
none of this that you're considering today, it's an ordinance,
Okay.
2 readings. So even the rezoning is not done until it's done on second reading. And
Sure,
It
no,
still
I-
has to go before second reading, it has to go to planning and zoning.
100%. What I want to try to avoid is this gentleman paying, something that he can't afford right now unduly. And I know we have bigger plans for that area, right? And I'm all for that. However, I don't want this gentleman to feel, to have to have a burden to him that he's.
Councilman Garcia.
Although I know he has to pay a certain
What
amount.
we're trying to do is figure out a burden that he can meet, and that's why we're thinking of these alternate financing, because in reality, what he agreed to in 2007 was to pay for a lot more. It was to pay for the paving, it was to pay for the lighting, it was to pay for the drainage. He didn't do any of that.
100%.
And he agreed to it.
Yeah, no, and I get that
So,
point. I just
want to
would
make that
I would
abundantly
like
clear to everyone.
A
We're
more
not trying
solid number
We're
before.
trying to, he agreed to something, we're trying to figure out a better deal for him.
No, 100%. We're trying to help you, sir. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Okay.
And if it wasn't clear before, the process of the of Florida Statute 170 actually allows for future payments. So it's not something that you pay right at the beginning. It's actually it's financed through 30 years.
30, 40 years?
30, 40 years. So this is not something that they would have to come up with this amount of money today. It's a retroactive financing.
All right, so I think it's time to move on. There's a motion in a second. Was that correct?
I only made the motion. I don't know who seconded it.
There wasn't a
there
second.
was no mo-
There's a second by Councilman Diegues, just to move the ball forward, Madam
And I
Clerk.
just have one last question. Will the gentleman have his answer by the second reading? the financing, all of that will be cleared up by the second reading.
We would have a lot more answers, definitely. There's still a few numbers that we're
We'll
missing.
have all the answers. We're not gonna bring it to you with
Okay.
significant question marks still outstanding.
Okay, thank you.
Just to the chair, I would ask the staff if you could, no question marks, for me to be able to make a,
Well,
a solid yes or no.
just so that you understand, it was a little bit of a time premium to get it back to you.
Sure.
Obviously, we sort of went in the direction and tried to at least compile the process so that we could present it to you so that we wouldn't continue to, because they've been waiting since October of last year to begin their building. So we're trying to sort of like hurry up and at the same time give you a complete picture. So it's kind of tricky.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, please
So-
call the roll.
Item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes. Ordinance in first reading, item 11A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If
Mayor,
every-
I'd like to make a motion to reopen the order of business and
Yes,
move
please.
forward item 13D. I see the applicants in the room and want to extend the courtesy.
That's fine. All those
moving
in
I'll
favor?
second.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
A
opposed?
resolution-
Seeing none, the motion, real quick. I am a customer of Miami Lakes Auto Mall, and so I am going to be recusing myself on this one, so.
A question to the
Susan.
attorney. I've purchased a vehicle at Miami Lakes Auto Mall in the past. I have
So did
taken
I.
my car,
Hold
I
on.
take my car to service at Miami Lakes Auto Mall. I believe that most of this dais maybe even goes to the auto mall. Would that preclude me as a matter of governance from voting on this item?
I don't think so.
In my opinion, no,
No.
and for the record, I also have
For the
purchased a
record,
car.
for the record, so.
I
have
also-
my
I've
car
purchased
serviced.
vehicles.
I also have bought a vehicle from
Yeah,
Automall.
I don't think that precludes you.
No, I don't.
I just wanted to
You're
make sure
fine.
that I was getting my attorney's guidance on the matter prior
Yes.
to recusing
You have
myself
your-
from the vote. Thank you.
Sorry,
Plural
Fred, we're all
attorneys.
recused.
So can the mayor vote then? Is he allowed to vote?
So he? Yes, but that's his personal choice if he feels that he's.
Doesn't the law require you to vote though, absent an
It does.
actual conflict
He
of
feels that he
interest?
believes that he has a conflict, so I'm
But what does the law state? That's what I'm asking you.
absent a conflict, you should vote, yes.
Okay.
But he believes that that's a conflict, so.
As the
Who gets to determine the conflict?
The public official determines whether there's a conflict. I don't know the full extent of what his relationship is or has been with the auto mall. He's entitled to make that determination himself. If you have,
I didn't want to make an issue out of it. I just wanted to be clear that I just wanted to make sure that
I
we're okay
understand.
to vote on it.
And you had asked me that question before in the past.
Yes.
So
Correct. Thank you.
All right, let's move forward with the item. Mr. Attorney.
Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to subsection 13-305F1 of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code pertaining to a request in accordance with section 13304H of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for site plan approval, a request in accordance with section 13305 for 2 variances, and a request in accordance with section 13-303 of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for a conditional use, all being submitted for the property located at west of Northwest 59th Avenue between Northwest 163rd Street and Northwest 159th Street, as provided at Exhibit A, Miami Lakes, Florida, folio number 32-2013-052-0010, as described at Exhibit B, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing findings, providing for appeal, and providing for an effective date.
Right. This item is a public hearing, correct?
Yes.
All right. It's a quasi judicial matter, which is also a public hearing.
So anyone who's going to speak, please stand up, raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Council, have all of you made your ex parte declarations?
Vice Mayor, I have not had any communications with the applicant.
I have not had any either, and I entered that into the record.
I've had no communication with the applicant.
No communications with the applicant, and I submitted my form to the clerk.
I have no communication with the applicant either.
I have also had no communication with the applicant.
Thank you.
Good evening again. This application is a three-part application where the applicant is requesting site plan approval, a variance, and a conditional use for the same building. It is the Auto Mall, who is a very important business in the community. They already have a rather large operation. They had a garage a couple of years ago that went through site plan approval for storage of their vehicles, and they need more storage, which means that business is going well. They are proposing this new building on a site on Lake Ruth. They are requesting a 7-foot variance for the height because of the way that they're trying to create a bigger area of drainage. It's more efficient to make the building a little taller so that they can make the parking spaces a little narrower and the building is not so spread out on the site. And that 7 feet allows them to have an entire new floor of storage for the vehicles. And they need a conditional use to operate the garage because all storage of vehicles on IUC requires a conditional use. So that's the application in front of you. Staff is recommending approval of all 3 items, and I'm going to let the applicant answer your questions.
The applicant come up at this time.
We're still evening, or? Well, good evening, everybody, and I want to thank you for your services. It takes a lot to be here this late at night, and I know you guys do this quite often. Yeah. So my name is Fred Senra, and I'm from, my home address is 14840 Breckness Place, Miami Lakes. Lake Cynthia for the last 43 years, and part owner of Miami Lakes Auto Mall, and which is located at 166 Northwest 57th Avenue in Miami Lakes, the corner entrance of Miami Lakes. I bring to you tonight what I think is going to be the easiest task that you'll have. From what I've seen
You'd be
all
surprised
night
how we
tonight.
can complicate
Should
things.
be the least complicated. It is part of it is a real need that we have because of the manufacturers' new projects, which is to inundate us with inventory, more so than we would ever want. And as you can see, we built the beautiful parking garage, which really enhanced the area. And we thought it was going to be enough, but it's not. At this point, we're renting, leasing, or a short-term lease from the Grahams right back here, the back of Wells Fargo. We just entered into another lease with another parcel near Okeechobee Road, and another one which is in Miami Gardens. So as you can see, it's a real problem for us to have inventory in so many different places. And so it was decided to go for another parking garage. We've had this lot, which is a 3-acre lot on 59th Avenue, west of where the other parking garage is, just about a block south block south of where the existing parking garage is. And the lot has been there, it's paved, but right by the lake, which is the same lake that goes through the Optimus Park and all of that. Right. And this building is going to be it's a beautiful building. I think I had just the thing for you guys to see it. It would really, really enhance 59th Avenue. It will look, it's my way too. So I'm petitioning to the board, to the council members tonight for an approval to go ahead with the project. And if you have any technical questions, we have the general contractor here with me, and we also have the architect as well. They were nice enough, even though they don't live in the area, and to be here all this time tonight. So if you have any questions, it's going to be a beautiful building. It's going to launch roughly about 1,450 cars, and that hopefully that will be enough. It's actually a good thing for the consumers. We have so many cars, so we are dealing. We are, we're making deals. We want to get rid of the inventory. We don't want to keep the inventory. We want to keep moving it. And so it is a good time to, to buy or lease a car right now. Guarantee that. So that's what we're at. It's a 468,000 square feet building, and to launch 1,450 units. So I'm asking you guys tonight to approve this, to give us the go-ahead, and hopefully you will.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Point of inquiry, is the proper posture to now make the motion and then we continue having discussions with him? No, I think we gotta ask questions first and then make the motion.
Yes, if there's any questions
Okay.
of the applicant, that would be now, and then we can conclude the public hearing portion and then discuss it amongst ourselves.
Through the chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you again for investing in the community. Fred, is there going to be areas there for digital billboard like the other parking lot?
No.
No, you're not going to put digital billboards on?
No.
Okay. Are you remaining open for that possibility?
I couldn't answer that. I don't think we have any plans for that.
Okay.
We have enough with the one that that you guys already approved a while back.
Oh, thank you.
I think that has served many purposes, because we are restricted from putting offers on the billboard. We don't even put offers. We advertise the tenants that are part of occupants of the 5475 building, which also is part of our part of the group, and also we have given the town time to advertise, as the food and wine that was advertised on the billboard, for about a month and a half before the event, and anything else that is open.
Services.
Huh?
And emergency services.
And emergency services, yeah, that's
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you for reminding me that. It is available for that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Just my questions are more to staff, and it's really the review of the fees. Yeah, so the police impact fees, I see here, 178,000. The fire impact fees, 638,000. Road impact, 2,167,000, and mobility about 158,000, paying a total of $3 million in fees to build the parking garage. Correct?
Correct.
Out of those future police impact fees, when will those be received?
It's up to the county. It's a great question for Kay. Do you know when we usually, well, first when they go for permitting. So remember that none of these fees are collected until the permit is issued. And it's at the end of the permitting processes that I think the county charges some of them, and others are payable to us directly. The mobility fee is the only one that we get directly. The rest of them are collected by the county. And then whatever the reimbursement process of the county is, which I think it would be the next budget season, sir? Yeah, did I say that right? Yeah.
Mr. Senra, if this were to pass today, when do you propose that you guys would move forward with construction of the parking garage?
As soon as the permitting is granted, we're planning on moving forward with it.
Great, thank you. And again, you've heard some of the discussion today of LPRs and strengthening that. And I think because buildings like this come online, they give us the opportunity to maybe fully fund that safety net. So we appreciate you paying over $3 million in taxes towards the construction, and $300 million in fees that are being imposed on you to help out our community.
Plus what we paid on the other parking garage too.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
Any other questions of the applicant or staff? All right, this concludes the public hearing. We are now in the internal section of the meeting. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the site plan, the variance, and the conditional use with the staff recommendations in section C.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion in council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13D, Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item 13D passes.
Mr. Senator, thank you for giving us that easiest item of the day.
All right, if somebody can get the mayor from the back, and we can start working on the next item, which is
11B.
11B, correct?
Ordinance in first reading.
11B. Mr. Attorney.
We're on 11B.
I'm sorry, an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Division 2, Section 2-102, Title General Fund, Reserves, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Council, this is in response to the conversation that was had at the budget workshop. We believe that there was consensus for considering moving the unallocated fund balance requirement from a 2-month requirement to a 15% requirement, and that's what this ordinance does. This would be the first reading. Later in this agenda, I'm going to ask for a special call meeting in conjunction with the second budget hearing, if this passes, so we can read this on second reading.
I'll go ahead and move it.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo. Absent, yes. Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 11B, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, which is 12A.
And
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12A? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 4, Article 3, creating Section 4-43, titled Exemptions, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Council, this is the second reading of the item that we heard last meeting in regards to the exemption program of permit fees for accessibility-related improvements that I sponsored. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move the item.
I'll second it.
Please call the roll.
Ordinance in first and second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo is absent. Councilmember Morera.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12A, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 13A. Councilman Diegues.
I'm going to defer this item to the next meeting.
Got it. We're on to item 13B. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In short, this is just expressing support for Amendment 5, which will be on the ballot this November, which provides for a cost of living increase in the homestead exemption. So in essence, it kind of already provides a yearly built-in hedge against inflation when it comes to property taxes, which we all know is a big issue here in Miami-Dade County. So I urge everyone to support it, and I move the item.
Second.
All those, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to item 13C. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. This is just a resolution creating an Adopt a Park program using the exact same parameters as the Adopt a Road program to allow for organizations like the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts and the Boys it was their idea actually to do that so they can help out with maintaining parks and at the same time earn their badges when it comes to helping municipalities and help them move along the process of getting their badges and getting promoted in their respective Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or the levels that they have to attain.
Got it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 14B, Town Senior Center. Councilman Cuellar.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. This item was brought forward by a town resident who had heard that the Grams were no longer moving forward with the Senior Living Village project and were proposing something different. The Grams have deferred that item into the future. I still believe this is a worthwhile endeavor. I think one of the issues is that we have facilities for our youth. We have facilities for everybody to meet, but we don't have a dedicated senior center. And we know that there's funding every year, year in, year out, for these types of purposes in Tallahassee, and it's been one of our issues that we've always championed. So if we're not going to move forward with the grant project in the future, wanted staff to go through the exercise of possibly locating or providing options to the future councils on where a future senior center would go. So my motion is to direct staff to bring back possible locations for a future senior center if the applicant is no longer going to move forward with a senior living village.
I'll second.
The only question I had, and I'm in agreement with this, but to the attorney, that parcel that's there, whatever gets presented, any site plan has to comply with the ordinance that was passed, correct?
Well, I don't know that the site plan has to. Yes, it does. They owe us. In my legal opinion, as I've told you guys, they owe us that land in one way or another. There's something that's got to be done. There's a covenant that was recorded, and it says they have to give us the park. So, yes, the answer to your question is yes.
So next time that there's a site plan submitted, in theory, staff, yourselves, will make sure that any site plan that gets presented to the council complies. I just want to.
So there's a couple of things, right? There is an ordinance, all right, that allowed that property to be rezoned.
Yep.
Once upon a time, and that ordinance had certain conditions that were attached to it. That's one thing. The other thing is a site plan, and in a site plan, you're taking a look at certain conditions and whether it meets, certain bounds, whether there's any variances attached to it, whether it conforms with the zoning. So they are two different things. Now, in that area, yes, there was land that was dedicated, that was for a park, that was to be a senior center. There were all other sorts of conditions, and there was a covenant. That means that whatever is put in that zone required it to be senior living, and it was dedicated to senior living. That was, in essence, the covenant.
Well, the question was, any future site plan would have to comply with an ordinance, unless the ordinance is repealed by this council.
We have to be careful there, because if the applicant has taken the position, as you all know, that if he puts in a site plan and we approve that site plan, essentially voiding out the other one, that now those covenants do not apply. So I want to make sure we're using the right terminology.
No, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
We are.
So if this were to get submitted again, not from our end, look, unfortunately, we're not part of this process, but from your end, from staff's end, is it, if a future site plan comes in, will it have the requirements of that? Because I believe, I mean, it
has they have to
And
give
so-
us the part.
okay, so
Because
any-
it's a covenant that's recorded as part of the zoning ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I did have a question for Councilmember Collazo that I think kind of answers your question, which is your motion is strictly just a fact-finding expedition to see possibilities in the event that we're not getting a senior center at that parcel that the Grahams have pointed out. As of right now, my understanding is that the town's taking the position that those covenants still exist.
Correct.
And so we're gonna go forward as though that's the case, but I think Councilmember Collazo is just trying to be proactive and suggest that the staff start identifying possible alternatives if it ends up not being the case.
Oh, no, I'm 100% in favor of Councilman
And
Collazo.
let me go back. The reason that we're having this discussion is because a senior living village was promised. Testimony, public comments from the applicant said, hey, we've exhausted ourselves doing this. Doesn't look like we're gonna move forward with a senior living village concept, right? At hearing that, I get concerned, right? Because it was something that was promised. It's something that our residents have asked for. It's something that our residents wanted, and it's something that the applicant has said that they can't move forward on anymore. So I just wanted to make sure that we had whatever other options available to us. Ideally, we'd be contemplating a senior living village with all the components that we wanted, right? The community center for our seniors, assisted living facility, a nursing home. And even though these things were proffered, the applicant is telling us, well, I don't know how much more we can move forward with this, right? So I just wanted to make sure that staff go through this exercise, see if there's other opportunities. Again, this is something that's always a priority in Tallahassee. We see other communities getting funded year in, year out. We see other aging providers get a full-blown senior center. I think, Ray, I look at you and you're nodding your head yes, because I know how important this is for you as well. So I just wanted staff to go through the exercise. I'm not saying that the applicant not give us this. I understand. I hope that the applicant reconsiders, right, the senior living village, and hopefully we don't, this is an exercise in vain, so to speak. But it's just an opportunity to make sure that the issue is front and center.
I agree. So, any further comments? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 14C, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm presenting this item because a resident contacted me regarding a program that Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department has, where residents can install sub-meters to measure the amount of water that they use outside of their home, to clean, to fill their pool, to water their lawn, and the cost of that water is substantially less than the cost of the regular water consumption. So the resident reached out to me and asked me to see if there was any way, if the town could disseminate this information to all of the residents to make them aware that this program exists. There is some information on the website for Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, so I just wanted to move to request that our communications department share this perhaps on our social media or on our webpage somehow.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item G, because we're taking how the order of business was approved. Then we'll come back to all the other items. Councilman Morera.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna defer this item to the next meeting.
Understood. Councilman Collazo, H.
Great, thank you. This item has been something that it's been kind of a pet peeve of mine for quite some time, especially when I've been biking and known to travel throughout the community on bike. But it's old utility poles that for some reason or another continue to be left, and the utilities are not transferred from the old pole to the new pole in a timely fashion. So you have basically an old pole and a new pole obstructing the roadway. It causes everything from ADA compliance issues all the way to safety issues and eyesores. So I wanted to direct staff to see if they can come back with some type of proposal which can hold the utility companies responsible for, I guess, leaving or delaying the removal of the old infrastructure, and wanted to make a motion to go ahead and have staff come back with a recommendation on how this can be cured.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, I, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item comes on the heels of a conversation that we were having during our sunshine meeting for the artificial turf debacle. And during that meeting, I asked a question about the liens that are imposed on properties and how those liens get paid, when they get paid. what's the schedule for lien reduction, so on and so forth. And I feel that structure that we have in place is very lenient with regards to lien reductions. So I wanted to direct staff to revisit this and bring us back a proposal to restructure the liens that the reduction of liens that we give people, perhaps reduce the amount of time, reduce the amount that we are willing to waive in an effort to enhance compliance or to give people more of an incentive to comply.
Second.
I have some comments.
And those comments are?
Those comments are, I'm going to support the item, but the comments are really more for staff's benefit. I was actually having a conversation over the weekend with an attorney friend of mine that the city of Miami apparently has a fairly stringent ordinance with respect to lien reductions that I think we should look at. Not to mention that it still allows an opportunity for the homeowner to come into compliance, but it doesn't give him, till whenever to be able to do so. So I just wanted to advise you guys to take a look at that as you guys continue working on this item.
Got it? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I am a no on this item, Madam Clerk. We're going back to the other items that we had waived, but we have put back in the back of the list. Item D, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my item. This should be the quickest item. Code currently allows for tree trimming and grass cutting, landscaping activities in residential neighborhoods starting at 7 a.m. I want to change it to 8 a.m. And that's the nature of my motion.
Okay.
That's only Monday through Friday, right?
Correct.
From 7 to 8. The weekend stays at 9.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion?
What is the time now?
7 during the week, 9 on the weekends.
And
Just-
that's what's being proposed?
No, he's proposing to move the weekdays from 7 a.m. start time to 8 a.m.
Understood. Thank you.
An extra hour of quiet time. Correct?
Quick
Council-
question.
Vice Mayor?
Question would be, and I guess this is a question, I have no problem letting this proceed to go to staff to start drafting it up, but a question I'm gonna have is, does this affect any of our town vendors? And then, how many homeowners potentially actually benefit from this, given that, most people do work, and they tend to be up, but other than that, I'm generally fine. It's just more musings of potential issues I can see with private landscapers as opposed to your regular homeowner.
Correct. So the answer to the first question is a surprising number of residents have expressed this as a problem.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. My item on first responder access ordinance, I know that there's a lot of folks say this is already happening. From my count, just on the west side alone, there's 4 unmanned gates. On the east, I think there's 1 unmanned gate. And it came to my attention because it's happened to me already several times where I live, it's an unmanned gate. And I've had to go out and allow first responders to come in, especially fire. And I was really concerned about that. And they were like, this happens all the time. So I just want to make sure that I know we put it on 911, but I want to make sure that we're proactive in getting that info out because I personally witnessed it, and that could have a detrimental impact on response times. And those unmanned gates, there's everybody else, Satori, Royal Palm Estates, have manned gates, and that's fine. But the unmanned gates are a big issue in terms of those codes, and for us to create at least a list where quarterly we're sending it to 911. This is in your wheelhouse, Mr. Manager. This is a layup for you. In your wheelhouse and slam dunk. And then, so directing staff just to put this together, reach out to those 5, 6, 7 HOAs, just make sure that those codes are up to date, because I saw it firsthand and I was so concerned. And when those first responders are like, this happens all the time. So just want to make a motion for staff to work on this.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't it just be easier and less paperwork for our own staff let's just, can we not just pass a ordinance requiring that gated, unmanned, gated communities, need to have squawk boxes, which is what Satori has, in both of its gates, which is the police officers arrive, they, what's the actual term for it? What is it? Yeah, they use like the short siren or something, and then our gates open automatically.
I'm okay with
that. Makes it just takes away the requirement, because HOAs are so bad at updating records that then we're gonna be going off of bad records.
So, just putting on my private practice cap on for 1 second, those systems are very, very convenient, but they're also very prone to abuse.
Failure to abuse?
To abuse.
Like somebody can squawk a siren at it and it'll open.
Yeah, you can YouTube a squawk video and get into.
I will. You know what? Let's vote on
Right.
the item to let it pass, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
do my research, because I'm pretty
But-
sure you need to have like the actual sirens, like with the correct frequencies that it emits.
I've installed them before. That's how you test it.
We're admitting that on the record?
Yeah, like I'm being brutally honest. So there's other options. There's options that are a little bit more secure for fire, using Knox keys or things like that. So yeah, just exploring all those options.
Yeah, I'll handle it. I'll check with Station 64
Yeah.
and see where the chief is and see what mechanisms they have.
I want to thank the mayor for bringing it forward. I was just shocked that in all these years, right, that we haven't had a solution for this, and life safety personnel are being kept from going into these communities. And not a knock on anybody on this. I was just surprised that it hasn't come forward before, you know? So thank you for bringing it forward.
So like in my community, it went from a man gate to an unmanned gate. And that's like, when I saw it the first time, I was like, this is not good at all. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to electric charging program. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke to Director Santos and Susanna about the FPL program that allows for them to put electric chargers in our right-of-ways, and they take up the installation costs and all the costs, and it's, as far as I know, zero to no cost when it comes to the residents. I just wanted to direct them to take a look at that, come back to the council with recommendations to see if this is a positive step or is a good decision to make as far as providing electric charging stations to the public. Again, that is, make sure that the public our residents are not responsible for that cost. So I would direct the town staff to look into that if possible.
I'll second it. And I'll just briefly say, I've been wanting to bring an item like this for a while. I'm so happy you did. I just didn't want to do it because I felt that it was inappropriate, given I'm one of the only ones with an EV up here.
Well, this is like my 4th time I bring this up. So.
Okay, well, I like the item.
Roughly every 6 months since he's been on the.
I second it.
Yeah, I just have a question to Omar. How does this tie in with the ongoing operation or the ongoing efforts we have to bring EV charging stations to town hall?
Good evening. Can you repeat the question?
How does this tie in with the ongoing efforts we have to bring EV charging stations to town hall? Because remember, we've been at this also for a while.
Yeah. So this one is not the same type or the same installation. This would be our installation in the right of way more in the commercial area. For example, Bull Run, Cow Pen, that's close to the Main Street areas. Those along those parallel parkings. And what I understand, this is a level 3 charger.
Yeah.
So it's the
fast charging,
the more powerful,
over 150
faster
kilowatt.
charger.
Yeah.
Got it. But so this isn't specific to town hall.
No.
Okay. Is it possible to look into that program also for town hall?
They have a different program, and that if you choose to, I can bring both in my presentation.
Sure, I'll amend
That'd be
that to
phenomenal.
include both for town hall and for right-of-ways.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal.
But the town hall one does have a cost to the town.
Well, I guess just present the option and, we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right.
Hold on, just for the town hall one has a cost to the town, but not ones on the right of way.
Yes, so the ones in the right of way, the way they presented it, they take care of the full cost. After a certain period, that equipment gets transferred to the town. If we go an installation here, that's considered more of a service to town hall, to the property. So they have, it's more of a payment with your utility.
But how about like the on-street parking next to town hall?
That would have, that would be a discussion with FPNL, because they have sites that they've already looked at.
But I think you get the spirit of.
I get the spirit of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Item J.
J is my my item, Mayor. So obviously we all continue to hear the horror stories of pickup and drop off at Bob Graham. My item, first of all, set out to do one thing, which is to try to get all the stakeholders in one room, and number one, prevent the, I could solve the problem if XYZ entity did XYZ thing, right? And just to close the loop so that everybody's in the room at the same time, so that, we don't say, well, if the school did this and the school doesn't say if, the town did that. And so I want to get everybody in a room and close the loop, but I think it may also be necessary. And I think for that, for that meeting to be as productive as possible, it probably doesn't need to be a public meeting, and I think some of those entities might have some reservations over a public meeting, but I think the public does and should have an opportunity to opine on the matter. So it's not in the item itself, but I would want to host a town hall on the topic prior to the conversation. Prior to us being able to set up the conversation with
Yeah,
the school.
because you put in here community, so I assume that you wanted some type of a forum where people can either vent or give their opinion or give their ideas, or.
I think it may be beneficial to do it as two separate
No,
events.
I don't disagree. Do you want to do that forum before?
Prior to, yeah, so that we can gather input from the residents and then,
then we
have a more fluid and productive meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion on Bob Graham.
Yes.
Seeing none? Yes.
No, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to point out that very recently, I want to say maybe 2020. I'm trying to remember the exact date, but it was when our new school board member came on board, was elected, Mr. Robert Alonso, and I visited Bob Graham Education Center, and we visited with the staff from the region, staff from the Miami-Dade County Public School District, our police department, the administrative staff from Bob Graham, and there were many conversations and many things that were changed and tweaked with regards to traffic. I know that the major is not here with us today, but the major would have much more input that I would with regards to the staggered dismissal that they have, the 3 different driveways that they use to dismiss. I know that there's a lot of changes that came on board and that did improve significantly the traffic in the area. Councilmember Dieguez and myself, we have our offices right off of that main road off of Bob Graham, and traffic has significantly improved. As part of the discussions that we had at that moment, there wasn't really much more that could be done. So I would suggest that you go that route first, talk to our major to see what's being implemented as of right now. I'm not sure if, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I don't know if any of either the lieutenant or Officer Amador can perhaps walk us through what's being done right now, because I do know that there are things that are in place right now, keeping the gates closed so that the traffic doesn't, pile up on 79th Avenue. The gates used to be open before, and so the traffic would back up. I know that the residents have been complaining about traffic at the guard gate. I don't know what that is about, but we did alleviate the cars that parked in front of the homes. I don't know, I don't remember, Officer Amador, if you were with us at that meeting, maybe not. I can't remember who went with us. Perhaps it was the major himself.
Hello, good afternoon. Officer Amador, Sergeant at Arms today for you guys, and
First time speaking up here.
An officer put on the spot by Councilwoman Ruano.
But I have to say that, and the residents that are watching are gonna see me, I'm there every day. And the biggest thing is that I tell the residents, look, if you have a concern, you have to voice it, right? And that's the biggest thing. But the problem is they come to me that I'm there every day, it's the same thing. And I tell them, well, if you voice the concern, something eventually is gonna happen, but it's always the same thing. So I'll tell you what's going on now. We have myself on 7-7 court. I'm there from 2 in the afternoon. My main objective is to facilitate the middle school section and all of the cars that come through from 7-9 and come out on 7-7 court, right? So that's what I do. I try to move that as best as I can. We have 5 officers at that school in the afternoon. No one has 5 officers anywhere, I'll tell you that. We have an officer at on 7-9 at the north gate and at the south gate, and then we have the ones that are roaming around. From 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 3:15, all the traffic is flowing through the school. We believe it's about 1,300 students that are being picked up, so you can do the math on cars on that. No, we don't know the exact amount. But from 3 to 3:15, there's going to be traffic. And I don't know if there's any way that we can change that, because all of those cars have to come in and they have to come out. So there's 15 minutes there that I hear a lot of complaints that are from that time frame, to include people that are trying to come through 7-9, that are trying to come out and come into Royal Oaks, into their neighborhoods as they should flow. But there's 15 minutes where you have 1,300 cars that are trying to come at the same time. I think it's impossible to say that there's not going to be any traffic at all. So that part, I think, needs to be said every time. Besides that, there's always different types of opinions on why the traffic has gotten the way it's gotten. But that's the residents have to come out and speak for themselves. I think this is a good platform for that. I always tell them, come to the meetings.
And officer,
Thank you.
we have also continued the practice that you guys implemented last school year, which was not allowing to let people line up on 79th Avenue and stop and park until the gates open up.
Until the gate opens up, yes. There's an officer on the south gate specifically, and he's trying the best he can to make sure that the cars don't make it to 154th. It's tough because what they're doing is they're going into the Winn-Dixie Shopping Plaza, and they are trying to stage in front of the street, but where the officer is, well, if he moves, then they move to where he was. If he moves, it's a lot of back and forth. So, even 5 officers is not enough. But
5 officers is plenty.
It's a lot, I
plenty.
think.
So we did discuss, when we had that meeting, we did discuss infrastructure changes, driveway changes, new things that could be done inside the school, perhaps to house more vehicles to keep them off of the street. But unfortunately, after the plans were reviewed and whatnot, they didn't come to fruition. But I just wanted to put that on your radar.
No, that's definitely helpful, and I think, look, sometimes with an issue like that, it's good to look at it with a fresh set of eyes, and maybe something's changed. Sometimes when new policies and procedures are set in place, they work well for a period of time, and their efficacy erodes over time. Maybe it's a symptom of that. Sometimes, people go on a long weekend and they forget their password, right? So maybe people go on a 10-week summer break and they forget how to do pickup and dismissal. But it's definitely something that I want to look at and see what if any more innovative solutions we can do, maybe around transportation, maybe around busing, maybe around just kind of look at the entire stack, public works, our police, obviously, and try to come up with a solution. It might not be a home run. It's not going to make traffic go away completely, but at least we can try to put a dent in it and make it a little better for our residents.
You did mention the buses, and that's a big problem too, because after COVID, we had so many buses before, and then after that, I guess people lost interest in that, and that made a huge difference. It's a lot
and I
more
also
cars.
know firsthand that the school district is having a hard time staffing buses. in different parts of the county and stuff like that. So their capacity for busing is also reduced. So yeah, that really the spirit of my item is to try to get everybody into a room. I do think having the public session first and gathering the input is helpful. That way, you know, we know exactly what those different viewpoints are, so that then once we have the stakeholders in one room, we can be as productive as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion. What's that?
Aye.
Oh, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed. So I wanted to bring this up. I've had several retailers come to see me, and they were saying that between all the increases in CAM due to property tax increases, due to garbage increases, are really making it difficult for them. When I first put in this item, I had him, there were several things that weren't brought to my attention, like there's grants that cities can apply for economic development grants that will help cities advertise, similar to what we did about 7 years ago, and it actually worked pretty well, where we advertised all of our businesses, and it actually was a very popular program. We weren't consistent with it because we had different priorities at the time, but I just wanted to have our grant staff look at that economic development, all those economic development grants, and have staff just report back to us on their findings. I did my own research, and I saw that there were some, and I just want to make a motion. I promise those business owners that I'd look at it, because it is becoming an issue in Miami-Dade County. You're having more and more retailers blow out of their spots, and it's actually pretty sad, a lot of the stories that I hear, because these are folks that invested their hard-earned dollars, and they ask, you know, there's a lot of cities out there that advertise their local businesses. I told them, look, we did it in the past. It's not something we haven't done. I don't know if there's an appetite from the council to use general fund money, but once the grant side of it was brought up, I said I'd bring it up in that fashion. So it's directing staff, particularly our grant staff, to look at economic development grants that help advertise our business community as a
Second
whole.
for discussion.
Councilman Diegues.
So just to be clear, we're not going, based off what's in your memo, we're going to first explore the grants option before we start talking about general fund.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
In its form as presented, I will be supporting the item.
Got it. Thank you. All those in favor?
Ditto. Yeah, because I wasn't going to vote for it the other way. It was $134,000 that we would have had taken out of the general fund. So I think the way you've presented it now is a lot better, at least from how I interpret it. So I completely agree with the vice mayor.
Yeah, I just feel bad. You know what I mean? With hearing some of the, not only it wasn't 1, 2, it was.
No, I get it.
You know.
I think the way you presented it now is a lot more palatable.
It was a little aggressive, because I kind of heard him out on terms of what happened to their CAM across the board, which was, I mean, I heard some increases up to 45%, right? So that at least, you know what I mean, had that discussion, but you're right, once.
In theory, I think it's a good exercise, but it was $134,000 in services that we're going to have to trim, either from, you know, parks not getting funded, and sidewalks not getting repaired, police not getting paid. You know, that was my concern, that where were we going to get that 5% from? But I agree with you 100%. Let's look at the grants. Those are the opportunities. I think that's helpful, you know?
Sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, the motion passes. Is this another electric vehicle? You didn't combine this with the other one?
I should have combined it, I apologize.
This is the Brian Morera item, right?
No, but in lieu of the approval of the last item, I want to ask the staff to look at our town ordinances. So if we do approve the FPL electric chargers, we have to make a change in our parking ordinance to allow for putting, you know, electric EV only parking in those areas, signage, and also painting of the lines and things like that. So we need to change our ordinance to reflect the fact that we have new chargers in these areas. So if that item gets approved, then I will ask them to take a look at our ordinance to have that language ready to go, so to implement it as soon as possible. That's my item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Sorry that this one I brought up, really cool. Resin brought it to my attention. The only reason I put it on the agenda is that I wanted to go to the art class and present it to them because it'd be an awesome way to have their art in a public fashion. It really doesn't cost much. We can get some sponsors. But before going down that process, obviously it has to get council approval. The manager would have to direct Ernesto to look into it and give it to the art class. So I just wanted to do it in the proper fashion. I could have shown up and just done that. It's actually a really, really, really cool little thing that it's very similar to the library program, but it was a resident that brought it to my attention. So I'm just.
Do you have a place that you'd like to have this installed?
I'll let the art class, and Ernesto, if you're okay with that, just look into it and see where it would be.
Mayor, I think that the item is great. I like what we've done with the free little libraries. I've sponsored one in my community, and I think these are, if we can model the same program and give people an either or, there's going to be a cost to this. There's a cost to installation. I'd really love if the program actually takes into the replacement cost. I know that some of the little libraries get a little bit beat up over time, and we also have to contemplate the long-term commitment to this. So if we can come up with a free little library type program, or just art gallery or library, I think it's a great little addition to our pocket parks. So if it can be modeled after that, I think it'd be a great idea.
Cool. All right, sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, seeing none, the motion passes. I think one more, Vice Mayor, and we're done.
One more, 14N. So this, the genesis of this item, right? So, some of you may realize, some of you may not realize, some of you may be really confused, but the Miami-Dade County is proposing a $150 fee increase to solid waste services in residential areas. Now, the reason that I said some of you might be confused, as was I when I found out the first time, is conveniently 3 days before they decided to make this proposed change, they mailed a letter to every single homeowner in the county that has Miami-Dade solid waste services, essentially telling them that their assessment wasn't going up. Your assessment last year was $428. Your assessment this year is $428. Right? So you get that letter, and what do you think? Oh, okay, my trash is not going up. No reason to go to the budget hearing. No, okay, no change. 3 days later, let's raise it 25%. Right? So I think it's an egregious lack of transparency on the county's part. I think it's yet another example of all the things that are wrong with county government, and how county government is different than what we try to do. Even on our darkest day, I think we far exceed the output that comes out of our county government, sadly. And so the spirit of the item is, number one, to draft and have a resolution, and I think we could probably have the resolution before the council by the budget hearing. We can have it there. Essentially expressing our opposition to this fee increase, asking the county to reconsider it, and two, in light of the lack of transparency and gross mismanagement of the solid waste district, start exploring whatever options we have as per our charter and our interlocal agreements to look at options and potentially leaving the solid waste district and contracting with a private party. So that's essentially the nature of the motion. It's a two-headed beast. One is supporting the resolution against the proposed fee increase, and the second part of it is to direct the town manager to begin exploring options on how to exit the solid waste district if our concerns are not heard by our county government.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me to speak. I obviously, because this is just presenting options, I'll be supporting it. Obviously, if we had to make our own arrangements for waste disposal and whatnot, I'm not so sure what whether the environment for that would be favorable or not. So I'd like to see what the cost information would be on doing that before we were to take any affirmative steps. But I do also want to take a moment to thank Commissioner Garcia and the other commissioners that voted against this fee increase earlier during the budget meetings that they're having now. He's been a steadfast supporter of our residents when it comes to any fee increases in this area. So just want to thank the commissioner, and we'll be supporting the resolution, also expressing our opposition to the increase.
Any further discussion? Just want to put on the record, people don't know how bad it's actually worse than what's been talked about in the news. If you look at the actual budget, they're projecting deficits of hundreds of millions of dollars starting next year. And they're taking a vote on the incinerator next week, which if they vote on the one near Miramar, that cost is going to go up exponentially. I mean, it's to a point that it is under crisis, and that's only just in the operational side. You have even the recycling part is just, that number is really scary. So,
Vice Mayor, can I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
Because for the budget hearing, we can't have any other items before you. So if you just pass this and allow the town attorney, deputy town attorney, to draft a resolution in substantially the same form as what you presented, then that way we don't need to bring it back to you, and we can move forward. We can execute it and move it on and send it, opposing this fee increase.
As long as my colleagues are okay with it, I'm good with it.
Sounds good. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to monthly infrastructure report. Director Santos.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, as a point of personal privilege, although I didn't add this to the agenda under council member reports, there's a very important report that I wanted to give, and that's, as I'm sure we all know, it's not news to any of us, we are losing one of the most valued members of our team as a council, especially, and that's Ms. Victoria Martinez. I did want to state it here on the record, on the dais. We are very thankful for your service. We are going to miss you, and we have prepared a little card for you. So we wanted you to come up and have it. This is coming from all of us.
The good thing is she'll be walking distance from here, so that's
I make a motion that we all take a picture with her.
Okay.
Well, I'll cry if I keep talking. I think I did once, but... Anyway, I'll cry if I talk too much, but I've cried a lot. But, I am very appreciative and grateful for the opportunity that you guys all gave me. I loved working with you all. I know you guys don't always get along, but I got along with all of you. Yeah. And I truly did love you guys.
Sure did.
I truly did love working with all of you guys, and I did develop personal relationships with you guys too, but I'm most grateful for Gina. I see her as a mother figure as well, and I'm really gonna miss that the most. But I'm gonna stop crying because, it's been a lot, but I am gonna miss you the most in our relationship, and I thank you for everything from the bottom of my heart. So thank you.
Well, so Victoria, I think Councilmember Morera spoke on behalf of all of us, but I personally, of course, I was devastated when you gave me the news, and at the same time, I was very proud because like a mother, we want our children to grow, to do well. We have to let them go. So we're very proud. All of them have spoken to me in the last few days, saying that you did an excellent job. I really want to thank you for your work ethics, because I think you only turned 23. And when we hired you, you were 20, and we took a risk, because that is a very young age. And you exceeded everyone's expectations, your maturity level, as I have always mentioned. I talk to you like a 35-year-old woman, because that's how you behave. So we're very proud. You're going to do amazing. We're not losing you. We're losing you here. You're staying in the town. You're going to pay it forward, as I always have told you. And thank you. Thank you on behalf of the residents, of staff, of the council. You really did an amazing job. So we're not going to forget you.
Victoria, also, I just wanted to say, echoing Gina's sentiments, you exceeded expectations miles away, right? I threw a lot of tasks at you, research, putting together various, follow-up lists and whatnot. And each time you were on top of it, and then you also turned it around very quickly. So, again, we'll definitely miss you at Town Hall, but again, wishing you all the best, because obviously what you're pursuing now is more in line with what you studied. So, but again, you were an awesome assistant for the 3 years that we had you. So thank you.
And I'm still the one holdout that says we still have a chance, right? Like, so from here till Friday, we're going to continue to hound you.
I don't know. The budget hearing is on Thursday, so I think there are opportunities
We still have options.
To correct the course.
I just want to tell you that you are the one thing that this entire council will always agree on. We will never fight
That
about
and
how
JP.
wonderful you are and how much you have helped each and every one of us up here. I can only speak for myself, but I could not do what I do without you. And I really, truly appreciate you always make me shine, make me look good in front of my constituents. And I am so grateful that you've made my job so much easier. I'll miss you.
I think we're all kind of very busy and very scattered, and we have a lot of things going on. But you were that watch that kept us all marching to the same drum. And I must imagine it was like herding cats. But you did an exceptional job. You made our lives a million times easier, and knowing that we had somebody watching our back and looking out and making sure that we were where we were supposed to be, to do what we were supposed to do, was something we're going to sorely miss.
They're lucky to have you, and it just shows how what you did for us, is going to translate, going forward for you in your career. And here's the thing: you're 23, so imagine you at 33 or 43. You're going to rule the world. Seriously, you're gonna, whatever you take on, you're gonna kill it. So again, it was wonderful to see you work, and thank you for making my transition to public office a lot easier. Thank you.
Listen, I love those text messages. Good morning, friendly reminder. Good morning. Even though, I had Joseph and all, she was always on top of me. Good morning, friend. And it was like, hey, somebody wants to get appointed. This always, so I think that persistence is awesome, and that how you were so not only dedicated, but just the way that you performed those tasks, always on point, always on. When Gina was out of town, how serious she took that job. Like, it was like, I was going Victoria, and she was like so organized, on it. So, yeah, but you're going to be down the street, so we'll see you all the time. Yeah. For sure. Well, no, all the best. God bless you. Director Santos, monthly infrastructure report.
A tough act to follow. So, monthly infrastructure report. For Northwest 154th Street, we are finalizing the bid review process and bringing that before this body to have approved for construction.
That's the
and
one
see,
under the Palmetto.
Under
right?
the Palmetto, yeah. We're adding a turn lane.
Yep.
59th Avenue, we have a separate report after this, so we'll go into detail on those later. Northwest 146th Street, Green 2.0. This is on the West Lakes area, the road leading to 89 for Barbara Goldman is. That's set to go into construction early October, so we'll have a groundbreaking there very soon. The streetlight improvements, I think I mentioned this in the last meeting. We already have all the new lights energized. We're just troubleshooting some locations that are still not lit, but we have the contractor working on that. And this is for Laurel Lane, Holly Road, Jacaranda, and Crooked Palm. The stormwater bond program, I'm gonna speak overall. We're over 90% of projects that have been completed, and the other part is under contract, soon to be completed. This is 12 projects that went through construction, 5 that were designed, including to those 12. And in the ARPA, we're over 20%, or close to 20%, excuse me, completed or contracted. And we expect by the end of October to have the remainder of that money already under contract, ready for construction. We have until the end of 2026 to complete construction on the ARPA. The Roberto Alonso HVAC replacement, that's scheduled for delivery next week. And if everything goes to schedule, we'll be working on the installation of that.
That has bad juju, man. You guys that's been pending for like 4 years.
No,
but the fix, I'm saying that AC at that place is, that needs a cleaning in there. Like I mean,
Yeah.
we've had issues at that building for,
so
I mean, it's
this is
terrible.
the unit that last year we brought up for approval. What delayed the process was the procurement of the actual buying of the equipment. There's a backlog from the manufacturers. Same thing happened with the units up here.
It's a what is it, a package unit, no?
No, this one's not a package unit. The package units are the ones here. The one over there is split. Yeah.
That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, but next week we expect the delivery and it should take about a week for the installation to be completed. That concludes the infrastructure report, unless there are any questions. And I have one more item after this.
Yeah, no questions. You can continue.
All right. So the next item is an item that was brought up by Mayor Sid, the Wall of Heroes. We briefly presented this during the last meeting. We brought some options. Now we have more details. So we have some costs, and we provided some exhibits that you should have in front of you. This was with the help of Communications Director Claricel de Cardenas. She provided the proposal of what the plaque would look like. So the idea would be, and Claricel, if you want to jump in case I'm saying anything, the idea is for each of the black spots is a plaque with an engraving with the name of the person that's being recognized. And this is what it will look as a single installation on that wall. In the future, once we run out of space, as you can see, there's space to adjust the placement of this single one and add a second one and maybe even a third one. You have the cost there. If the grand total is for a complete, that's once we completely fill one plaque or one of these setups. And this includes the lettering on the top. It would be similar to what you see when you go to the manager's office.
Got it. If you guys can't, it's $1,000.
Just over $1,000, yeah, $1,059.
Yeah, if you guys can't figure it out, just let me know and I'll get a sponsor. So I'll figure
But
that out.
what's the criteria for inclusion? It's from this point forward, right? And, for instance, somebody who's been in the town for a week and they retire, I don't think that's gonna qualify, right? They have to be here for a certain amount of time? What's the preference?
It all depends. I mean, we can go through the committees through both committees, public safety and our veterans to create that criteria, or just leave it up to you and the police commander and our fire and our local fire guys. And then our local,
The intent was also
Gary
to
Cardenas.
include vets?
Yep.
So,
Our American
Yeah,
Legion.
no, but I mean, what kind of vets? I mean, people who are
Combat
retiring from
veterans,
the
all
service?
types, yep.
Okay.
Through the chair, would it also be possible for every time we put a name up, we have a standardized 5x7 picture of that veteran? We start on the top right, and we have plenty of room here on that wall. Little 5x7 picture. Because, that looks nice, and I think it looks, thank you for working on this, but maybe having a picture as well. Once they go up, they have a picture. So I think there's plenty of room on that wall.
That's 108, the capacity of that plaque. The capacity of that plaque is 108 little black entries.
Well, I guess, when we get
That's
there.
a lot of pictures.
How long do you think it'll take to get to 108?
Depends on the criteria.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question that was asked.
I'm sure there's.
I'm open about the criteria. I mean, it doesn't,
Yeah.
it's not,
All
I
right.
like to secure it first, start installing it, then we'll go from there.
Yeah,
so.
we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be an IT guy for just 1 second. Can we do it digital instead? Like, can we do like digital signage, and then you can do your picture option and have the pictures rotate like a slideshow,
A dynamic
rather
board.
than just a plaque?
You want a dynamic board?
We
Yeah.
did that across the hall from that, so behind the receptionist desk, we have the television there, that is the digital billboard with the meetings and so forth. Building had a big, together with IT, they
Correct,
really.
as a digital signage thing, but doing one devoted, I mean, there's power right below it, so it would really just be the cost of the screen, and then just putting together whatever.
Yeah, let us explore that together with IT, and then see because obviously we'll need a panel, a television, and then, we have to bring a line there. So I don't think it'll be too bad, because it wasn't too bad for the television that we put for the billboard, or the bulletin board. So let us check it out, and then we'll bring it back to you.
I just think it might be easy to scale it over time, to add new people. A lot of times with these plaques, like, they get added over time, and the font is different on them, and they don't age particularly well. Maybe something digital, and then to the council member's point, you could either have a picture or have a short little bio, or exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. You need anything from us? Okay. Awesome. Next report from our. If you're gonna do the last one, just do it now, so then we can close out with police.
So for our 59th Avenue project, the team has been making progress since the continuation of the project when the property was purchased. We've been working with the design consultant, working on getting a proposal for the revision of the contract, of the design. As you know, we went through about a year or so of getting the realignment of the project approved by the FAA and MDOT. Once that has been approved, now we have to go into design phase of getting the realignment design. This includes redesigning the bridge and a significant portion of the road. At the moment, we're negotiating the terms with the current designer. In addition, in the report, some of the rates have changed because the original contract's from 2019. So we had to negotiate that. Once we negotiated that, we got the proposal for the new work order, which we're currently reviewing for scope and cost. Other things that have happened, on May 14th, the council approved for us to proceed with the negotiation and award to a project management company to manage the project. We're also working on reviewing that proposal. The company submitted requests for changes in our general contract, which we're reviewing. We're gonna be discussing that with legal. Some of them requires their input before we either approve or deny those changes to the contract. And finally, the other item, or the other leg of this project that's currently close to closing is the right-of-way relocation phase. We have 2 tenants that are left to move out of the building. Once that is done, we're gonna proceed to the next phases of clearing that building and hopefully soon with the demolition.
I have 3 questions. So number 1, project management has not started, right?
They're not on board. We're still in the negotiations with them.
Okay. Number 2, we're not leasing any spaces at the building, correct?
New ones, no. We're in the process of getting everybody out.
Okay. So there was never a moment where we advertised that there was space available?
No. Actually, one of the first things we did was remove the billboard that was there.
And we're trying to work with the grantors of the different grants to see about the moment we vacate and we've met our obligations with the existing tenants, to try and get authorization to try and demolish the building as soon as possible.
Yes.
So the last one, I'm gonna be very honest with you, I'm really concerned about Caterpillar. They were very persistent in coming to see me, and I'm concerned because they lowered up. And they were very clear about that with me. And they went through very aspects that are very concerning to them. I shared it with the attorneys. I don't want to get into it because just in case it gets into litigation.
Yes.
But I had asked them, and I told our attorneys, I would prefer for their internal engineers design it to sit down with you once we get the project manager on board and get everybody on the same page in terms of that design. They brought up 3 or 4 different aspects that were of concern to them, and the timeline to me, based on how they were speaking to me, is not weeks, it's months and months and months. So what I had asked our attorneys, without getting too much detail, if we can schedule with your counterpart in Caterpillar, bring the project man, everybody on the same page, because there were 3 or 4 aspects because what I would hate that would happen is that now you're going through design, through the FAA, and then there's certain aspects that don't qualify for them, and that has to restart again, and that takes, it's not weeks, that's months every time that process starts. So I just wanted to put it on the record. I was concerned because they have gone the legal route already, and there's communication between our attorneys and their attorneys, and there were some aspects there that I really told them, I go, look, I don't think litigation's the route. I think there's a way for everybody to sit down in terms of the design, the engineer, and I would hate to see this being held up longer and longer, because look what happened from 2019 to now, and all these years, the cost continues to escalate. And I just want to put that on the record without getting too deep into those details.
We'll take care of it.
All right, last report, our police major.
Good evening, Council. Lieutenant Ulloa stepping in for Major Gonzalez. As you guys are all aware, we're doing very well in reference to our numbers, in reference to crime statistics. Something that's not on the targeted crimes for the year is the addition of the numbers of our vehicle burglaries are down as well, and that would put us at an overall 22% under for year to date, which is obviously very great, and very attributed to, obviously the infrastructure that we have in place in reference to, the details, traffic, all that other stuff, which we're very thankful for. Additionally, for the month of August, we generated 379 citations and 227 written warnings as part of our traffic details and also our day-to-day operations. So overall, we're doing very well in reference to our numbers. I don't know if you guys have any questions or concerns.
Lieutenant Ulloa, I know I communicated with the manager a couple times earlier this week. Is there any information you can share regarding the incident, the individual that was in the Lake Glenellen area over the last week or so?
I mean, there's not really much. I mean, I know that like the hysteria that occurred, obviously within the neighbors themselves, in reference to how far the rumors kind of like got, obviously was self-generated by by the neighbors themselves, and I don't want to talk too much about that because obviously everybody's truth is their truth, not mine. But as every incident itself was relatively isolated. It had nothing, like one thing didn't spawn into the next. And with that being said, the only incident that really met a criteria in order for us to take legal action was, the actual residential burglary on Friday. Obviously, with the assistance of the LPR and a lot of other investigative tools that we used, obviously we were able to identify the gentleman and take him into custody. Which I want to recognize my guys, especially the sergeant, the road sergeant, which is Matthew Levine, that he was able to recognize the gentleman while at Main Street and took him into custody there. So, obviously very astute on his behalf, and he was very, very involved from the very, very beginning, because obviously, as you guys all know, it all took place during the day hours, which is the shift that he works. So they really did take ownership and obviously relayed a lot of vital information to our detectives, which made it a lot easier for us to move forward with the investigation as a whole. So hopefully that answers your question. All right.
So, Lieutenant, the only one that really concerns me is auto theft, right? Year to date, we're already one ahead of last year. What's your take on why is that happening more and more? Because that's
I mean, the very, very common, so our numbers have been fluctuating, one up, even, down, even. It's kind of like playing this little dance for the most part. But a lot of it is attributed to technology as a whole. It's kind of like very, very hard to kind of bypass, besides, obviously cloning keys and that kind of thing. But also, unfortunately enough, like the stakeholders as a whole, that sometimes they just leave their keys in the car. Cars are unlocked, stuff like that, so they're not necessarily taking the proper steps in order to securing their belongings in the vehicles. With that being said, Robin ends up being one of them as well, alongside with our bike patrols and that our NRU guys, that they going, they're like, whenever we do have like vehicle burglaries or auto thefts and that kind of stuff, we do, make sure that we give out Lock It or Lose It pamphlets, and that kind of like do the reminders and stuff to our guys. So, I mean, we're doing the best that we can in reference to information sharing, but on the same token, too, it's, the citizens also have to, like, unfortunately enough, take a little bit of ownership in order to make sure that their valuables are secured.
Through the chair, what percentage would you say of the auto thefts were keys being left or doors that were
I really can't tell you a
tell?
specific number. I would have to, like, look into that to give you that number. I'll be more than happy to look into it for you.
Okay. I mean, do you have a general 10, 15, 20% maybe?
I really, yeah, I mean, if I were to tell you, I would say, over half of it would probably be, like for example, even our vehicle burglaries and stuff like that, they're not really smashing windows, they're just opening doors that are being left unlocked. So that's very common in reference to the vehicles also being left with keys inside, so they're actually make them very easy to
So
take.
absolutely a campaign, educational campaign, and just anybody who's watching, and again, it's of course not your fault. There are people that are bad that are going to rob you, but again, please do your part. Lock your doors. Do not leave anything, visible, right? And take your keys with you. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
just don't
I
make
mean,
it easier for them. Don't make it easier.
There are
for them.
vehicle makes that make it, like, obviously there's like a trend on social media where they can take them with a USB and that kind of thing, that those are typically like normal things. That's widespread throughout the entire country. It's not just specific here to the town. But again, like there's a lot of cases that we have that can be avoided, and that would be very, very beneficial for us as well, All right. All right, Council.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Attorney's report?
No, Mayor, I had one item here, which was requesting the
conjunction,
special
yep.
call meeting for the 26th at 6 o'clock, right before the budget hearing.
And that is for?
To the second reading of the ordinance that you guys passed tonight, which was the changing of the unallocated fund balance from 2 months to 15%.
Got it. Motions? He needs a motion.
I'll move to accept the manager's recommendation.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I am a no.
All right. The only thing I have to report is we have the suit going on against Becker, which is on a contingency plus cost basis. That's just been filed, so I got the feeling there's going to be a bunch of motion practice and things like that. And
That made
I'll
the
keep you
news
advised.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I was getting calls about that.
Yeah, it's a major law firm that's been sued.
The other thing I just want to mention is Councilman Morera, Mr. Herzberg, Rudy, and myself met last week, and we started strategizing a little bit on the blasting and on different legal avenues. So we're going to be probably presenting you with something a little bit more formal in October.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one last item. Congratulations to your law firm for being featured in that journal and receiving kudos, and especially with the work that you guys have been doing with the Live Local Act. So thank you to both of you, and good press is always a good thing. So congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome. Mayor, moment of personal privilege.
Real quick, how many council meetings did you have this week? How many council meetings did you guys have this week already?
I'm going to have more.
All right. Yes.
We have the Culinary Bike Tour. It's one of the most popular events coming up. I want to encourage residents of the public that have stayed up this late or that are going to watch this meeting later, and the entire council and anybody. This is going to be our last ride, right? So definitely would be a great opportunity. I know, Mayor, you're at the event featured all the time, Maryland, but it'll be a great time for all of us. Make it fun, yeah. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good night. This meeting is adjourned.